This boy, when choosing an item, unintentionally caused all the objects to resonate together, startling everyone present. It must be known that even the most exceptional genius of the clan had only awakened one type of talent. Yet this boy awakened 4 types of talents. He was truly an unparalleled genius in the clan. Even his father helplessly said, "It seems we will have to teach him all 4 types of talents." In his previous life, he was Arik, the most outstanding swordsman in the empire. At just 18 years old, his mana had broken through to 4 cores, making him the one with the greatest potential to advance to a 6-star knight in the empire. Unexpectedly, he encountered the 6-star Duke of the Altheon Empire, known as Blackwave Thermion. Before that person's terrifying power, he felt utterly small and weak. "What a pity! If you had surrendered, you might have had a chance to surpass me," the Duke said. But that was impossible. Once he began fighting, he was determined to fall in that battle. Then, the Duke suddenly launched a fierce attack, and with a single strike, a sword pierced through his chest. From that moment, the one hailed as a combat genius fell. The scene changed as Arik opened his eyes again. A woman's gentle hand grasped his. He looked around, and in front of him were his parents, joyfully talking and laughing with him. "This child is truly a gift from God," the father said with a hearty laugh. "Haha, this boy is indeed a gift from God." Hearing this, he was bewildered, flailing his arms and legs. "What, a child? What are they talking about?" Seeing his discomfort, the mother lifted him with both hands, her eyes twinkling with a teasing smile. "Dane, you must become a great spearman and follow in the footsteps of your father, Arkan Sogris." Dane's father, Arkan, looked suspiciously at those laughing eyes. Lily, standing beside him, spoke up in annoyance. "What are you talking about?" She pulled him closer, frowning. "Dane will become a great assassin," Arkan stammered. "Easy, my dear." She was Lily Sogris, his gentle mother. Arkan tried to reason. "Come on, how could you let our youngest become an assassin? That is terrifying." Dane, feeling uneasy, scrunched up his face as Arkan continued. "A real man must wield a spear," Lily angrily retorted. "Wielding a spear is the most perfect, beautiful martial art." She went on. "Being an assassin is better than being a spearman. He can hide in the shadows and eliminate targets without being noticed. That is way cooler." In that magnificent, splendid carriage, it seemed like the matter was settled. Yet, I was reborn. Not only that, but reborn in the Altheon Empire, my enemy as the son of a count. Sitting in the carriage, Arkan compromised with Lily. "All right, let us do this. We will teach him both." Lily, finding it reasonable, agreed. "Absolutely, Dane will definitely be an assassin." And lately, my new parents, Arkan, kept coaxing, "Dane, become a spearman. Spearmen are the best." Holding Dane, Lily frowned. "He will become an assassin." Amid their heated debate about my future, it is probably because I was born late that they are so eager for me to follow in their footsteps. The coachman stopped the carriage. "My lord, we have arrived." Arkan was surprised. "What? Already?" He turned to remind her, "Lily, hold my hand now." Lily raised an eyebrow. "What if people in the city see us?" Stepping out of the carriage, Arkan laughed. "I just want to hold my wife's hand." "What is wrong with that?" Arkan took Lily's hand. "All right, careful now." Dane, nestled in Lily's arms, was forced to witness their public display of affection, which was truly an eyesore. Suddenly, Dane opened his wide, round eyes, looking at both of them. Carrying Dane, they stepped into a luxurious place, a magnificent castle. Lily, holding Dane, entered the door as the servant stood respectfully. She said, "Oh my, it seems Dane is thrilled to be home, is not he?" "Look at how happy he is," Dane chimed in, smiling and waving his arms. "Yes, if this is my home, then it will be even easier for my talents to soar." 2 months later, in Dane's home, a child's babbling echoed in the room. "Abu, ooh baba," Lily, thrilled, rushed to scoop Dane up. "Oh my Dane's babbling," he responded with a bu. Hearing Lily, he thought, "So I am babbling now. Quite the experience." Dane longed to speak, but being so young he could only babble, "abu, boo-boo." He recalled his past as Arik. Wandering far from home, he rarely met children. The few he encountered were injured, bandaged, crying, homeless. Many mourned their parents, starved, and vanished. Compared to that, the Sogris household was wealthy and fortunate. "I won't starve here," he thought. At that moment, someone burst in, shouting, "Ha ha, Dane, look!" Arkan, wielding a spear, struck the ground, proclaiming proudly, "This is a spear." He looked at his beloved son, fishing for praise. "What do you think, Dane? Long and splendid." Right, Dane's mouth twitched at his father, thinking, "This man's my dad, the kingdom's strongest six-star spearman, Arkan Sogris." Dane knew Arkan showed a different face to him. In battle, Arkan was ruthlessly cold. Despite appearances, he was a heroic warrior. The Green Tempest. Lily set Dane back in the crib, storming toward Arkan, fuming. "Seriously, you brought a sharp weapon into the baby's room," Dane babbled, watching them argue. Abu. Pushed back by Lily, Arkan tilted, chuckling awkwardly. "I just wanted to show Dane." Lily's face soured. "I told you. Do not, Lily, once the kingdom's top assassin," scolded Arkan daily. Though equal in strength, Arkan could only say, "If you do that again, I will teach him stealth basics from infancy." "My mother," shouting yet an unsuspected assassin. Arkan whined, "Come on, everyone does it." Famous mage families place spellbooks by their newborns. Lily snapped. "Compare a spear to a staff. That thing's sharp." Dane, watching, sighed. "What a harmonious family." Their intense focus on my future stemmed from my two older sisters choosing paths unrelated to assassination or spearmanship. The scene shifted to another castle. Arabella and Claire stood by the crib, watching Dane flail. Arabella said, "Look, Dane, if you do this your cheeks puff up." Dane babbled, "Abubu, abubu." Arabella could not resist his cuteness, so adorable. She was Arabella Sogris. Dane's cheeks were pinched red. "Ow, my cheeks," he groaned inwardly. About Arabella, gifted in magic, she pursued wizardry young. At 12, a third-rank mage, a genius, as the highest rank is 5. She poked Dane's cheek again. "Dane, want to learn magic with me?" "Studying alone's boring." Dane winced. "Stop poking." Claire spoke. "Summoning's great too." She was Claire Sogris, a skilled summoner, controlling 2 summons at once since age 7. After speaking, she fell silent, thoughtful. Dane, smelling food, eyes gleaming, nearly drooling, babbled, "Abu, abubu." He thought, "I thought she disliked me, but it feels more like jealousy over a new sibling." Claire, softening, touched Dane's nose. So soft, Arabella poked again. "Right, hey." Claire wiped Dane's drool. "Dane, if you have got summoning talent, it will be fun." "I will teach you." Dane chuckled inwardly. "Haha, everyone wants to teach me their skills." The family portrait. My father, a 6-star spearman. My mother, a former assassin, who targeted the king. My eldest sister, a genius mage. My second sister, a genius summoner. The Sogris Count family was a perfect, ideal nobility. Dane's eyes narrowed. What is the point of revenge this life? My battlefield death was tragic, but vowing to avenge those who beat me is laughable. The family of 4 bickered over Dane's training. Spears for spearmanship, stealth, and assassination are better. No, magic's the trend. Summoning's great too, Dane, watching, smiled. "I always wanted a home. Lucky I was born here." Amid their squabbles, parents and sisters each pushing their specialty, Dane's head throbbed. He shut his eyes, wanting to cover his ears but too young. Truly a harmonious family, huh? The Sogris family had a unique ritual, a selection ceremony at age 1. Various items were placed before the child, and their choice predicted their future. The scene shifted to Dane's first birthday, crowded with guests. It is young Master Dane's first birthday. He is 1 already. Time flies. 2 noblemen chatted. The young ladies became a summoner and mage, right? "Wonder what Dane will pick," an elder said. "We will know after the ritual. Let us go." In the banquet hall, noble women and ladies gathered. The long table held weapons. Dane sat before them. Guests watched, murmuring, "The sisters brought their items too. So cute, they have grown." Lily placed Dane on the table, his face unenthused. She said, "Dane, pick what you like." Dane glanced around, thinking, "What now? Everyone's expecting me to choose their item." Arkan, arms crossed, smirked. "Dane'll pick Dragon Tail. Made from rare Dukran ore, it grows heavy and sharp, with the wielder's mana. A mystical spear." Lily eyed the spear, chuckling. "That is my lifelong weapon." "Pick Dad's spear, Dane. Too handsome for assassination, but he will choose my dagger." Nighthorn, crafted from Ethrin ore, held all elements and could mix poisons. Arabella, hands on hips, beamed. Dane'll be a great mage. He will join me at the academy. Her spatial pouch, usable only by mages or those with magic talent. Claire, anxious. Hope Dane picks my pouch. If he learns summoning, I will take him dragon riding. Her summoning seal, used by summoners to call creatures based on their talent. Claire thought, that is my dream, little brother. Dane eyed the treasures, sensing Lily's gaze and their thoughts, sweating. Oh no. Why can I hear their thoughts? Closing his eyes, he sighed, facing the 4 family items. Annoying, but unavoidable. Helpless, he crawled forward. Which one? The crowd watched intently. Dane glanced down. Right. I will pick based on their expressions. Guests buzzed. He is choosing. Arkan's eyes gleamed, hands clasped. Look. Go on, Dane, pick what you want. If possible, something long and sturdy. Lily shook her head. No, short and sharp's better, Arabella pointed. That pouch, I love it. Remember me showing you, Claire. Softly, Dane. Summon with me. Speechless at his family, Dane reached out. His eyes widened. A blinding light flashed. The 4 items glowed faintly gold. Shocked, Dane thought. What is this, Lily? Worried, asked. What is happening? Arkan shook his head. No idea. Arabella and Claire, scared, neared Dane. The crowd gasped. See that? All 4 reacted. How's that possible? A man in white exclaimed. The young master's a genius, Dane. Clueless, laughed. Ha ha. I was skilled on the battlefield. I opened my mouth, but this life's another level. Arabella, anxious, asked Arkan. What do we do? Has this happened before? Arkan, stunned, gaped. I can't believe it. He and Lily exchanged looks, 3 dots above their heads. All 4 turned to Dane. Then we will all teach him, Arabella and Claire gasped. All 4, Dane, looking at them, grinned. In the training yard, the clash of weapons echoed relentlessly, punctuated by occasional loud bangs that drew attention. Whoosh! A strike seemed to tear the air itself. One figure staggered back several steps. On the other side, a hand gripping a spear trembled slightly. Dust swirled. Evidence of a fierce bout. It was the Count's father and son training. Arkan praised. Satisfied. Well done, Dane. You have fully mastered the techniques I taught you. 7-year-old Dane Sogras smiled shyly. Thank you, father. Arkan ruffled his hair, laughing. Good, good, my son indeed. Nearby, someone approached with an object. Catching Dane's curious glance, Arkan asked. The person bowed respectfully. My lord, I have brought it. Arkan's voice grew excited. Ah, perfect timing, Dane. Puzzled, asked. Father, what is this? Arkan took the spear, announcing, Yes, it is your birthday gift. I planned to give it at the party, but I wanted to beat your mother to it. He grinned proudly, gesturing. Take it. I have prepared this for 2 years. Crafted by a renowned artisan in the capital. Dane stared, awestruck, at the meticulously prepared gift. Arkan smiled warmly. Happy early birthday, Dane. Dane dropped his current weapon, accepting the spear, promising, Thank you, father. I will use it well. He admired the spear's gleaming tip, thinking, Incredible. The sharp tip, black shaft, and silver head are stunning together. Lifting it effortlessly, he noted. It is light too, Arkan asked. Like it, Dane cheered. Yes, love it, Arkan nodded, pleased. Good. I had it made for your build, so get used to it. He spun his own spear, chuckling. Watching his son, his face brimmed with affection. Suddenly, Arkan asked, Dane, do you remember the difference between a spear and a sword? He grabbed a nearby weapon. Dane thought, then answered. The spear's length keeps enemies at bay, and its small contact area boosts attack efficiency. Arkan, impressed, said, Exactly. Even the servant, H, nodded with a smile. Arkan added, But at a certain level, it is harder to wield than a sword. That is a spear's core challenge. To strike, you must maintain a minimum distance. He smiled. Don't worry, every weapon has strengths and weaknesses. He gave an example. Even the Malia, perfect, sword falters in some cases. Dane grinned. Got it, father. Arkan gripped his weapon. Now, In a flash, he spun it. "You have got a new spear, so let me show you something fun." Dane's eyes widened, filled with disbelief, watching his father's every move. This is a 6-star spearman's mana. His aura alone is overwhelming. Performing for his son, Arkan's eyes stayed closed. One foot shifted forward, his grip tightening. He aimed the spear, mana swirling around its tip. Dane gaped as a dazzling light flashed. A vortex formed at the spear's head, thrusting forward. Arkan explained. "The space distorts because I released bodily mana and thrust simultaneously. This technique optimizes the core, focusing mana at one point." Dane recalled. "Yes, my sisters said humans can surpass physical limits. As cores increase, so do those limits." He bowed, a pang of sadness. "In my past life I had 4 cores." Arkan winked proudly. "Right, you learn fast. I have got 6 mana cores." Dane, shocked, echoed, 6? Regretting inwardly. "If I had not died, I might have reached that." Arkan grasped Dane's shoulder. "Why not try?" he suggested. "Use your new spear." Dane, uneasy, said, "Yes, father." Seeing his son's expression, Arkan urged, "Relax, clear your mind, and thrust forward." Dane's clear eyes met his father's. He nodded. "Okay." Gripping the spear, he adjusted, recalling his past life. Since discovering his swordsmanship talent, Dane exhaled deeply. "I am not into spears anymore, just using them as backup." Legs spread, one forward. He eyed the spear's tip. Time to go all out. Closing his eyes, he pondered something. Arkan watched every move, noting. "Solid stance." He frowned. "It took me 7 years to master this. With Dane's talent, I wonder—" A strange sound rang out. Space shattered like glass. Arkan stared, stunned, as darkness crept in. He gaped. "The spear's tip holds immense power." Unable to resist, he asked, "Dane, how'd you do that?" Dane retracted the spear, space normalizing. Arkan approached, laughing. "Ha ha, I am amazed." Dane looked up. "I focused mana at one point and channeled it into the tip. When it hit, I cut the flow." Arkan, shocked, asked, "Wait, you channeled mana and cut the flow, Dane? You have formed a mana core." Dane nodded. "Yes, while reading a core-forming book I practiced and succeeded." Inwardly, he thought, "I actually formed it during mana breathing." Arkan's laughter echoed. "Formed a core from a book. Truly, our family birthed a genius." Kneeling, he placed a hand on Dane's shoulder. "I sensed it young, but now I am certain. Dane, you will be an exceptional warrior someday." Dane smiled, thinking, "Father will be even more shocked later." Arkan, satisfied, wondered, "Will my son be a summoner, assassin, spearman, or mage?" Today was Dane's 7th birthday, youngest of the Sogris family. Guests arrived in splendid attire. Lively music fueled the festive mood. The table overflowed with delicacies. Laughter filled the air. Dukes raised glasses in toast. A man with a wineglass approached. "Ha ha, Arkan. Long time." Duke Arkan smiled. Duke Bout. "How've you been, Bout?" Laughing. "No need for formalities. Talk normally." He was Bout Thermion, head of the Altheon Empire's greatest family, Thermion Duchy. Arkan whispered, "Eyes are on us. I will ease up later." Bout grinned. "Ha ha, whatever you want." Then asked, "Where's the kid?" Arkan called, "Dane, come, greet Duke Thermion." Hearing that name, Dane's memories of fighting Thermion in his past life flooded back. "Didn't expect to meet here." Seeing the boy, Bout asked. "This is Dane, the son you always brag about," Dane introduced. "I am Dane." But inwardly, rage surged. "I can't suppress my anger seeing him." Outwardly polite, "Honored to meet you, Duke Thermion." Bout praised generously. "Your son's well-mannered." "Seems he never gives you trouble." Bout asked. "He is learning spearmanship like you," Arkan nodded. "Yes." Dane, surprised, thought, "Didn't know father praised me publicly." Arkan noticed Dane's odd expression but could not pinpoint why. Suddenly, a red-haired girl approached, saying politely, "Greetings, Duke Sogris." She was Layla Thermion, Bout's youngest daughter. She introduced, "I am Layla Thermion, honored to meet you." In the banquet hall, a 3-tiered cake stood as melodic tunes filled the air. Guests danced, while pianists and violinists lost themselves in their music, everyone savoring the enchanting melodies. On one side, Arkin stood with a wineglass, chatting with Bout. "How's the Duchess lately?" Arkin asked. Bout sighed helplessly. "I have tried everything, but no progress." Arkin's eyes showed empathy. "You have worked hard. She will get better, I am sure." Bout, head lowered, smiled. "If I suddenly vanish, please understand I will have teleported back to the capital." After a pause, Bout looked up, noticing Dane's absence. "Where's Dane?" Bout shared his intent. "I really like that kid. He is sharp." "I wanted to talk more." Arkin shook his head. "Not sure. I do not see Layla either." Bout glanced out the window, spotting two small figures. Smiling, he said, "Looks like both kids got bored of the party." Layla smiled. "I do not like tagging along with father everywhere, but I am glad I came." Under the moonlight, she glanced at Dane. "He looks even handsomer." Dane nodded. "Our domain's beautiful and peaceful." Layla frowned. "When people visit daily." Her eyes dimmed. "Seems so. Thermion's always busy. Nobles meet father constantly, sometimes even royals." Craving freedom, she said, "I hate being confined by them. I have to greet them every time. I would rather wear simple clothes and sword fight." Dane, hearing her love for swordplay, thought, "Oh, she uses a sword." Noticing his silence, Layla asked, "What about you?" Dane thought, then replied, "I like both. It is quieter here than the capital." He added, "But I look forward to spear training daily." Layla's eyes widened. "Spears." Remembering, she said, "Oh, right, I forgot Count Sogris is the Green Tempest." Quote, "Father said he is incredible." "So, you are aiming for the academy?" Dane shook his head. "No, I do not train for that." Puzzled, Layla asked, "Why, isn't training for academy entry obvious? It is hard to get in." Dane, shyly scratching his head. "Well, I train to do better if I get in." Layla, stunned. "What? But what if you make it?" Dane said optimistically. "I will try again." He laughed. "If I keep failing, that path's not for me." Layla, skeptical, "I do not believe you," she asked. "Aren't you afraid of disappointing your family?" Dane shook his head. "Not really." Layla's eyes sparkled with admiration. "I am jealous. My family sees failure as shameful." "Forget I said that." Dane, sighing inwardly, "I did not know great houses worried about such things." He said, "Why think that? You seem skilled already." Layla perked up. "Really? Can you check my swordplay?" Caught off guard, Dane blinked. "Your swordplay?" Layla nodded eagerly. "Yes," Dane agreed. "Sure, but just a bit." Her eyes gleamed. Swords thrilled her. "Great. Where's your training yard?" Dane chuckled, leading her. "Follow me. A short session's fine, right?" They headed to the yard. Layla wielded her sword, slashing through the air, moving fluidly. "Ha-ha," Dane, watching, thought, "impressive. Her offense and defense flow smoothly, with well-timed strikes." Rubbing his chin. "But her rhythm falters after a while." "Sweating?" Layla asked. "How was it?" Dane gave a thumbs up. "Amazing. Really eye-catching." Layla, wide-eyed. "Really?" Seeing her expectant face, he hesitated. "Should I tell her?" Pointing. He said, "Yes. But from your third stance you are half a step off." Layla, confused. "Huh." Recalling her moves, Dane analyzed. "From what I saw, your stance shifts. That extra half step throws off later strikes." Layla froze, stunned. Feeling guilty, Dane thought. "Was I too blunt? Sorry if I upset you." He said, "It has been a while since I saw swordplay like Layla cut in, that is it." Gripping her sword, she adjusted her pace, per Dane's advice. The missing piece. Mid-swing, she tripped, falling into Dane, hugging him. Laughing off the awkwardness, she thought, "Thank you, Dane." Dane, uncomfortable, "Hey, what are you—" Layla, ignoring him, rubbed her cheek against his. "You have got a sharp eye, spotting my long-time flaw." "Thanks, I will remember this." Dane pushed her away. "You are suffocating me." "Put the swords away," Layla, sheepish. "Oops, sorry." She leaned close, smirking mischievously. Dane fixed his clothes, thinking, "Why'd she hug me like that?" The awkward moment was broken by a call. "Young Master Dane, where are you, Lady Layla?" Both heard it. Dane said, "They are looking for us." he added. Let us go back. Layla nodded. Yeah. 2 servants found them. There you are. Where'd you go? We have been searching. Dane was led back. That evening, Lily presented her gift. Happy 7th birthday, Dane. Congrats on your first manicure. Dane, delighted, took it. Thank you, parents. Opening the box, he gasped. A golden lion-shaped pin. The crest pin was like those his sisters flaunted. Lily smiled. Keep it safe, Dane, she explained. This pin proves your honor and status. Guests chimed in. Happy birthday, congrats, young Master Dane. You are truly a Sogress, destined to be as great as the Count. Dane glanced at his smiling parents, thinking, first time I have been so celebrated. Suddenly, the room shook like an earthquake. Guests screamed, What is that, damn? An intruder. Items crashed, shattering. Dane, worried, turned. Father. Arkin calmed him. Stay calm, no need to panic. Looking at the ceiling, he muttered. It is starting again. Thought we would have peace today. Lily, gently stroking Dane's head, asked, Guess who, Dane? Dane? Confused, thought, No way! A surge of power emanated from the mansion's ceiling. Magical light flared, filling the room. Guests looked up, terrified. What is that? A figure descended from the ceiling. Arabella. She landed gracefully, asking, What time is it? Spreading her arms, Big sis, I am not late. Right, nobles calmed. It is Lady Arabella. Arabella approached Dane amid murmurs. She used instant teleportation. You need rank 5 for small portals. Our lady's a genius, Dane, exasperated, thought. Still as loud and flashy as ever. Suddenly, all eyes turned to the window. A monster in the sky. Panicking, they saw. A wyvern. It was Claire, atop a massive dragon. I am late, she said, leaping down. Claire entered to whispers. She is a genius summoner, taming a wyvern at 16. Frowning, she asked Arabella. You are here, Arabella replied. Yep. Both approached Dane, smiling sweetly. Happy birthday, Dane. In the banquet hall, Claire and Arabella simultaneously presented their gift boxes. Wishing you a joyful birthday, Dane, Arabella said. Me too, Claire added. Dane, slightly awkward, smiled. Thank you both for coming all this way to celebrate with me. Arabella grinned, nodding. Of course we had to. Now open the gifts. I bet you will love them. Arkin, seeing both sisters prepare gifts for Dane, feigned tears. You two only sent me a letter for my birthday. But you got gifts for your little brother, Lily. Beside him, stifled a laugh. Dane opened Arabella's gift. Sis, is not this a spatial pouch? Arabella nodded eagerly, explaining. Exactly, I designed it myself. It is infused with high-level spatial magic, crafted with my professor. Dane smiled sincerely. Thank you, sis. Inwardly, he thought, I know how hard it is to engrave spatial magic onto an item. Arabella held up the spatial ring, slipping it onto Dane's finger. Here, let me put it on. Dane mused. Even harder is crafting an artifact that can withstand such enchantments. As she fitted the ring, Arabella said, Heads up, I coded your DNA into it so only you can use it. It is one of a kind. Seeing the ring's glowing blue gem and Dane's silence, Lily leaned down. Based on the faint mana waves, that is a top-grade magic stone. Arabella added, Channel a bit of mana into it and it will create a subspace. No more fumbling with bags. Dane, awestruck. Something this valuable. Thank you so much. Only wealthy commanders or mages use these on battlefields. I never thought I would own one. He channeled mana into the ring, making it glow. Arabella gasped. Oh, it will adjust as you grow, so... The light persisted, startling Arkin. No way. Claire frowned, and the Bout family gaped. Arabella, stunned. You opened the subspace faster than I did. You are a true genius, Dane, she praised lavishly. You are incredible. Both of you might already have cores and mana rings. Claire handed her gift. Dane, open mine too. Dane took it. Thank you. Inside was a golden egg with red spots. Dane, skeptical, examined it. Huh. Why's this egg? Claire, seeing him handle it casually, warned. It is not just an egg, so be careful. Dane, clueless. Then what is it? The family exchanged puzzled looks. Claire whispered. It is an epic beast. I tried summoning a Dacaron, and this appeared. I do not know what'll hatch, but everyone knows its value. Dane, still doubtful, stared at the egg, thinking, right, I have heard of epic beasts. Unlike summoned creatures, they are distinct entities. Once summoned, they can exist permanently, unlike regular summons. Claire patted his shoulder, whispering, no one else knows, Dane. Just you, so keep it secret until it hatches. He smiled, nodding. Got it, Arabella. Annoyed at their whispering, stepped forward. What is with all the secrets? Claire ignored her, whispering, I do not even know when it will hatch. She continued, feed it manna daily, morning and evening, so it recognizes you as its master. Dane nodded firmly. I will. Lily leaned down, laughing. Look at these amazing gifts. Your sisters timed their return perfectly, Dane. He replied, yes, mother, it is wonderful. Arkan, feeling ignored, cleared his throat. Ahem, all right, princesses. I am thrilled you came despite saying you could not, but should not you greet your parents? Arabella, startled, whined. Oh, father, how have you been? I got caught up with Dane's gift. Sorry. The three laughed. It is fine, Arkan ruffled their hair. You both look healthy. Traveling so far for your brother. Rest well. They chimed. Yes, father. Layla, watching Dane's joy from afar, lowered her gaze, a hint of something in her eyes. Noticing her somber expression, Dane thought, Layla, is she leaving? Why does she look so lonely? The scene shifted to the courtyard. Bout, strolling, thought, she is even more impressive than I expected. Recalling Arabella's descent, as expected of the Academy's top mage, a rare talent, she would pair well with my son, the Academy's best swordsman, he mused. If our houses unite, we would form a force even the imperial family could not touch, protecting our kin from schemes. Sighing, I should bring up betrothing our eldest children today. A sound interrupted him. That noise. Glancing at the training yard, practicing so early. Who is that? Dane was there, twirling his spear with fluid motions, eyes gleaming. He stopped, spun, and struck the air with wind-shearing speed. His footwork shifted, kneeling, thrusting the spear, to create after-images. Bout, watching, was astonished. The Sogress, youngest, Dane, unaware of Bout, continued, thinking. Remarkable. His focus and movements are not those of a 7-year-old. His strikes, even simple thrusts, are so refined that seasoned soldiers could learn from them. Dane paused, panting. Bout marveled. Unbelievable. As Dane resumed, I heard rumors of his prodigious talents at once. Thought they were exaggerated, but they are true. Dane's footwork flowed. Ha, Bout noticed. Wait, his stance and steps resemble a swordsman's. Has he learned swordplay so young? Sensing someone, Dane stopped, shouldering his spear. Spinning, he said. I do not know who you are, but you would fetch a better price out here than skulking. Bout, caught? Thought? Damn, spotted. Seeing Bout emerge, Dane recognized him. Bout reflected. More importantly, those movements are familiar. I have seen them somewhere. He spoke. Sorry, Dane, I did not mean to spy. Dane ran over. It is you, Duke Bout. Bout, eyeing Dane's sharp gaze, thought. Those eyes are not ordinary. Dane greeted. Greetings, Dane Sogress, youngest of the Sogress. To Duke Bout Thermion. Bout spoke apologetically. I was so caught up watching the Sogress recruits, morning drills, that I forgot about you. Forgive me. Dane nodded casually. I forgive you, sir. Expecting a different response, Bout was taken aback, thinking, Ho ho, this kid's got guts. His gaze shifted to Dane's steady hand gripping the spear and his small, upright frame. Now that I look, how is this kid not trembling after such long training? At his age, I did not even have a mana core. Impressed, Bout praised. Your thrust was excellent. You have clearly inherited Arkan's talent. That spear you are holding. Knowing what was coming, Dane nodded. Yes, someone told me my father painstakingly prepared this spear for me. He bowed slightly, smiling. I am grateful you noticed. Seeing Dane's response, Bout smiled, saying nothing. That is the best answer. My son was skilled and well-mannered in his lifetime, but not to this degree. Yet, his mind wandered. Maybe I should arrange a marriage with this side. Abruptly, he switched topics. Actually, my Layla's training with a sword. Looking at Dane, he added, You are the same age, so you could be good friends at the academy. Dane grinned. Yes, sir, I am sure we will get along. Bao chuckled. Ho ho, I like your straightforwardness. Young man, I have probably disturbed your training enough. Moving to leave, he paused. Oh, Dane, I am curious. Have you ever trained with a sword? Dane froze, unease creeping in. Oh no, it seems my habits slipped out unnoticed. He spotted it in one glance. Striving for calm, he replied, No, sir. I have only read basic swordsmanship textbooks, but I have never trained. Bout nodded. I see. Closing his eyes, he mused. Strange. I swear I sensed a pure battle spirit in him earlier. Seeing Dane's demeanor, Bout laughed at himself. Ha! What am I thinking? No way. He is just a kid. Concluding, he said, Goodness, I meant for a short stroll, but I have lingered too long. Time to go. See you later. Dane bowed politely. Yes, sir. Safe travels. As Bout prepared to leave, he added, If you visit the capital, come find me. I owe the hospitality I have received at this Count's castle, and I am particularly fond of you. Dane replied earnestly, Absolutely. Watching Bout turn away, Dane smiled faintly. Interesting. I wonder if he will remember me. Gazing at the receding, heroic figure, he thought. Defeating someone who once defeated me, just the thought makes my blood boil. If I prepare steadily, step by step, I can do it. Determination flashed across his youthful face. Bout Thermion, in this life I will defeat you. Dane resumed training. After a while, a voice called, Hup, young master, time to head back. Turning, he asked, You have been waiting this whole time. The servant nodded. My duty is to silently fulfill your needs. Seeing a towel offered, Dane said, Oh, thanks. Internally, maybe Hup should train as an assassin. That stealth he is got talent. Wiping sweat, he asked, How's it going? Everyone's busy, right? Herp replied. Yes. They are swamped. Preparing for the next banquet. Thinking of the guests. Rushed arrivals. It seems other nobles are already en route. Getting over 30 noble families here on time is tough, Dane asked. Oh, right. How are my sisters? Handing back the towel, Hup answered. They opened a teleportation gate and left for the academy. Their parents waved goodbye, saying they had no choice with midterms approaching. Dane sighed. That is a shame, but oh well. Hoisting his spear. Let us head back. Hup followed. Yes, young master. Recalling past gifts, Dane thought, when I have time, I should check out those presents my sisters gave me. Imagining his parents scrutinizing his every move, greeting strangers, attending lavish banquets, navigating social niceties, eating endless nutritious dishes, and meeting people with nothing to say, it was a vivid, chaotic montage. Dane exhaled. Noble life is exhausting. My schedule's even crazier with my birthday coming. Spotting colorful butterflies in the garden. At least I find some peace resting here, right? The garden's caretaker had skill. This place is meticulously tended. I feel oddly calm watching these flowers, pure white blooms, radiant roses basking in sunlight. His eldest sister said flowers held the most mana in nature. Approaching the roses. Since I have time, maybe I will analyze their mana. Dane leaned in, closing his eyes. Petals drifted. Despite intense training, his magic and summoning skills had not progressed much. I still do not know what to focus on. Opening his eyes, worry crossed his face. Too many talents can be a hassle. Suddenly, he exclaimed. Flower mana. A small bloom held a vast, fierce mana flow. A bold idea struck. If someone can sense natural mana and convert it to their own, it will settle in their body, forming a magical layer. Reaching down, mana streamed into his hands. This body's mana absorption is insane. Standing, he laughed. I can see what others only sense with a sixth sense. Haha. Watching mana swirl around his hand, here it is. Before, I could only vaguely sense mana. Now, it is crystal clear. Clenching his fist, he trapped it. Translucent petals seemed to signal something. Surprise flashed in his eyes. What just happened? Nearby, two boys chatted. I am bored. We just got here, and Dad's busy with other nobles. He has sidelined us. Let us show our faces and head back like last time. The other hesitated. Can we do that, brother? Digron, stepping on roses, scoffed. As if it is our birthday. Who cares? Think the Sogris heir cares about us. Crushing petals, he fumed. Stupid flowers. We are lost again. Why build such a huge garden? Dane, lost in thought, did not notice them. Dinar shouted. Brother, someone's there. Digron glanced. Huh, is that kid lost too? He called. Hey, you! That outfit, are you a servant? Dane frowned, turning to the arrogant voice. Digron gestured imperiously. Lead us out. Seeing them trample flowers, Dane rushed over, yelling, Get off! Don't you see what you are stepping on? Digron, enraged by Dane's tone, snapped. What, this kid dares yell at us over some grass? Dane pressed. Why step on flowers instead of the path? You have ruined them, Digron sneered. Ha, small but loud. Arrogantly, know who I am. Dane shot back. Yeah, a clumsy oaf wrecking flowerbeds. Digron raised his hand to strike. Clumsy? Who do you think you are talking to, servant? Grabbing Dane's collar. I am the son of Count Tyron, a guest of this castle. Dane's eyes flickered. Count Tyron, recalling, the noble I defeated and had imprisoned on the battlefield. An insufferable man, like father, like son, Digron threatened. Even in the southern sticks, you have heard of House Tyron, famous in the capital. We can make someone like you vanish without a trace, so watch your mouth. Seeing his attitude, Dane thought, talking to him is pointless. His raised arm clenched, ready to strike. Digron raged. You mad? A lowly servant dares look at me like that? A whoosh cut the air. Before anyone grasped it, Digron's eyes widened in shock. Dane headbutted him, his forehead slamming Digron's nose. Dinar, alarmed, shouted, Brother! Rushing over, he asked, Are you okay, Digron? Touching his nose, saw blood, roaring. This lunatic, what the hell, nosebleed, I am bleeding. His bloodied hand trembled. I will kill that bastard, Dane, as if hearing a joke, smirked, taunting. You, kill me, try it. Digron, enraged by Dane's demeanor, roared, Have you lost your mind? Fine, let us settle this, Dinar, anxious, cautioned. Brother, tend to your nose first. But Digron ignored him, glaring. Dane stood unfazed, meeting Digron's aggression with a dismissive glance. Stepping back, he effortlessly dodged a punch. Digron swung again. Dane ducked swiftly. Digron clicked his tongue. TCH, slippery brat. Noticing Digron's weak, unfocused strikes, Dane mused. He is definitely not a weapon user. While dodging, he analyzed. Then he is a mage or summoner. Seeing his brother flail without landing a hit, Dinar called. Brother! Digron, sweating, panted. This kid's too fast, I can't catch him. Dane stepped back again, a fist grazing past. The mana flow he would sensed earlier sparked a thought. If I can control that mana with willpower, could not I turn it physical? Should I try? Suddenly, a asterisk booms erupted, a blinding flash. Dinar gaped, seeing Dane with his hand raised, light radiating from it. Digron was flung back, skidding across the ground. Clutching his face, he wailed, My nosebleed won't stop. Mana swirled around Dane. He frowned at the scattered rose petals. Oh no, the garden's ruined. Digron, struggling up, shouted, Damn it, you can use magic. Who are you? Dinar pleaded. Brother, stop. This'll end badly. Digron shoved him aside. Stay out, I will kill that bastard. Raising his voice, hear my call. The air darkened around him. Dane, startled, realized. He is a summoner. A red vortex formed, and from it emerged a snarling wolf, claws bared, ferocious. Digron laughed smugly. Ha ha. Behold, this is Renpu, my summon. I will show you the price of crossing Digron Tyrant. Genu, tear him apart, Dane, stroking his chin, assessed. A common wolf can't compare to Sister Claire's dragon summons. The wolf bared sharp fangs. Digron commanded. Yes. Rip that dog's throat out. Dane squinted, unafraid. Genu's pupils contracted. Then it bolted, not at Dane, but to his side, tail wagging, glaring at the brothers. It lowered its head, submissive. The brothers stared, stunned, at the man and wolf. Digron gasped. What is happening? How? Genu, what are you doing? Tear that bastard's throat, Dinar stammered. Brother, it is wagging its tail. Digron, shocked. What did you do, Renpu? Dane, unfazed, patted its head. Good boy, still puzzled. What happened? How'd this happen? Recalling when Claire's dragon let him pet it, even her summons were friendly, but I thought it was our shared blood. Stroking Genu's coarse fur, this has nothing to do with the brothers. Why'd Genu come to me? Maybe I have got high affinity, or that jerk's affinity hit rock bottom. Ignoring his bleeding nose, Digron yelled, This is absurd. How can a summon betray its master? Dane looked up. Want to keep going? Digron, still riled, was stopped by Dinar, who sobbed, "Brother, give up, we have lost." Realizing he would met a stronger foe, Digron muttered to Dinar, "Quiet, I will unsummon it." Dinar whimpered, "Brother." His tone was off. Digron looked down, seeing Dinar had wet himself in fear. Half laughing, half crying, Digron cursed inwardly. "Damn, so embarrassing," Dane kindly offered. "The bathroom's on the main building's first floor." Digron grabbed Dinar's hand, dragging him off. After a few steps he turned back. "Stay there, I will be back. Let us go, Dinar." Dane watched silently, then shouted, "Hey! At least unsummon your beast." As dusk fell, he studied his hand. That was pretty simple. Recalling Claire's teachings about faint summoner-beast bonds. The weak link between that jerk and Genu. Raising his hand, he overwrote the bond with magic, binding Genu to himself. Walking, he glanced at the wolf floating above, moving with him, thinking he had no summoning ties. A spark flashed. "Just high affinity lets me summon." A commotion interrupted. Digron, the bully, returned with his father, pointing. "That is the bastard," Dane smirked inwardly. "Ha, that idiot's escalated it." Digron fumed. "He did not just bully me and Dinar, he stole my bond with Genu." A portly man approached, introducing himself. "I am Morgard Tyron, head of the noble house Tyron," he demanded. "Are you the brat who bloodied my son's face and stole his summon?" Dane, polite, nodded. "Yes, sir," recalling Mogard's disheveled state in his past life. "He is fatter than when I captured him." "Peace suits him," Mogard pointed. "As a guest I would let it slide, but this can't be ignored." Frowning, "Why are you alone here? State your identity." Knowing he could not hide, Dane sighed, then declared, "Dane, youngest son of Arkan, Southern Lord, and heir of House Sogris." Digron and Mogard gasped in unison. "What?" Staring at Dane, they could not believe it. "This kid is Dane." The two sides locked eyes. Mogard thought, "The youngest of House Sogris. This changes things." His mind schemed. He was captured by that man and gained nothing in battle. "I will turn this around, make the Count take responsibility, and use it to demand mining rights. Those nobles who scorn me will kneel." Clearing his throat, he asked, "You are the birthday boy?" Dane nodded. "Yes." Mogard, irked by his calm demeanor, gritted his teeth. "Arrogant brat, I did not come to this backwater south just to celebrate your birthday." Gesturing to Digron, Mogard demanded, "So what'll you do about this?" Feigning righteousness, "You injured my son, a guest you invited. You stole his summon." "That is a crime." Dane's face darkened, listening to Morgard's tirade. "Exactly. Today's your downfall. I will speak to Count Sogris and demand accountability. Let us go." Glancing at the falling petals and trampled roses, Dane spoke slowly. "I understand. But first, I demand an apology." Mogard scoffed. "What? An apology? Ridiculous," Digron chimed in. "That bastard," Dane explained. "Yes, I did hit your son's nose, injuring him, but I was threatened and acted in self-defense. I did not steal the summon, Genu chose to follow me." Digron insisted. "What? Genis would never do that." "Father, he is lying." Mogard stroked his chin. "Hold on. I heard the second daughter's a summoning prodigy, right? I get it. She must have taught him how to sever bonds," smugly believing he would crack it. "Even if you are telling the truth, losing a summon is tragic." "But you demand an apology," Dane affirmed. "Yes." Digron shouted. "Who does this kid think he is?" Dane frowned. "So arrogant, interrupting adults." Mogard, frustrated, thought, "Dealing with this kid is a headache." Calmer. "Fine, I won't scold you. Let us see what Count Sogris says." Dane met his gaze, sensing Mogard's eagerness. Noise drew attention. Arkan and Bout approached. Dane's father spoke. "Looking for me?" Dane called. "Father," Digron sweated, terrified. Mogard stammered. "Count Sogris." Seeing Bout, he panicked inwardly. "Trouble. Even Duke Thermion's here. I can't go head-on." Digron explained. "My brother and I got lost in the garden, so I asked your son for directions." Dane glanced at his blatant lie, then at his attentive father. That is, father. He knew Arkan cherished family but was not biased. Pointing to his nose, Digron lied. "He suddenly hit me, and he mocked me with weird tricks. I summoned my beast to scare him, and he stole it. He attacked me too." Dane bowed his head, dismayed. He lies so shamelessly. I am almost excited for his future. Morgard spoke. Count Sogras, I seek justice for my son. I meant to warn the boy, but stealing a summon is wrong. I can't overlook it. Arkan, composed. We can't judge one side's story. Reasonably, I will hear Dane's account, assess everything, and decide, right? For transparency, Arkan gestured to Bout. If you doubt my judgment, I suggest Duke Thermion offer his view. Bout nodded. If needed, I will do it. Morgard, speechless, cursed inwardly. Damn, Thermion's involvement complicates things. This feels bad. Arkan called. Dane, explain. Dane pursed his lips, thinking. Just recount what happened, pointing to footprints and scattered roses. Though slightly different from reality, some of Tyron's son's claims are true. Raising his voice, however, he trampled our carefully tended rose garden, adding, he grabbed my collar first, fearing his actions exposed. Degron, sweating, stammered. Since when? Mogard opened his mouth but said nothing. Arkan urged. Go on, Dane. Dane frowned. Also, I heard clearly, when he summoned Genu, he ordered it to kill me. Bout thought. What 7-year-old speaks like that? Dane asserted. I never stole his summon. Mogard shouted. Nonsense, skeptical. How could a non-summoner claim a summon? He must have used some secret skill, Dane countered. No, I have an innate bond with summons. One unhappy with its master will choose someone like me. Morgard sneered. Hilarious, Arkan asked seriously. Is that possible? Dane nodded. Yes. Mogard laughed. Haha, he does not expect us to believe that, right? Two completely different stories, Bout interjected. We should test it with the summon. The Tyrants paled, the Dukes interfering. Arkan, hand on Dane's shoulder. Can you prove it? Dane nodded. Yes, father. Degron glanced at Mogard, who eyed him back. Degron, lips tight, sweated profusely. What do? I can't summon Genu. Morgard pressed. Degron, what is wrong? Summon it. Hesitant. Father, Admitting, I can't. Mogard snapped. Why can't you summon what you call daily? Dane smirked. I severed the bond. Of course he can't. He spoke. Father, I will summon it. I will need his sigil. Degron, shocked. What? My sigil. Impossible. You want my sigil. Nonsense. Another summoner's unique sigil is useless. Arkan cut in. Per your words, even with your sigil, it won't work. So what is the harm in trying? Won't it prove you right? Degron, head bowed, cursed silently. Damn, he is right, I can't argue. Mogard, nervous but hopeful. Show them your sigil, Degron. Tears welled. But father? Mogard, silent, then roared. Now, Degron's sigil was handed to Dane. Holding it, Dane knew a summoner's unique sigil was unusable by others. But Genu, once Degron's, was now bound to him through his mana. The sigil was just a tool. Dane closed his eyes. Mana swirled around him. Genu appeared, nuzzling his hand. It licked his cheek, fawning. Arkan and Bout gaped. Degron cried, Father, how's my Genu? Morgard, incredulous, impossible. Bout marveled. Incredible. You said he never studied summoning. Arkan replied, Yes. I am unsure how this happened. Dane, patting Genu, sorry for summoning you for this, and thanks for coming. Morgard realized things had spiraled. Damn, this is a disaster, Arkan asked. What now? We have confirmed the summon. To Mogard, do you concede? Seems Dane was truthful. Mogard muttered. Looks like we misunderstood the summon theft. Forcing a smile. My son did not mean to kill Dane, right, Degron? Dane's blue eyes narrowed as Degron said, Yes, I just wanted to scare him. I never meant to kill him. Mogard nudged him. See? He did not mean it. Arkan glanced, knowing they were downplaying it. Dane clenched his fists, furious. This jerk keeps lying. A voice rang out. That is not true. All eyes turned. Dane, stunned, saw a girl approaching, Layla. Seeing his daughter, Bout asked, Layla, what are you doing here? She replied politely, I heard your voice while passing by. Greetings to Count Sogras and Count Tyron. Mogard, flustered, said, Right. Internally, this kid's the Duke's daughter. Arkan got to the point. What did you mean? Is he lying? Layla explained. I overheard their conversation during an earlier walk. Degron, shocked. What? She heard everything. Arkin gently asked. Is that true, Layla? Can you share what you heard? She nodded. It happened like this. Layla recounted everything. Dane thought, I did not expect this. Thanks to her, it worked out. After hearing the full story, Mogard scolded Daigron. What are you standing there for? Apologize now, hesitant, Daigron mumbled. I am sorry. I was wrong. Arkin shook his head. Save that apology for my son, not me, Mogard stammered. I understand. I was about to make him do that. He nudged Daigron. Go on. Knowing he could not escape, Daigron reluctantly approached Dane, muttering, Father. Silent, struggling, he forced out, Sorry, Dane. Layla wondered. Just bowing because he is cornered by a third-party witness. Is that really an apology? I can't accept this. Arkin, quiet, seemed to share her doubts. Dane stared at Daigron, thinking, From experience, being magnanimous here is smarter than being stubborn. He said, All right, I accept your apology. Daigron, surprised by the ease, exclaimed, Thanks, Mogard sighed in relief. That was close. Bout, arms crossed, thought, I knew he was special. He could have refused, since the fault's clearly theirs. Arkin concluded, You two can end this dispute. Dane accepted the apology. Personally, I won't overlook this. Glaring, You intended to kill my son with a summon, Mogard waved frantically. Count Sogris, that was not. Arkin cut him off. No excuses, Count Tyron. Take your family and leave this castle, Mogard. Stunned, thought. What, I came all this way without complaint. If I am expelled, it is all for nothing. I must stay. Desperate, Mogard grabbed Arkin's arm, pleading, Count, please forgive us. I will do anything you ask. Just this once. Arkin coldly shook him off. I need nothing from you. Guards will escort you out soon. Turning. Let us go, Duke. Bout nodded silently. Come, Layla. As they left, Dane glanced back, his look saying, Serves them right. Seeing Mogard berate Daigron, he thought. They started it, so they reap what they sow. I did not expect Father to be so terrifying when angry in this quiet night, Bout asked as they walked. Really? You took it down with a mana bullet? Dane nodded. Yes, sir. Bout frowned. Spear mastery, summoning, and now magic. Astonishing. Has history seen such talent? Arkin, beaming with pride, indeed. I am immensely proud of such an exceptional son. Layla, awestruck, turned. Really? Everyone's buzzing. Talent's one thing, but his composure. Kids usually get upset and fight to win, but not Dane. Hearing Bout say, I have no doubt your son will become a fine man. Arkin ruffled Dane's hair, smiling. Too early to say. We will see when he is grown. Layla looked up. Hearing the praise, today's resolution owes much to Layla. Without her witness, things could have gone differently. Bout. Slightly awkward, but he sees Layla's good side. Maybe he is pushing for a match. Layla just stated the truth. If it is no trouble, why not discuss a betrothal? Arkin thought. Don't tell me he wants Dane to marry his daughter. Looking skyward, he changed topics. Goodness, the sun set. It is almost banquet time. Rushing off, I will prepare, Bout called. Count Sogris. To Layla, walk back slowly with Dane. Chasing Arkin. Let us talk, Arkin. Layla, blushing, watched the noisy pursuit. Sighing. Can't stop, Father. Curious. Why did the summon ignore its master and obey you? Slowly I have seen summoner duels in the capital, but never this. Dane replied. I am not sure. It just happened. Layla pouted. You are hiding something, are not you? Unfair, I helped you. He glanced, puzzled. Unfair, I helped you too, with your swordsmanship. Recalling her joyfully hugging him, Layla flushed. Fair point. Dane nodded. She did help a lot. We are even now. Let us keep helping each other. Layla seized the chance, excited. Great idea. Let us use it now, Dane thought. So impatient. What is she after? Curious. What do you want? Thinking of the glowing sparks people mentioned, she requested, Teach me mana bullets, Dane. Surprised. What? Why learn that? Layla enthused. To get better. I want at least 2 mana cores before the academy. Dane, confused. She is so young, why rush? She shared. I want to excel and make my mother happy. She loves me so much. She would be thrilled if I improve fast. Dane realized. Right. I heard the adults mention Countess Thermion's serious illness. Pursing his lips, he paused, then said, "All right, I can't refuse." Layla cheered. "Really, truly, let us start tomorrow. I am here till then." "Or tonight." Unbothered, he replied. "Fine, either way. Mana bullets are not hard once you grasp magic flow." Her eyes sparkled, voice brimming with joy. "I am so excited. Your turn." "What is your request?" Dane frowned, thinking carefully. In the dark, his voice faded. "What I want." Scene shifts to the banquet hall. Guests enjoyed the feast. Someone whispered mysteriously, "I heard Count Tyron was expelled from the castle." Another, curious, "What did he do?" Clinking glasses. "His eldest son caused trouble." The know-it-all added, "Yes. He provoked young Master Dane and got schooled." "Trisk. Coming here and causing a scene so shameful," the voice continued. "Also, heard the rumor. Young Master Dane's an exceptional summoner." Gasps. "Oh, will House Sagras become a famed summoner clan?" "Not just that, he wields magic too." Someone marveled, "Goodness, really?" A finely dressed man spoke. "So you are young Master Dane, the one in the rumors." "I am Baron Open." "Know anything about the Eastern Open Territory?" Dane bowed. "A little, sir. I hear it is renowned for grilled salmon and sapphires." Open, pleased, laughed. "Ha ha, sharp lad. Indeed, Open's salmon and sapphires are unmatched on the continent." Nudging his daughter, "I heard you are talented in many fields." "Seems true. Almost forgot to introduce my girl. Sylvia, say hello." A small foot in blue doll shoes stepped forward. Dane, startled. "What? So sudden?" A green-haired girl in matching attire introduced herself. "Hello, I am Sylvia." "Nice to meet you." Dane, awkward. Hi, I am Dane." Sylvia leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially. "You are the future heir of House Sagras, right?" Hesitant. "What? That? I do not know." Sylvia grabbed his hands. "Don't play dumb. I heard you are gifted in many areas. Please look out for me. We might become family someday." Speechless but polite, Dane replied. "Sure, I will look out for you." Inwardly sighing. Why are kids today so forward? Seeing the two holding hands, Layla's eyes widened. "Dane, you are here, Dane." "Puzzled," said Layla. "And Sylvia?" Sylvia frowned, surprised. "Lady Layla." "They let go." Layla, stern, asked, "Who is she?" Dane fumbled. She is Sylvia." Sylvia introduced herself again. "Greetings, my lady. I am Sylvia Open, eldest daughter of Baron Open." Layla raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is that so? Nice to meet you." Noticing their forced smiles and tense atmosphere, Dane winced. "Ugh, that familiar hostility. Reminds me of Arabella and Claire." He concluded. "Girls are terrifying." Layla grabbed Dane's hand. "Sorry, I need Dane for a bit." Glaring. "We had plans, right, Dane?" Caught off guard but catching on, he said, "Oh, right? Sorry, Sylvia, let us talk later." Sylvia forced a smile. "Yeah, too bad." They hurried off. Layla fumed. "HMPH. She thinks you are some villain." Her face darkened. "I am the Duke's cherished daughter, second only to the Emperor. How dare she try to steal you?" Glancing back at Sylvia standing alone, she thought, compared to an Eastern Baron's daughter, they do not match. In the dark, Layla asked, "How do you know her? Is she your fiancée?" Dane protested. "Fiancée? No way, we just met." She smirked. "Really?" He shot back, annoyed, of course, seeing her cheerful smile, he thought. Her mood flipped fast. Leading her to a spot, he said mysteriously, "Look, we are here. My secret place, known only to me." Layla gasped. "Who'd guess a place like this exists?" Dane nodded proudly. "Yep, no one will disturb us here." He stepped forward. Layla followed eagerly. Admiring the ancient scenery, she squealed, "This is amazing! I did not know such a place existed." Looking up, she murmured, "No one will know what we do here." Dane agreed. "Exactly. Perfect for training." "Have you ever sensed mana?" Hesitant, she replied. "A bit. Not enough for a core, but I have tried absorbing it by breathing." He frowned. So you have not hit the surge phase." Surprised. "I self-taught on the battlefield." "I thought a duke's house would have trained her." Dane took a deep breath. "Let us start simple. First, Feel the mana you absorb into your body, Layla echoed. Feel it inside. He nodded. Yes. To project mana, you must control it internally first. Visualization is key, she repeated. Visualization. Dane raised a finger, circling it. Close your eyes and imagine mana swirling inside you, smiling playfully. Picture it like blood flowing through veins. Layla, confused, clenched her fists. Okay, I will try, but seeing her expression, Dane thought, she is lost. He said, hold out your hand. This'll help you use mana. Spread your feet, balance your center. It is basic. Layla relaxed. I knew you could do it. Closing her eyes, her brow furrowed, still tense. Dane watched closely. She blurted, Dane, it is not working, he reassured. It is basic, but it is your first try. Focus what is nearby. Arken, hiding behind a tree, observed the kids, chuckling softly. Oh ho, my young son's already teaching. Watching them, one teaching, one learning, he beamed. You have grown. Bout's voice startled him. What are you doing here? Arken jumped. Holy gods, Bout, scanning around, smirked. No need for that. Spying on a late-night lovers rendezvous, Arken stammered. What lovers? How'd you get here? Bout bowed. Am I intruding? You are too sneaky. Your wife's a legendary assassin, yet you learn nothing. Arken, embarrassed. I tried my best, Bout teased. If the estate's lord skulks around, people will gossip, old friend. Arken, speechless, skulking. I am just following my son, Bout laughed. What? You too, I am trailing my daughter. Arken sighed. I should not say this, but you are a hopeless father. A surprise shout came. You found it. Show me. They hushed, eavesdropping. Dane touched a barrier. Layla gasped. You have a spatial pocket, he nodded. Yeah, my sister made it as a gift. Layla, envious. Ugh, so jealous. My brothers ignored me since they went to the academy. Dane pulled out an object. Setting up a mirror, Layla asked. Why a mirror? He explained. I bought it for this. Seeing your reflection helps visualize more than just imagining. Skeptical. What? Really? He nodded. Looking in the mirror makes picturing things easier. Still doubtful. For real, Dane urged. Stand in front. Look at yourself. She complied. All right, I will try. Layla repeated the earlier motions. Dane observed, thinking. She is taking it seriously. She made odd noises. Bout whispered. Layla's taken a liking to your son. Arken, that obvious. Bout, knowing his daughter, nodded. Of course. She is not usually this open. Arken, puzzled. What happened? She is so bright. Bout's face darkened, silent. Recalling Layla's lonely silhouette, his voice softened. It is just her facade. I am not sure, inside. After her brothers left for the academy, her mother's been bedridden, unable to be with her. Layla stays by her side, making it hard to open up. Arken, confused. You understand her so well, why act cold to your own daughter? Bout lowered his head. Don't you see? Eyes closing. I have my reasons. Watching Layla's joy, his voice sank. I doted on my sons, and they grew spoiled. Arken, seeing her bright smile, dismissed. Don't lump Layla in with them. She would be hurt. Looking at Dane, he realized. No wonder she asked him for help. Bout pointed. You are as nagging as ever, Arken, flustered. What? Bout switched topics. Will you send your son to the capital? If so, could he stay at the ducal estate? Arken, silent, waited carefully. Layla shouted. I did it, I succeeded, right? Dane nodded. Yeah, great job, Arken. No rigid father said, I will let Dane decide, like Arabella and Claire. But if he wants the capital, I will follow your suggestion. Bout nodded. It would be great if you visited. Arken, losing composure. What? You want to bicker all day? Bout smirked. You have gotten sharper. Nearby squirrels scurried, startled. Lily stood close, arms crossed, silent. Where'd those two go? Acting so shameful. Glancing afar, she sighed. Seeing Dane dodge Layla's lunge, she thought. Love for children has a strange pull on them. I will pretend I saw nothing. Layla earnestly told Dane. Thanks, Dane. You are a genius. People call me one, but compared to you, I am not that great. He quickly encouraged. This is just the start. You will get stronger. Glancing around, Dane noted. Those two slipped away quietly. Layla asked curiously. Are you going to the academy too? She added. It is where all the Empire's geniuses gather. Dane hesitated. Not sure. Do I need to? I can train on my own to grow stronger. Layla stomped, scolding. Idiot. School's not just about studying. It is for building noble connections, she urged. You need to go to form bonds early. Dane chuckled inwardly. For a 7-year-old, she knows how the world works. Softly, he said. I get it, but I am not keen on the academy yet, he explained. There is a mountain of books I have not read in the library, and I still have much to learn from my parents. Layla interjected. True, but do not you want to play with other kids? I heard your older sisters all went to the academy. Dane sighed at her persistence. She is relentless. Compromising, I will think about it. If I decide to go, she insisted. Tell me if you do. Dane nodded. All right, Layla reminded. When you visit the capital, you and Ohari must stop by my place and watch me practice. Promise, Dane replied. Definitely. I will write if I come to the capital. Suddenly, she recalled. Oh, tonight, when will you tell me your request? He smiled. When I reach the capital. Layla's face fell. The next day, Layla bid Dane farewell. We are off. He stood with his parents, waving. Clutching a stone, Dane puzzled, staring at it, then asked Bout. What is this? Bout answered. Your birthday gift. Hope you like it. Dane examined it. Looks expensive. Bout explained. The thermion symbol is vengeance, the sword, and the smith. Our history began with our ancestor, a blacksmith, he continued. Thanks to him, our family owns the the continent's finest forge. Thermion weapons have led the empire, all crafted at that forge. Dane smiled. Yeah, I know. He recalled his past life. Every ore, weapon, and mystical artifact on the continent was forged there. Bout suggested. Show that symbol at the forge, and they will craft a weapon to your liking. It marks honor and skill. Arkan gasped. Heavens, that is a treasure, even royals covet. Bout, silent, patted Dane's head. Grow well and support your father. Dane replied. Thank you for the gift, Duke. After farewells, Layla waved goodbye. Lily knelt, asking. Sad to part with her. Dane nodded glumly. Yes, very. She is my first friend, Lily comforted. You will see her in the capital. Teasing. Get handsomer and shock her. Internally, Dane wished, I can't stay here forever. I will see you in the capital, Layla. Stay healthy. The carriage rolled away. Bout, pensive, thought. Strange. Closing his eyes, he recalled. Every time I see Dane, I think of that boy. In his mind, a heroic, tragic warrior appeared Argurk, a third-rank warrior at a young age. Bout mused. If he would lived, he would be a 6th-rank imperial knight. As the carriage moved, Bout gazed skyward. Dane, I want to see you grow soon. Days later, Dane studied an egg, muttering, I feed it manna morning and night. Too early to hatch. Staring, he speculated. Even without being a summoner, feeding manna to an egg, marking myself as its master before it hatches, could grant permanent control over a summon normally temporary. My mana quality must align. Other complex conditions might be unmet. He channeled mana. Some eggs never hatch if conditions are not met. Hope that is not it. Closing his eyes, he focused. Despite altering mana flow and strength, no response. Hugging the egg, it absorbed his mana, glowing brightly. Placing it back in its box, he consoled himself. Expecting instant success was greedy. Herman called. Young master, are you done? Dane replied. Herman? Coming. A strange noise sounded behind. Dane checked. What was that? Herman burst in. Young master, what was that sound? Holding the egg, Dane said. Wait, let me check. After inspecting, he laughed. Nothing's changed. My mistake. False alarm. Herman asked. Did the egg react? Dane shook his head. No, just my imagination. Let us go. At the training ground, Dane moved swiftly, wielding a sword with fluid strikes. His slashes were sharp and precise. After agile moves, he landed steadily. Herman clapped. Superb, young master. When did you train? Dane said. Just wanted to swing it. Herman gushed. Truly a genius. A sword prodigy too, Dane grinned. Learning new weapons is fun. I have not swung a sword in ages since father watched so closely. Good thing my skills have not rusted. Herman brought a tray of pastries. Snack first, then we continue. Dane agreed. Pausing training, he enjoyed the sweets. Training here's nice. Elsewhere, Arkin stood by a window, lamenting. Same old exhaustion every year, but we gained much from the last banquet. Pensive. Many nobles are eyeing the south. Most want ties with us, he realized. Since the war ended, the south's favorable climate holds what nobles crave. Their interest is obvious, sighing again. But their interest pales compared to the attention on Dane. Recalling earlier, the clash with Tyron's eldest son was unexpected, but Dane calmly explained the situation to adults. Worried by Dane's maturity, he confidently showed his talent. Too mature. Sometimes I wish he would act his age, childish. Just my wish. Checking the time. It is almost time. Turning, Dragon's Tail. Let him wield it today. Arkin, carrying Dragon's Tail, stepped into the training yard. Raising his head, he was stunned, mouth agape. Dane was expertly wielding a sword with precision and agility. Such remarkable swordsmanship, Arkin could not believe it, eyeing his son. Why is Dane using a sword instead of a spear? Frowning, he recalled. Right, that old duke must have said something. Why else would he practice swordsmanship after dedicating so much time to spears? Unaware, Dane continued, slashing with sharp, fluid motions. Arkin, pleased and proud, noted, he seems quite skilled with the sword. Observing further, he judged. The strength he is showing most lifelong swordsmen could not replicate it. Dane's resolute gaze stood out, unlike his peers. Arkin watched silently, wondering, when did he learn this? One thing was certain, he is talented in swordsmanship too. After Dane finished, Arkin approached. Dane, I have been watching. When did you learn swordsmanship? Caught off guard, Dane panicked. Busted. Better tell father the truth. Quickly, he said. I did not really learn it. Arkin paused. Is that so? Pure talent then. Skeptical, he listed. Spearmanship, magic, assassination, summoning, now swordsmanship. Frankly, if it were anyone else, I would never believe a kid could excel in all these fields. He asked, are you curious about this world, Dane? Confused? Huh, you mean... Arkin clarified. Yes, the world beyond these walls. His voice softened. This territory is too small for your talent. Staying here would hold you back. Dane, silent, lowered his head sadly, realizing he could not stay forever. But Arkin smiled warmly. We will prepare you to face the world. Shocked, Dane exclaimed. Really? Arkin nodded. Of course. Though reluctant, I must honor my son's wishes. Planting Dragon's Tail in the ground. Today, I brought something special. Dane, spotting it, gasped. This is... Arkin repeated. Recognize it. The dragon's tail that reacted to you on your first birthday. Dane recalled. Right, I remember. It responded to me. Arkin offered. Here, hold it. Dane took Dragon's Tail, and it reacted intensely, startling him. Marveling. Amazing. So much power. Arkin, thrilled. It is reacting even stronger than when you were a baby. Proudly watching Dane. No one can say it is because of me now. I will make his spearmanship shine brightest on this continent. Patting Dane's shoulder. I will ensure you master this spear before you go. Prepare. Dane agreed. Yes, father. Arkin added. Before that day, grow strong to wield it proudly. Dane vowed. Absolutely. Instead of the dragon's tail, I will honor your teachings with pride. Arkin laughed. As expected of my son, he asked. Shall we start? Dane replied. Yes. After training, Dane collapsed on his bed, muttering, the outside world. Reflecting, I have always been curious. He recalled his past life, lost in battlefield chaos. Smoke, death he remembered vividly. In that life, war was all he knew. Cleaning camps, maintaining weapons, eating bland food, then marching to battle. The brutal past offered two escapes, war's end or death. Dane thought sadly. Those were the only ways. I could not imagine life beyond, but as Dane, things differed. He wondered, how will my talents be used? How will the world receive me? What can I do? Rallying. But I can go anywhere, do anything. He valued this peaceful life, and regretted its tranquility. For a moment, he wanted to stay, basking in this warmth. His father's question shifted his perspective. Smiling faintly, resolute. All right, I will step out. A familiar voice interrupted. So, you have decided, son? Dane jolted upright. Mother, panicked. When did you come in? Lily smiled gently. Don't worry. You were so lost in thought you did not hear me knock. Dane scratched his chin, embarrassed. Oh, right. Leaning down, Lily said. Your father said you would be deep in thought. Are you curious about the world beyond our lands? Dane looked down. Yes. Father said staying here wastes my talent. After thinking, I am curious too. I am sorry, Mother. Lily's heart ached for her sensible son. Hugging him. No need to apologize, Dane. Still hesitant. But with both sisters gone, if I leave too. Stroking his face, Lily soothed. I am fine. I understand you, Dane. I know your talent. Even if you stayed, the world would call you choked up, Mother, Lily said softly. It would be wonderful if you could stay longer. Regretting lost moments, she gazed out the window. But go, do what you want, Dane. Nodding sadly. Yes, Mother. Even if I leave, I will visit often, and share what I see. Lily smiled. Thank you, son. Looks like I must prepare to send you out, like your father. Confused, Dane asked. Prepare, she revealed. I plan to teach you scouting slowly, but you will learn trap setting and evasion too. Dane wanted to flee. More special lessons from Mother, Lily listed. Oh, and body disposal. Right, human anatomy too. Terrified, Dane groaned. Gods, I will collapse before reaching the world. Undeterred, she enthused. I will teach you so much. Resigned, Dane mumbled. Yes, Mother. I will try. Lily gazed at him with pride and affection. Dane was grateful. Lessons from my parents, taught with love. Suddenly, he realized. Right, to face the world. Gazing at the radiant city, I must prepare well. In the southern region of the Altheon Empire, the Sogras Duchy thrived as a hub of development. Towering buildings lined the streets, blessed by a warm climate and abundant resources. This land had been a cornerstone for the empire, sustaining it through the war. On bustling streets, Arkan remarked to his staff, Thanks to Earl Sogras' governance, this region remains prosperous. Smiling, he nodded at them. With the war over and rebel remnants captured, people of all ages filled the streets, vibrant and lively. A lasting era of peace seemed to have returned. From above, the citizens below appeared small. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Heard the rumor, young Master Dane visited some shops, one said. Another gasped. Really? The first confirmed, yes, he bought something. The shopkeeper's daughter fainted. A brown-haired girl buzzed. Wow, the rumor's true. Her orange-haired friend giggled. They say he is getting handsomer. I would love to see him once. He is still single, should I try? The brown-haired girl jolted. What? You are crazy. Noticing her friend's flushed, drooling expression, she warned. Snap out of it, he is only 14. The orange-haired girl countered. From what I have heard, he does not seem 14 at all. The brown-haired girl blinked. Oh. Her friend nodded. Yeah, they say he is as tall as the Earl. The brown-haired girl marveled. Whoa, is it because the Countess is tall too? Superior genes? The orange-haired girl pictured Dane's sturdy frame, eyes sparkling. He probably looks 20, she gushed. Platinum hair, blue eyes, my heart would stop. The brown-haired girl laughed. Next time he is here, I am definitely watching. Wonder when he will show up again, her friend replied. He often visits that shop. The brown-haired girl recalled. Oh, right. The forest ranger told me this. Chatter echoed through the streets. The orange-haired girl said, Really? Then meet the ranger first. It will be easier. The brown-haired girl gasped. Wait, you are serious? Outside the duchy, in a coniferous forest, birds soared skyward. Wild wolves prowled below, howling. Warm sunlight filtered through the canopy, illuminating the ancient, magic-laden Doom Forest. Here, Dane undertook an escape mission from his mother. Moving lightly, he gripped his spear, a handkerchief fluttering in the breeze. South wind, he muttered, tucking it away and heading forward. I have seen Chiro spiders here, so I will go west. Lowering his cloak's hood, he thought. 3 hours till I must exit before sunset. Leaping off a tree like a hunting leopard, he sped forward, accelerating. A key assassin skill. Never let enemies spot you. Dane vanished into the air. He had to evade his mother's traps and escape this perilous forest, leaving no trace. Stopping at a clearing, he hid behind a large rock, panting. Looking up, Dane inhaled air and mana, holding it before exhaling. Sunlight blazed overhead. Blending into the scenery, hidden traps became visible. He sensed thin, interwoven threads in the air, nearly invisible threads everywhere. Touching them would trigger the traps instantly. Jamming his spear into the ground. Basic but deadly mechanism. Rolling up his sleeves. Good thing these are easy to disable. Suddenly, Dane froze, eyes wide. Giant rat-like monsters appeared, clinging to trees, glaring hostilely. Stunned, he thought, "Ugh, what?" One monster leapt from a rock, charging, followed by others bearing sharp teeth and spiky fur. Dane stiffened. "I am done, Rousselts. Here." As the terrifyingly fast Rousselts closed in, he decided, "Gotta deal with them quick." Reaching for his spear, he paused. Wait, touching a trap now would be worse. The Rousselts squealed, eyes blood red, jaws wide. No choice, he resolved. Gotta get out first. As they reached him, their grating keskek echoed. Without hesitation, Dane spun and fled, Rousselts hot on his heels. Running, he glanced back. The relentless Rousselts swarmed. But then, they crashed into the forest's thin threads, snapping them. Traps activated, arrows shooting from afar, piercing foliage, targeting the Rousselts. Unprepared, the monsters were skewered, falling one by one under relentless volleys. Turning, Dane grinned. Aha! Caught in the traps, dealt with them without lifting a finger. Suddenly, his eyes widened. One Rousselt dodged the arrows, charging, jaws gaping, drooling grotesquely. The lone Rousselt lunged at Dane. He swiftly dodged, tracking its movements. Surprised, he thought. Ugh, it is fast. Missing its mark, the Rousselt whipped around, glaring ferociously. It opened its jaws, spewing red liquid toward Dane. Alarmed, warning bells rang in his mind. That stuff's definitely dangerous. Spinning his spear, Dane created a shield-like barrier, deflecting the red liquid. He exhaled. Phew. Gritting his teeth. Can't waste time here. With that, Dane charged, vanishing instantly. The blood-eyed Rousselt rushed him. Dane's gaze sharpened. The beast bared its fangs, attacking. Elegant spear thrusts flashed in the air. Dane aimed the spearhead at the Rousselt, wielding it confidently. The charging Rousselt's head split in two, its eyes wide in disbelief. After felling it, Dane fled without hesitation, darting through the forest. The sun dipped, casting a red glow on the horizon, the sky painted with dusk. Panting heavily, collapsing. Ugh, I am dead tired. Drenched in sweat, Dane gasped, muttering, "At least I escaped the forest safely." Rustling sounds echoed. Irritated, he growled, "What now?" Grabbing his spear, he sprang up, thinking, "Damn it, when did I let my guard down?" Seeing the newcomer, he froze, shouting, "Mother!" Lily nodded, praising. "Well done, Dane." Facing him, she said, 3 minutes, 30 seconds. You are faster than me. Dane blinked. You were watching the whole time, Lily approached. Of course, I could not leave you alone. Smiling, I know your talent better than anyone, but as a mother, it is different. Dane replied, Yes, Lily ruffled his hair. You did great. I found no flaws. Concerned. Are you hurt? Dane assured, I am fine. Lily pinched his cheek. Really? At this rate, you will be recruited as an assassin. From her sleeve, a dagger flew out. Holding it with both hands, she offered. Take it. It suits you better now. Staring at the dagger, Dane gasped. Your dagger. I can really have it. Lily nodded, smiling. Of course. I do not use it anymore. Dane examined it closely. Lily explained. It is forged from mystic ore, absorbing elemental essences. His reflection gleamed on the blade. She added. It can hold any poison you want. Dane mused. I know it absorbs and uses toxins. Sheathing it. Thank you, Mother. I will treasure it. Lily beamed. Thank you. Shall we head back? Dane pocketed the dagger, thinking, Whew. Guess that is all Mother's training for now. Nearby, a scream pierced the forest. Kia. Startled birds soared. Dane and Lily scanned warily. Dane asked, Mother, did you hear that? The forest fell silent. Lily replied, Yes, sounds like someone's here. Let us go, Dane. He nodded. Yes. They sped out, scenery blurring behind them. At Sogras Duchy's auxiliary tower within the Grand Castle grounds, a faint groan echoed, Ugh, followed by an annoyed grunt, TCH. An old man jolted awake, shouting, "Arg!" gasping. As if from a nightmare, he calmed, looking around. "Where am I? I was eating mushrooms in the forest." The door creaked open, a voice calling, "You are awake." Dane entered with a water tray, approaching the bed. "You are still detoxing. Don't move yet." The old man studied Dane, wondering. "Why does this boy—" he asked. "Detoxing. You saved me," Dane replied casually. "Yes. You ate red cap mushrooms. Lucky we found you in time." Recalling the oddly shaped red mushrooms, the man paled. Those were red caps. Dane offered a glass, poisonous ones. A bit later, and you would be a corpse. "Drink this." The man took it. "Ah, thank you." He gulped it down. Dane thought. His belt has the Nixon Magic Tower emblem. He is no ordinary man. Recalling the rescue. "Without the dagger, I could not have saved him." After drinking, the man asked, "Thank you." "Where am I?" Dane answered. "Sogras Duchy's auxiliary tower." Surprised, Sogras Duchy, rubbing his forehead. "So I wandered south, got poisoned, and ended up here." He set the glass down. Dane said, "Rest. I have informed father. He will meet you soon." The man froze. "Your father, then? You are—" Dane replied, "Yes. I am Dane Sogras, youngest son of Earl Sogras." The man gaped. "Really? You are Arabella's brother, the genius all magic towers covet." Shifting topics. "How'd you find me?" Dane said. "I was training with mother in the forest." The man, recalling his Rousselt encounter, exclaimed, "What? In that insane forest?" He thought. "Even an 8th rank mage like me got lost. My mana flow reversed mid-spell, and I collapsed." In disbelief. "Really? That forest with ancient mana and traps everywhere?" Dane smiled. "Yes. It is our family's property. Dangerous for outsiders, especially since its mana differs from modern mages. Mages should not come here." "You were also poisoned." The man's face fell. "So I nearly died there." Suddenly, realizing something, he stared. "Wait, this boy's strong enough to train there." Hesitant, he asked, "You made the antidote too?" Dane nodded. "Yes." Seeing Dane's confident smile, the man thought, he is barely a teen, yet crafted an antidote requiring vast knowledge and precision. Incredulous. How does such a family exist? Thinking of Dane's sisters and him. Beyond 2 genius daughters. The youngest son, too. He mused. In wartime, Sogras Duchy would have been the Empire's most powerful house. Laughter echoed in the room. "Ha ha! I owe you big time," Dane replied casually. "Indeed you do." The old man, rescued by Dane from the forest, stared at him. He thought, "Look at this kid, quite bold." He spoke. "Ahem. I should repay my debts." Stroking his beard proudly. "First, allow me to introduce myself. I am Sidrain Gallius, former master of the Nixon Magic Tower. Name anything you want. I have everything, except what I do not." He was Sidrain Gallius, ex-master of the Nixon Magic Tower. Dane thought. He is probably talking about subspace. Smiling. Polite talk. Really? His mind wandered. Many mages live without homes, storing everything in subspace. Sidrain Gauss froze, staring in disbelief. "What is this?" I said. "I am a magic tower master." Normal people would be shocked or show respect, but this kid's unfazed. Flustered, he waved. "You won't get another chance like this. No need to be modest. Just tell me what you want." Dane lowered his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Sidrain Gauss beamed, pleased. Dane said, "I will take time to think about what I want, then let you know." This response made Sidrain Gauss grind his teeth, fuming. Ignoring me completely. "What kind of kid is this?" Dane steadied the tray, turning. "Rest well." Then, he headed for the door. The door slammed shut behind him. Sidrain Gauss sat on the bed, groaning. "Ugh!" He felt like crows were circling his head. Rubbing his head, he chuckled. "He is the first to treat me like this." Looking out the window, I planned to stay a day or two and leave. But not anymore. Dane exited with the tray. "Alone," Sidrain Gauss muttered. "I will stick around to investigate this intriguing fellow." "In the Sogras mansion," Herman exclaimed. "Master of a magic tower. He must be a magical genius," Dane replied. "Definitely. From what I have heard, he is an 8th rank mage." Herman marveled. "Whoa, 8th rank, higher than Lady Arabella." Wiping sweat, Dane said, Well, yeah, that is true. Herman, thinking of Sidrain Gauss, said, You mean a powerful figure owes you, young master. Magic towers function like independent nations on this continent. Glancing at his sword, Dane replied. Who'd imagine he is such a big shot, Herman wondered. But why was a magic tower master wandering in the forest? Practicing sword swings, Dane answered. It is no ordinary forest. Mages see it as a forbidden zone. They call it the Doom Forest. Herman gasped. If it is the Doom Forest, even mages face challenges. He is lucky you saved him, young master, staring at his reflection in the blade. Dane fell into thought. Turning to Herman, Herman, get me a new sword. These are too light and short. Herman flinched. Oh, those are war-damaged swords the Earl brought back. No wonder. Pausing, he added. I will prepare a longsword for tomorrow's training. Dane swung again. I will finish today with this. Dane's lips twitched, as if to speak. Recalling his talk with Bout, he thought, I have that. The seal Duke Thermion gave me. Smiling. 7 years since that day. Clouds drifted overhead. If I visit the capital, I will definitely see him. Arkin waited at the training ground. Seeing Dane, he said, Dane, you have trained hard today. Dane replied, Yes, father. I thought you had business outside. Back early, Arkin grinned. Things wrapped up faster than expected, and I had a reason to hurry home. Dane understood. Is it because of the magic tower master? Thinking of Arabella, Arkin said. Partly. Who knows? He might help Arabella. Maybe a good mentor for her. Dane worried. I am not sure he can handle her temper. She punched an annoying senior. Arkin patted Dane's shoulder. You saved another life. Great job, Dane. Dane replied humbly. I just did what I had to do. Arkin beamed. Not everyone could. Dane smiled at Arkin's praise. What you did was remarkable. As they approached, 2 maids opened the door. Dane asked, My sisters could not come this time either, father. Walking together, Arkin replied. Seeing my daughters is tough. Arabella just finished a long semester and is choosing a magic tower. Claire was asked to assist a professor at a meeting. Dane chuckled. Both are impressive. My sisters really are. Arkin glanced up, but I have high hopes for you too. Laughing. Thinking of how you surprised Bout makes me chuckle. Mentioning Bout, Dane recalled the Duke's swordsmanship. Smiling, Duke Bout Thermion. I would love to spar with him again someday. Looking through a window, how's Layla doing? Her last letter was a year ago. Picturing her smiling face, I will find out when I reach the capital. Days later, Sidrain Gauss. Agitated voice echoed in the mansion. What? I am not fully recovered? I am going crazy stuck in this room. A Sogris servant, hands on hips, sternly warned, Ahem, do not wander far. And no magic for now. Sidrain Gauss gasped. What, no magic? The servant confirmed, yes. Your mana flow is not pure yet, and we have not neutralized all the poison. You will need to wait. Sidrain Gauss sighed. Guess I have to. It has been a while since I could not use magic. A change of pace. Grumbling, he stood. But I can't stay here longer. Let us go outside, the servant sighed. You do not even know your way around. Ignoring her, Sidrain Gauss slammed the door and left. The servant fretted. If he causes trouble, I will be the one punished, right? Outside, maids gossiped. Mages are split geniuses on the left, lunatics on the right. An orange-haired maid said, Listen, he has paced the first floor dozens of times. Now he has been staring at flowers in the back garden for hours. A chestnut-haired maid puzzled. But is not he supposed to be the strongest mage? The orange-haired maid retorted. So what? He is definitely crazy, the maids whispered. Lady Arabella needs a normal life, but meanwhile, in a blooming garden nearby, butterflies danced with flowers. Sidrain Gauss crouched, admiring them, muttering, Who created this garden? Plucking a flower, I did not expect these to hold such extraordinary magic. Someone approached. I checked on you but did not find you. So you are here. Sidrain Gauss turned, seeing Dane, and laughed. Ha ha, thought I ran off, huh? Standing, he adjusted his clothes. They say I must stay until I am fully recovered. Dane nodded, smiling. Yes, that is what I hope too. Sunlight warmed the scene. Sidrain Gauss remarked. This is a fine place to rest and recover. Savoring the vibrant city, now I see why nobles head south for vacations. Dane replied. True. It is wonderful. I am a bit reluctant to leave so soon. Sidrain Gauss blinked. What? You are leaving? Where to? Dane smiled. Not far. I am heading to the capital. Sidrain Gauss stroked his beard. Ho, the capital. To the academy, right? Thinking of Dane's sisters, he asked. Your sisters are there too, are not they? Dane nodded. Yes. Sidrain Gauss added. They will have an easy life there, he thought. His sisters are famously talented, so how gifted is this boy? Staring at Dane, Sidrain Gauss pondered. Should I test him? He flinched, sensing vibrant blue energy coursing through Dane. Eyes wide. What is this dense mana? Unbelievably concentrated. Dane stood confidently. Sidrain Gauss marveled. If his peers' talents are streams, this boy's a raging waterfall. Dane looked puzzled. Sidrain Gauss froze, confused. Such mana should be unstable, even explosive. How? Before he could ponder further, Dane spoke. Isn't it a bit rude to assess someone's magic without permission? Caught? Sidrain Gauss rubbed his head. Oh, you noticed. Sharp skills. Ahem. My apologies. I was thoughtless. Still thrilled, he thought, no way I believe this. Can someone really have such dense mana? Dane frowned. What is he so shocked about? Sidrain Gauss stared at Dane, thinking, wait, why can't I see any magic tears? With that density I should see them. Suddenly realizing something, Sidrain Gauss paled in shock. He sensed two powerful energy sources at Dane's heart. Could this kid have two mana cores? Overwhelmed, he blurted. How did you form your mana core, Dane? Puzzled. Is something wrong? Sweating, Sidrain Gauss shouted. Of course! You have insane mana. And you are still wielding a spear, urgently. And you use magic that only needs a core, no tears. Are you abandoning the greatest talent ever? Dane, confused, asked. Can't I use both? Sidrain Gauss, furious, clenched his jaw. Clutching his head, he yelled, Arg! So frustrating, where do I start? Thinking of magic swordsmen, he asked, know why magic swordsmen have short lives. Without waiting, they are strong with both a mana core and tears, but they clash. When they collide, problems arise. It is natural law. Mana compressed in the core flows to the tears, which can't handle the impact and explode. Dane paused. I have researched a lot. But is this really impossible? Sidrain Gauss, exasperated, crossed his arms, eyes shut. TCH, such wasted talent. In the garden, butterflies fluttered. Dane pondered, then asked. Can't magic be used without tears? Sidrain Gauss replied. Not impossible, but without tears, refinement. How do you cast spells needing pure magic? He added. Others have thought like you, but most I know failed. Dane pursed his lips, patted his chest, and said seriously. Then I will try. Sidrain Gauss stammered. What? Dane spread his hands. I have not tried, but it seems doable. Sidrain Gauss, enraged, thought. This crazy kid saying what? Dane continued. If I rearrange the magic code. As he spoke, he tested it. Energy surged from his body. Clenching his fist, energy rippled. A blazing red flame ignited in his palm, crackling with magic. Through the flame, Sidrain Gauss saw Dane's smirk. Dane said, Oh, it worked. Just a basic first-tier spell, though. Sidrain Gauss paled, shouting, What? How? Thinking. No tears. Yet he used magic. Seeing Dane's confidence, he stuttered. Unbelievable. You should only cast raw magic through tier refinement, yet. Dane waved, forming a magical cage with hollow pentagons, seeing his mansion through it. He said, My sister Arabella says I have a high magic affinity. Maybe that is why. Sidrain Gauss, eyeing the cage, exclaimed, Ha ha, even so. He froze, paling, thinking. Is this what people mean by inimitable talent? Innate genius. Dane adjusted the cage with mana, surprised. It really works. I can use magic without tears. Now I get it. Sidrain Gauss trembled, leaning on his knees. Innate mana affinity, stunned, and purer, denser than anyone alive. Looking at Dane, he doubted. Does this person really exist? Sidrain Gauss staggered toward Dane. Want to be my disciple? His excited voice echoed. Hold on, chasing Dane, let us talk. Ignoring talent like yours is a waste. Seeing Dane's disinterest, Sidrangau sped up, blocking him. No second-tier magic. Annoyed, Dane replied. I do not know the code, so I can't. Sidrangau laughed. Oh, perfect. Be my disciple, and I will cast 8th-tier magic. Dane, uninterested, turned away. Thanks. I will pass. Sidrangau, veins bulging, roared, Grr! Amid the tension, footsteps approached. Arkan, hands behind back, arrived. Haha, did not expect you to bond with my son. Dane, surprised, father. Arkan smiled. What were you discussing? Dane said. He keeps asking me to be his disciple. I declined. Arkan mused. Disciple? Overhearing, Sidrangau rushed to Arkan, grinning. Earl Sogras, your son has the talent of a great mage. Arkan chuckled. Really? Sidrangau patted Dane's shoulder. Greater than you can imagine. He used chain tier magic without tears. Arkan, shocked. No tears. True, Dane. Caught off guard. Dane nodded. Yes, father. Arkan laughed. Ha ha, impressive. You probably lack basic magic knowledge. Sidrangau praised. That makes his talent more remarkable. Arkan grinned, as expected of a former magic tower master, spotting my son's talent instantly. Sidrangau replied. Not just talent, a genius. He could be a rare magic swordsman. Picturing Dane in knight armor, sword raised, Dane shouted, Good sword! Better than a spear! Arkan's face darkened, frowning. Magic swordsman. Dane sweated, thinking, Ugh, he should not have said that in front of father. Oblivious. Sidrangau laughed. Exactly. A magic swordsman. Finally interested, right? Be my disciple, and I will take full responsibility. I will make him the Empire's strongest magic swordsman. Noticing Arkan's expression, Sidrangau sweated. What is wrong? Why do I feel uneasy? Before he could think, Arkan roared. He won't be a magic swordsman. Sidrangau, defensive, argued. Why not? A sword-wielding mage. Isn't he perfect? Arkan glared. My son Dane will be a magic spearman, not a swordsman. Sidrangau froze, thinking, What? That is the issue, Dane. Sweating, played dead. Arkan, veins bulging, glared darkly at Sidrangau. Sidrangau thought, Haha, why is everyone in this family like this? Sunlight warmed the auxiliary tower. For a mage, being a disciple was significant. Reading, Dane thought, staring at a book. Mages nurture successors through inheritance, a tradition from ancient times, even now with modern magic education. Closing it. Right, a tower master seeks not just a disciple but a successor. Recalling Sidrangau as pestering him. An 8th rank archmage buzzing around me means my talent is incredible. Adjusting his clothes. After all that praise, I feel something stirring inside. Eyes widening. Oh, I know. He recalled Arabella giving him a crystal orb, saying, Pour magic into it when you want to see me. Dane opened the door, grabbed the orb, and muttered happily, All right, let us ask Arabella. Elsewhere, Dane's voice called, Sis. In a library, Arabella heard. Sister Arabella, it is me, Dane. She froze, looking up. Her pen paused. Beaming, she replied, Dane, my little brother. In the library, Arabella's astonished voice rang out. What, Dane? You cast a first-tier spell? Shocked. You do not even have a magic circle, Dane replied. True, but I did it anyway. Arabella gasped. I knew you were a genius, but this is unreal, Dane explained. Magic circles only purifying and cycle mana. Maybe my mana's already pure enough. Leaving the library, Arabella said. That makes sense. Thinking of a glowing blue gem. Oh, I have a way to test this. Dane, I will send a magic stone to your room's teleporter. Just pour some mana into it. Dane agreed. Got it. Sitting before the crystal orb, he thought happily. Big sis is so good to me. Mana's always fascinated me. The orb glowed. Advice from a 6th rank mage is invaluable. Arabella interrupted. By the way, if you can cast spells, she warned, you will draw a lot of attention at the academy. Dane froze, anxious. I do not want that. Now in a quiet spot, Arabella laughed. It is unavoidable. Talent attracts eyes. Tell me if anyone bullies you at school. I will deal with anyone who messes with my little brother. Dane recalled. Oh, I almost forgot. I heard you broke the nose of that guy hitting on you, Duke Dell's second son, right? Thinking of that jerk, Arabella gritted her teeth. Don't mention that creep. Passersby glanced at her outburst. Embarrassed, she fell silent until they left. Then, by the way, even without a magic circle, could your mana get purer over time? Dane replied honestly. I do not know. Arabella said, I will look into it later. A female student rushed up, shouting, Senior Arabella, the professor's looking for you. Reluctantly, Arabella bid farewell. Ugh, Dane, I gotta go. I will call you back. Dane replied, See you later, sis. Arabella promised, I will send the magic stone soon. The orb returned to its soft cushion. Dane thought, I am stepping into a new world. Grinning, I never expected my mana to be this pure. Muttering, Do I have a dragon's heart or something? At the auxiliary tower, Sidrain Gallus groaned. Ugh, I am done for. Cross-legged, hand on the chair, he thought. I probed him with mana, making things worse. I plan to leave early, but I can't. Gritting his teeth. Until he accepts my offer. Recalling his enthusiastic pitch. Oh, perfect. Be my disciple, and I will teach you 8th tier magic. Yet Dane refused. No, I do not need it. Sidrain Gallus fretted. How do I convince him? Considering his assets, should I offer magic artifacts? Or my lifetime's knowledge? He sighed. That is too much. If he still refuses, I will lose everything. A knock came, with Dane's voice. You in there, it is Dane Sogris. Sidrain Gallus perked up. Is he accepting my offer? He called. Come in, the door opened. Dane approached. Good, you are here. I need to talk. Curious, Sidrain Gallus asked. What is up? Seeing Dane smile, he thought, wait, is he? Standing, rubbing his head, haha, I knew it. You want to be the disciple of an 8th rank genius mage like me? Dane denied. Nope. 2 teacups were poured. Disappointed, Sidrain Gallus asked. Then why are you here? Didn't you say you were not into magic? Sitting across, Dane smiled. I never said I was not into magic. Sidrain Gallus puzzled. Then why not be my disciple? Got a master already, Dane replied. No, I do not. Sidrain Gallus fumed. Is this kid toying with me? Grinding his teeth? So why are you here, Dane? Serious, thought. I do not know how to progress to 2nd tier. Learning from Big Sis is tough, since she is far. Recalling saving Sidrain Gallus. He owes me his life. Learning from him is best, Dane declared. I do not want to be just a regular mage. Sidrain Gallus, confused. What? A spear mage then? Dane shook his head. No, I will be a mage, spearman, assassin, summoner. Sidrain Gallus, exasperated, smacked his head. What? That is a real class. Dane sipped tea, smiling. Oh, and swordsman too. Sidrain Gallus scoffed. Ridiculous. Dane drank calmly. Frustrated, Sidrain Gallus asked. You are still refusing me, knowing this is your only shot. Dane nodded. Yup. Sidrain Gallus pondered. Damn, he is stubborn. Eyes widening. Oh, this might work. Slamming the table, he stood. Want a recommendation letter? Dane, mid-sip, paused. Recommendation letter. Sidrain Gallus grinned. Heard you are heading to the academy, right? My letter will get you straight in. Dane set his cup down, silent. That is tempting. He agreed. All right. Sidrain Gallus, thrilled. Great! Let us discuss details. Dane countered. Can I set conditions? Sidrain Gallus, gleeful. Thought. He is hooked. I will seize this and trap him. Laughing. Of course, name them, Dane asked. Can you teach me how 2nd tier magic works? Sidrain Gallus agreed instantly. Absolutely. I know every spell in the world. Dane pressed. Really, I am counting on you. Sidrain Gallus, surprised by the ease, haha, no problem. Looking at Dane, he thought. He is young. A letter or 2nd tier magic is nothing to me. Eagerly, shall we start? My condition's not great, but it is fine. Dane nodded. Let us do it. Standing, Sidrain Gallus gloated. He is in my net. Dane added casually. Oh, I will consider this repayment for saving you in the forest. Sidrain Gallus froze. What? Dane smiled. You said it yourself. You owe me your life, so I can ask for anything. I have stated my request. Sidrain Gallus, furious, clenched his fists. What about being my disciple? Dane shook his head. No way. Sidrain Gallus, crestfallen. I got played. stunned. Tricked by a 14-year-old. Pointing, he shouted, "Hold on! You asked for 2 things. I only owe you 1 favor." Dane remained calm. I do not think so," said Gallius, confused. "What?" Dane explained. "First, I saved you from the forest and used Lily's dagger to detox you. Second, I purged the poison from your body. Casually, I also carried you back. But I won't count that." Sidrain Gallus, teary, wailed. "Why is this kid so cunning? Ugh, my back aches." At the training ground, they faced each other. Sidrain Gausius, arms crossed, looked up, thinking, "No big deal." Smiling, he schemed. If I keep persuading him, he might change his mind. It would be a waste to let a born genius slip. Resolved, he turned away. Condensing a mana core before a magic circle is trivial. What matters is you cast spells without one. The second-tier magic methods I will explain are complex. Turning, he glanced at Dane. "Many give up here. Warning. Listen closely." Dane smiled, nodding. "Sure." Sidrain Gausius thought. "Look at those eager eyes," clearing his throat. "But I won't let you succeed easily. I will teach you manners." Dane, puzzled, watched, unaware of Sidrain Gallius' thoughts. At the training ground, Sidrain Gauss spoke gravely. Second-tier magic is a whole different level from first-tier. You must calculate mana quantity, ambient mana levels, and your physical state simultaneously. Staring at Dane. "That is why most abandon magic, it is too complex." Smirking inwardly. "How's that? Understand me." He will beg for simpler terms. Raising a finger. "That is the gist." "Got it." Dane smiled, nodding. "Yes, I understand." He explained. "From my perspective, magic requires learning a lot, not just its mechanics but things I do not yet know." Sidrain Gallus, shocked. "What? You actually got it all?" Stammering. "Then tell me about the laws of magic." Scribbling, Dane said. "The first law is coexistence. Picturing a vibrant world, mana can coexist with the physical world and other mana sources. Thinking of fluttering butterflies, through coexistence, mages use their mana and ambient mana to cast spells." He continued. "The second law is conservation." Sidrain Gausius froze, stunned. "Unbelievable." "He grasps magic's essence," Dane elaborated. "If mana gathers enough material elements, conservation allows casting spells with various elemental attributes." Sidrain Gallus, sweating, thought. He is adding his own insights. Reassessing Dane. Most find this dull, but not him. How does such a person exist? Brushing it off. Each tier exponentially increases complexity. Instead of explaining, I will demonstrate. Spreading his arms, mana swirled around Sidrain Gausius. A magic spear shield formed before him. He explained. "This is a first-tier spell, cast using simple laws." Dane, observing and noting, memorized his words. "But from second tier up, it is different. First tier can't compare." As he spoke, the spear shield tightened, mana shifting. Sidrain Gallus introduced. "This is how second-tier magic works." Dane mused. "They interweave complexly. It feels tougher than theory." Sidrain Gallius, smug. "See? This is the fire arrow spell second tier. To do more, you must cast it repeatedly." Thinking. He is shocked, right? Never seen second-tier mechanics. Dane touched the spell. "Looks intricate." Sidrain Gauss' voice echoed. "Most take a year after mastering first tier to start second tier." Smirking. "No matter how smart, you will only grasp part of it. The laws are key. If you do not get them, nothing else matters." Planning. "I will watch him for a week, then teach techniques slowly." Dane pocketed his notes. "Should I try?" Sidrain Gauss glanced up. "Huh. You," chuckling. "It is tough, but go ahead." Dane readied. "All right." Sidrain Gallus' eyes widened. Dane closed his eyes, sensing mana and magic. Then opened them. Mana surged, wrapping his outstretched arms. A spear shield, identical to Sidrain Gausius, formed. Dane asked. "This is first tier, right?" Sidrain Gallus, stunned, "Yes." Examining it, he made precise lines and dimensions. Impressive. First tier's easy for him. Dane's spell shifted, growing complex. "And this is what you showed me." Sidrain Gauss jolted, thinking. Seriously, he perfectly copied second-tier mechanics after one look. Blurting. How'd you do that? Dane replied. I memorized the laws and patterns while watching. Smiling. Visualizing it was not too hard. Sidrain Gausa stared, thinking. Beyond imagination. Even a genius like me took time for second tier. He does it without tears. Dane bowed. I will try the fire arrow too. Sidrain Gallus. What? Dane. Silent, manipulated mana flow. Pure mana intertwined. With a serious expression, fire arrows emerged from the woven mana. Dane said. Oh, it worked. Sidrain Gallus gaped. Huh, he cast it so easily. Watching Dane toy with the arrows. Absurd. With this talent, I would have reached 9th tier. Dane maneuvered the arrows. Am I doing it right, Sidrain Gauss? Dazed. Yeah, very impressive. You learned fast. Dane beamed. I am surprised I got it first try. Sidrain Gauss thought. A mage without tears. The world will go wild. Deciding, I must hide this talent. All sorts will harass him, at least until he is my disciple. He said, Let us move to another spell. Dane replied, Yes. Sidrain Gauss mused, I need to plan that academy recommendation letter. At night, through the window, the starry sky shone. Dane exhaled. Phew, magic lessons were more fun than I thought. On his bed, I need to master theory and practice, since I can use magic. Recalling his past life, sword bloodied on a mountain, I had to abandon magic, never knowing when I would die. I fought everyone. Studying magic was a luxury. To survive, I swung my sword. Unread tomes haunted him. As magic required theory over practice at times, it makes me excited for this life. He recalled Arabella's tutoring and past theories, plus my pure mana and innate talent. Thrilled about casting second tier that afternoon, I can excel with simple guidance. His first magic attempts. Thinking of Sidrain Gauss. Taught by a former magic tower master. Excited. What magic tomorrow? 2 weeks later, at the auxiliary tower, Arkan exclaimed, You want to make a magic potion? Facing Arkan? Sidrain Gauss replied, Yes. Lacking materials, I will need to leave the domain. Arkan pondered. A potion already, Sidrain Gauss said. Don't worry about the boy. He has learned 4th tier mechanics. Arkan, shocked. Doesn't each tier take a month? Potion info is not easy to get. Suspicious. Where'd you learn that? Besides Sidrain Galcakis. Dane grinned. From magic books in the library. They fascinated me. Sidrain Galtius patted Dane, laughing. Truly a genius. I never thought you would be curious about potions. Most find them dull. Rubbing his head. Even picking materials excites you. Guaranteed, Arkan mused. Finally he nodded. Fine. It will be valuable experience. Since you are going out, check the domain too. Dane beamed. Yes, father. In the bustling Sogras duchy, where towering buildings stood close together, the streets hummed with activity. Citizens spotting Dane on horseback turned to look. It is young Master Dane. Take some new snacks with you. His silver hair fluttered beautifully today. Dane smiled, greeting them. Everyone doing well. I will grab snacks later. Sidrain Gauss glanced at him, thinking, Earl Sogras does not seem bad. Well, given how he has treated me, that tracks. A fruit stall lined the roadside. Sidrain Gauss remarked. The South has great food, pleasant weather, and friendly people. Scanning the enthusiastic locals. A rare sight in the capital. Dane grinned. Yes, it is warm here. Sidrain Gallus changed topics. How long till we reach the magic shop? Dane leaned forward, smiling. Not sure. Never been there. Sidrain Gauss blinked. Huh. Dane turned to Herman riding behind. Herman, guide us from here. Herman smiled. Yes, young master. The trio galloped swiftly. Herman led, calling. This way. Not far now. Dane replied. At the magic shop? Gasps echoed. Wow, is that really young Master Dane? A woman's gentle voice added. His silver hair and emerald eyes are as stunning as rumored. Ignoring the comments, Dane said, Thanks for having us. Asking the shopkeeper, How's business lately? She crossed her arms, smiling. Same old. Few locals buy magic tools. I sell to foreigners and magic enthusiasts. Glancing at Sidrain Gallus. I am honored to meet the former Tower Master, Lord Sidrain, here, Dane thought. She recognized him at a glance. Makes sense. Few become Tower Masters in the Empire. The shopkeeper bowed, brows freely. Call if you need me. Dane nodded. All right. Sidrain Gallus spoke. Since it is your first time here, explore. I will chat with the owner, Dane replied simply. Okay. The shop brimmed with rare magic tools. Dane thought, whoa, so many cool things, chin in hand, and something odd, almost eerie. Excited, he examined further, touching displayed items. Touching magic tools lets me sense their magical reactions. Closing his eyes, must be my high magic sensitivity. Opening them, he turned. What is that sound? A strong reaction from over there. Looking up, what is it the shopkeeper called? Young master? Those are just decorations. Dane, disappointed. Oh, really? Sidrain Gallius suggested. Why not check some potion ingredients? Moonroot's great. The shopkeeper eagerly showed moonroot. Perfect choice. Used in at least 50 potions. I grew these myself. Top quality. Dane mused. Strange. Despite turning away, he still sensed magic from the so-called decoration. Turning back, he pinpointed a stone. It is this. It is humming. Drawn to it, he rushed over. Herman paused, worried. Young master, what is wrong? Dane replied. Herman, I feel something from this stone. Herman, puzzled. It is just decor. Staring, Dane said. I am not sure. But it is odd. Picking it up, got it. The more magic I pour in, the stronger the reaction. Thinking, does it only react to my magic? Nearby, the shopkeeper held moonroot, praising. Great eye. Ideal for samples. Sidrain Galzus pondered. I will take this moonroot pile and some crowberries. Dane interrupted. What is this? The shopkeeper turned, seeing the stone, surprised. Where'd you get that, Sidrain Gallus? Curious? What is that stone? She replied. Oh, just decorative stuff. Dane, shocked. Decoration. Thinking. No way. What decoration reacts to magic? The shopkeeper sighed. That stone makes me mad just thinking about it. Sidrain Gallus asked. What is wrong? Got scammed, she explained. Years ago, some peddlers paid me with a big package. Recalling, I opened it. And there was that stone. The guy was gone. Panicked, I had it appraised. It is just a stone, nothing more. Had nowhere to put it, so I left it there. Dane? Puzzled. Weird. It is clearly not ordinary. The shopkeeper gestured. Young master, for something better, check here. I have special magic artifacts. Those are finely crafted. I will show you. Dane, reluctant. Okay. The shopkeeper picked up an item. This is a card scroll. Dane, distracted, this place has cool stuff. Staring at the stone. Glum. But I only want this. Pointing at the scroll, she enthused. Put it in, and it stores info you want. Say a name, and their card appears. Dane cut in, I will take the scroll. And this stone. The shopkeeper froze. Why that useless stone, Dane, resolute. I will definitely need it. Sidrain Gallus, nearby, wondered. What is your plan for it? Dane grinned, not answering. Outside, Sidrain Gallus said. Didn't expect you to like decor or art. Is the stone special? Dane laughed. You noticed, Sidrain Gallus admitted. Of course. Why else buy a useless stone? Dane replied. Exactly. It is not just decor. It reacts to my magic. Sidrain Gallus mused. Is that so? Looking at Dane, I do not know what it is, but now I am curious. Too crowded here. Let us head back to examine it closely. Dane spurred his horse. All right. Evening fell. At the auxiliary tower, Dane asked. Know what it is, Sidrain Gallus retorted, underestimating my priceless tools. Confidently, with them we will figure it out, even if a mage said it is nothing. Pointing to his equipment. Whatever they say, can it compare to this? Crossing his arms, he grinned. I spent a fortune on this cutting-edge analyzer. It can dissect anything. Dane beamed. Awesome. Let us test it. Sidrain Gallus placed the stone on his device. I am pretty excited. Explaining. Put the stone here, then infuse your magic. He touched it. Magic swirled around the stone and his wrist. The stone glowed brighter, almost blinding. Light turned to beams, magic dancing in the air. Sidrain Gallus kept contact. Dane, awed, thought, something special's happening. Stroking his beard, Sidrain Gallus smirked, finally showing itself. Proudly. All right. Suddenly, cryptic symbols emerged from the stone's beams, multiplying along them. Dane gasped. Magic codes. Sidrain Gallius lifted the stone, eyeing the symbols. Yes, but not ordinary magic. Gazing at the swirling magic codes around Dane, Sidrain Gallius thought, incredible. This is a spell with laws and casting structures I have never seen. It might rival 6th or 7th tier magic. Dane turned to him. So the magic hidden in the stone is what is manifesting this spell? Sidrain Gallius nodded. Exactly. Your magic is the key to unlocking it, since it only reacts to you. Dane studied the stone, curious. What is it? What is the magic inside? Why only my magic? Sidrain Gallius said. The sealed magic feels unfamiliar. But as a former tower master, I will try to figure it out. Dane smiled. If we succeed, I might learn why my magic is different. Sidrain Gallius agreed. Likely so. Outside the auxiliary tower, sunlight streamed. Sidrain Gallius, voice echoed. Hope it works. At the academy, in Arabella's personal lab, her frequent haunt shelves brimmed with books. A typewriter sat on her desk, half-finished notes scattered. Arms crossed, Arabella stood before walls plastered with papers. It is definitely different. Clearly not standard magic. Touching a note. A unique trait. Dane's magic has a special quality, even I lack. Deep in thought. But which magical field does it fit? The results do not say. Considering fields, potion magic, portal magic, technical magic. If not these, then what? Muttering. It must fit something. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Her voice filled the lab. Aha! A lost field of magic code. Dane's magic would suit it. Rushing across the lab. Where'd I put it? She rummaged through books. Finally, grabbing one. Here, alchemy, divination, spiritualism, necromancy, and primal magic code. A book fell from the pile. Hearing it, Arabella turned, spotting it. Oh, this is... Picking it up. Ancient magic text. Holding it. Thinking back, there was an ancient magic kingdom. Plus, spells inherited from Akina. Musing. Since it is 2,000-year-old magic, no one knows how to use it. Arabella chuckled. Ha ha, what am I saying? The great magic vanished 2,000 years ago. Dane's magic can't match it. Glancing at the books. Whatever. Nothing to lose. Softly, let us try. She spread her arms, serious, casting a spell. Mana poured into the typewriter. Closing her eyes, it clacked. Surprised, she opened them, seeing text appear, murmuring, something's showing up. Pulling the paper, curious, what is it, alchemy, divination, or reading? Hope it is not necromancy. Her eyes widened, shocked. No way. Her voice boomed, what the hell? Meanwhile, with Dane and Sidrain Gallius, blue magical light lingered. They stared at the stone on the analyzer. It cracked into pieces. Sidrain Gallius cheered. The seal's broken. Dane, unsure. Something inside. Sidrain Gallius replied. Yes, I will get it. He reached into the cracked stone, pulling out a bracelet. Dane eyed it. A silver bracelet. Sidrain Gallius, puzzled. Looks like a cheap market trinket. I expected something special. But it is empty? Holding it out, since it reacts to your magic. Try wearing it. Dane, caught off guard. Oh, okay. Taking it, he slipped it on, watching for changes. Instantly, it glowed blue. Sidrain Gallius exclaimed. See, it is reacting. Dane stared. I see strange symbols. Sidrain Gallius, excited. What? Let me see. Dane asked. Know what they are? Leaning in, Sidrain Gallius gasped. This is... Thrilled. Yes. Nervously. Ancient script no one can read. Dane, curious. The ancient script you mean? Sidrain Gallius explained. Symbols used by the ancient Akina magic kingdom. Dane's eyes sparkled, recalling Arabella's childhood tales of Akina's thriving era, where even trinkets were magical. She said it ended one day, leaving only ruins. Thinking. All that remains are relics, stories, and this magic code. Sidrain Gallius sat on the bed. Haha, I knew your magic was special, but tied to the ancient kingdom, Dane added. That is probably why I moved so easily in the forest. Sidrain Gallius raised an eyebrow. Seems so... That forest's magic stems from Akina. Thinking, I have always wanted this kid as my disciple, Dane interrupted. But I do not see anything else in the bracelet. Sidrain Gallius. Eyes closed. Explore it slowly. Don't tell anyone. Dane nodded. Yes, I will follow your advice. Suddenly, a loud tremor shook the area, followed by booming sounds. Startled, Dane asked, "What is that noise?" A series of loud, relentless booms echoed. The white-haired Sidrain Gausius cried out, "Don't tell me this alarm means a monster attack." Grinning wickedly, his eyes glinted. "Perfect! I am nearly fully recovered. Time to stretch a bit and repay my debt." In contrast, Dane remained utterly calm. Infuriated, Sidrain Gausius shouted, "What are you doing? Grab your spear!" Dane did not respond, instead calmly reaching into his pocket, pulling out a strange green stone. Sidrain Gausius, surprised, asked, "What is that?" "It is making the same sound as that noise." Dane finally spoke. "This sound is not from monsters." Holding the stone, he explained, "It means my big sister's trying to contact me." Stunned, Sidrain Gausius exclaimed, "What? You should have said so." Dane smiled sheepishly. "No way monsters would appear here." "Excuse me. I will talk to my sister." Sidrain Gausius fell silent, visibly annoyed, blue energy still swirling around him. Ignoring him, Dane spoke. "Yes, sis, what is up?" Arabella, holding an identical green stone, spoke with slight worry. "Dane, why'd you take so long to answer?" he replied. "Sorry." "What is the matter?" she said. "While analyzing your magic code." Mid-sentence, she gasped. "Wait, is someone with you?" Noticing her tone, Dane teased. "Don't tell me you have figured out my magic's ancient too," Arabella, shocked, shouted. "What? How'd you know?" After explaining, she understood. "I see. While you and Lord Sidrain analyzed some stones, you realized they are from the ancient magic kingdom. And only your magic triggers them," Dane confirmed. "Yes." Sidrain Gausius, silently listening, thought. She deduced that just from analyzing his magic, I knew she was a genius, but she is beyond imagination. Arabella asked, "Does anyone else know?" Dane replied. Satisfied, she said. "Good. Dane, listen carefully. Lord Sidrain, please hear this too. Keep this secret. If it leaks now, the consequences will be overwhelming." Sidrain Gausius cleared his throat. "Lady Arabella, I have heard much about you from Dane." She replied, "Lord Sidrain, I jumped into this without introducing myself." "My oversight," he reassured. "No worries, I will keep this secret. If it gets out, not just Dane, but the entire Sogras family will face dire consequences." Arabella admired. "As expected, you grasped the stakes instantly," he asked. "Is this conversation recorded?" She answered. "Number, it vanishes when we end." Relieved, Sidrain Gausius said, "Good. No one wants stray evidence. I plan to return to the magic tower and investigate this." Arabella thanked. "Thank you for helping us," he clarified. "No, Lady Arabella, I am just acting on a mage's duty. It is nothing." Shifting topics, "I heard you are choosing a magic tower." Decided yet? Dane stayed quiet, slightly embarrassed. Arabella, reading Sidrain Gausius, replied, "Not yet, but I am not considering Niction. It is not my field." Sidrain Gausius thought, I wondered who Dane got his decisiveness from. His sister. To ease the awkwardness, he chuckled. "I see. You do not have to join our tower." Dane mused. "Sis is pretty blunt." Though not joining Niction, Arabella respected it. "I am sure talented people will join your tower." "Anyway, Dane, we will discuss details later, okay?" Dane agreed. "Sure. Take care, sis." The call ended. Sidrain Gausius praised. "Your sister's become quite impressive." Dane, unsurprised, "Of course. She made this too. Says these compact crystal orbs are trendy among young mages." Sidrain Gausius nodded. "Indeed, impressive. But I do not need one. At 8th rank, I do not care for communication. For important matters, people can meet me directly, right?" Dane replied. "I see." Thinking, sounds like he has no friends. In Dane's home, Arkan's voice rang. "Great magic, that worries me." Dane smiled. "Don't worry, father." Arkan stood, hands behind back. "If anyone targets Dane, they will pay." Lily, his mother, added, "Sounds good. I will silence anyone after my son my way." Dane thought. They are radiating killing intent, but with them protecting me, I am safe. Arkan, stroking his chin, speculated. "If true, does that mean ancient magic runs in our bloodline?" Lily calmly said, Good question. We do not know if our ancestors had it. I will check my family's side. Dane listened, thinking. If both sides investigate, will they find anything? It is not crucial. But I am curious. Lily shifted to Dane. You have already surpassed many limits. Sitting beside him. Staying here will hinder your growth. Consider moving to the capital now, Dane exclaimed. The capital? Arkin added. Yes. You know, the academy requires you to be 14. You are old enough now. I wanted to keep you a couple more years. But there is nothing left here for you to learn. Lily touched his hand. Dane, if you choose this, you can leave whenever you are ready. Dane thought, I did not expect them to think like that. Arkin, hands on hips, beamed. Dane, you will do great. Go unleash your talent. Dane replied calmly. I understand, father, mother. I have decided. I will prepare for the academy. Arkin, pleased. Good choice. Dane, equally thrilled. Great. Time to level up. With Sidrain Gallus, the mage remarked. Bit sudden, huh? Your choice, Dane nodded. Yes. Sooner than expected. Like Arkin, Sidrain Gallus approved. Good call. Staying here would limit your talent, such a waste. After pondering, Sidrain Gallus crossed his arms. One piece of advice, do not reveal your talent too quickly. He continued, the academy welcomes talent, but not everyone does. Dane recalled. Right? Arabella told me. She faced insults for hers. Sidrain Gausius warned. Ordinary kids won't keep up. The Thormeyer family's another story. Dane remembered. Oh yeah. I told her I would visit if I went to the capital. She would be upset if I did not. I should think about what weapon to make with Duke Thormeyer's seal. Sidrain Gauss planned to accelerate Dane's learning. Let us see. If you join the academy in 3 months, leave in 2. Dane agreed. Sounds reasonable. What about you? He replied. I will return to the magic tower. I have work. Thanks to you, I am out of tea. If I find clues about great magic or related matters, I will tell you. Dane, delighted. Really, I would appreciate that. Sidrain Gallus returned to studies. Now your lessons. With little time, we must speed up to reach 3rd tier. It is tough, 2nd tier's nothing compared. Dane, unopposed. Yes, I will study hard. Searching his bag. Oh, I prepared a gift for you. Sidrain Gallus, surprised. Really? Dane handed him a wooden box. Yes. Arabella sent it via instant teleport yesterday. He added. It is brand new. Sidrain Gallus asked. What is it? Dane explained. A new compact crystal orb, not yet on the market. Arabella invented it. She adores me, so when I asked, she gave me one. Sidrain Gallus admired it. Small and beautiful. I do not need it. But I will kindly accept your gift. Dane added. Please use it to contact me. Seemingly distracted, Sidrain Gallus studied it. Oh, I can encode my code here. Dane thought. Says he does not need it, but he is excited. Dane showed him how to use it. Yes, do it here. Sidrain Gallus, thrilled, so simple. Seeing his enthusiasm, Dane worried. Hope he does not call me too often. Alone in his room, Dane pondered the academy. I need to prepare seriously for the next 2 months. He aimed to master summoning magic to some degree, prioritizing, I will target the summoning class, earn a summoning seal, and join the aptitude exam. With Arabella as a professor's assistant, I will see her often. Lost in thought, he remembered. My egg. He would forgotten to infuse his friend with magic. Grabbing it, blue magic enveloped it. Staring. For 7 years I have infused it day and night, but no reaction. Still, he trusted it. If the magic I have poured in stays, and my friends absorbed it, it will hatch someday. At the academy where Arabella worked, she spoke with her brother, Dane. The entrance exam system is simple. There are 2 tests, she said. Dane, surprised. 2 tests. She nodded. Yes, a general exam and a specialized one. Dane asked. Got it. Can you explain more? Arabella said. The general exam is a preliminary to sort candidates. It covers culture, history, and empire-related topics. You will pass it easily. She added, the better you do, the better, as it counts toward admission. Moving on. The specialized exam is, as it sounds, you pick a major and test on it. The content depends on the professor, but I am sure you will ace it. Plus, you have a recommendation letter. Dane recalled. Oh, right. You breezed through it too, did not you? She smirked. Yep, no challenge at all. Explaining further. Once you choose a major, you are locked into it for the exam. Standing by a window, hands on hips. Unless you switch later, Dane replied. Got it, she added. So choose carefully. I still hope our little brother picks magic, Dane thought. She is not giving up, huh? Unfazed, he said. All right, I will think about it. He asked. If I want to change majors after enrolling, is switching the only way? Arabella clarified. Usually, yes. Unless you graduate and restart, adding. You can also take other majors classes. Dane, training diligently, listened. Arabella noted. From third year on, advanced major classes exclude outsiders. Pausing his training, Dane considered her words. So I will need to pick one major to focus on. Suddenly, Arabella exclaimed. Oh, right. There is a program called the Elective Major for Talents Like You. Dane stopped, intrigued. Really, sounds cool. At the campus courtyard walking, she said. But unless you are aiming to fail, no one applies. Dane, puzzled. Why? She replied. Because no one's ever passed it. Unfazed, he said. I see. Her tone grew worried. Don't tell me you are thinking of trying it, he quickly denied. No way, sis. Lord Sidrain's here. I will call back. The call ended. Arabella rubbed her head. Am I pushing him too hard? No, but magic's... A distant voice called. Senior Arabella, the professor's looking for you. Snapping out. Oh, okay, I am coming. Sidrain Gallus handed Dane a letter. Here, the recommendation I promised. Dane beamed. You really wrote it. Stroking his silver beard, Sidrain Gallus boasted. Not just formalities, I put real effort into it. I have written a few, but this is my most heartfelt. Consider it an honor. Dane stared at it. Thank you. I won't let you down. Sidrain Gaius tilted his chin, feigning annoyance. If only you would agreed to be my disciple. But even then, I doubt you would call me master, obediently. Dane froze, thinking, how'd he know? Sidrain Gaius asked. Ready for the trip? Dane replied. Yes. I do not have much to bring. The academy dorms are well equipped anyway. He nodded. True, but some hog the facilities. You are not one to lose to them, right? Dane imagined. Sounds like the academy's a den of nasty nobles. Growing serious, Sidrain Gaius warned. Don't forget, it can be harsh there. Act dismissive, and many will show their true colors and bare their fangs. Picturing a battlefield. It is practically a war zone. Dane nodded. Understood. Sidrain Gaius added. If you need me, contact me. That crystal orb's really useful. I will make good use of it. Dane, puzzled, asked. Why do you sound like you are leaving? Surprised. You noticed. I am going tomorrow. Dane exclaimed. Really? Sidrain Gaius said. I can't stay forever, can I? Your father offered me a magic advisor role, but I will consider it later, when I am free. Placing a hand on Dane's shoulder, I have got tasks to finish back at the tower. Thought I was done, but there is still much to do. Dane thought. Is he talking about great magic? Helping him helps me. Not bad. Sidrain Gaius crossed his arms, looking up. Thanks, kid. Dane replied. Thank you too. Smiling. I am excited to see how strong you will get when we meet again. Dane smiled back, silent. After the talk, Sidrain Gaius prepared to leave. Turning, he waved. I am off. Don't see me out. I will get embarrassed. Dane said, Take care. As Sidrain Gaius' figure faded, Dane felt a pang. Maybe because we bonded so long, I am a bit sad he is gone. At Dane's home, Lily's voice sounded. Lord Sidrain left safely. Dane's leaving today, right? Arkan replied. Yes, he is ready, Lily said. He is leaving early, so I am relieved. He won't run into trouble, will he? Arkan placed a hand on her shoulder. We are using Arabella's portal. What could go wrong? Lily relaxed. I worried for nothing. Arkan, proud. We have raised our kids well. Other families, kids, squabble over airships. Outside the door, someone lurked. Arkan continued. We will decide clearly someday, but I do not favor anyone. It was Dane, ready to depart. He entered. Father, mother, Arkan asked. Dane, you are here. Leaving now, Lily reminded. You brought my token and neon, right? Dane grinned. Of course. She placed a hand on his shoulder. If you are in trouble, go where I told you, and show the token. Dane nodded. Yes, I remember. Your old colleagues, she confirmed. Yes, close friends. It has been a while, but they will help. Arkin's eyes grew wistful, thinking. Will our Dane go there and become an assassin? He said. Dane, in the capital, meet Duke Thormeyer before the academy. He will assist you. Dane agreed. Yes, father. Lily, teary. Dane's grown so much, leaving us. Arkin rubbed his head. Send him off with a smile, my lady, she replied. Hurry, we won't go far. Dane thought, I am about to leave, but my feet feel heavy. Gripping his bag, he said, I will go now. Heading downstairs, Arkin watched from above, instructing Jarrett. Follow closely. Ensure Dane reaches the portal safely, then report back. The cloaked man, only eyes visible, replied, Yes, master. He vanished. Outside, Lily stood by a table. It has been a while, Shadow, she ordered. You know what to do. Watch for anything odd when Dane teleports. Instantly he departed, following Arkin and Lily's orders. Dane walked to the portal with Herman, who marveled. Young master. Seeing this is amazing, Dane nodded. Yeah, it is the portal Big Sis prepared. Herman praised. Lady Arabella is truly remarkable. Dane nodded. Yeah, now I see why she spent a whole year on this. Pointing at the portal, Herman asked. If you enter, will it activate instantly? Dane replied softly. Probably. As the portal opened, he thought, how much effort did she put in? He recalled Arabella researching teleportation. Instant teleportation was not just about rearranging codes like other spells. It required combining that with continuous magical energy. Yet her portal was a perfect device, meeting all conditions for instant teleportation. Herman interrupted Dane's thoughts. Take care, young master. Dane patted his shoulder. You too. Herman's eyes seemed teary. Dane approached the portal, steps nearing. Standing at its center, he awaited its activation. Thinking, Sis said, infusing magic into it will trigger it instantly. He cast a spell. The power surged, dazzlingly bright, forcing Dane to shield his eyes. His magic spread outward. Eyes shut tight, he peeked moments later, astonished. Lush green trees appeared. He would teleport it successfully, arriving in the bustling capital. Crowds thronged the streets. Dane, atop his horse before the city gate, said, I am here. Looking up, he read. Athensia Capital Gate. A voice called, I have been waiting. A sword-wielding man in a green cloak bowed. Young Master Dane. A large scar marked his face. He introduced. I am Elwi Asma, captain of the Thormier family's first night squad. Recognizing him, Dane exclaimed, It is you, thinking, the captain himself greeting me, that is awkward. Elwi declared. We will escort you. Turning sternly, he ordered, Secure the route. 2 soldiers replied. Yes, captain, he shouted. Let us move. Dane, still on horseback, said, I appreciate the help. Suddenly, he thought, stepping here feels surreal. I never imagined I would enter the heart of the Athensia Empire I once despised, as a promising figure no less. Grand houses lined up, imposing. A voice called, Come see magic, not an everyday chance. The crowd grew denser. The same voice. Hurry, it is cheap. Magic frozen PHET, just 1 silver coin. Observing from horseback, Dane mused. Strange. I did not expect the capital to be this lively. Louis pointed. That is the Thormier estate. Dane looked, awed. What a grand mansion. He followed Louis's group. Suddenly, an odd unease hit him. As if someone watched. Lips pursed. Am I imagining it? Entering the Thormier estate, Dane walked on carpeted paths, not dirt, with servants lining both sides, bowing in unison. Welcome, young Master Dane, he replied. Thanks for the welcome, noting their precision. Such discipline. Their etiquette and strength feel natural, unlike the South. At the estate's gate, Duke Thormeyer awaited. Seeing Dane, he knelt. Greetings, Duke, rising, hands behind back. It has been a while. Warmly, he asked. Dane? You doing well? The trip must have been tough. Come rest. Praising. You have changed so much since 7 years ago. Among your peers. Hand on Dane's shoulder. Even compared to those a year or two older, no one matches you. Arkin must be proud, Dane replied. You flatter me, Duke, the Duke said. It is no Beck River, but while preparing for the academy exam, rest here. I will assign a personal servant. Ask for anything. Dane nodded. Yes, definitely. By the way, how's Lila? The Duke replied. She is fine. But are you two fighting, Dane? Surprised. Huh, what do you mean? The Duke continued. Lately, mentioning you makes her upset. Dane puzzled. Really, I do not get it. Stroking his chin, the Duke mused. Maybe exam pressure. But Lila should pass easily. Dane said, I will talk to her. Thinking, what is up, puberty? The Duke advised. We will discuss later. Don't be too harsh with her. Dane, shocked again. Huh. The Duke did not clarify. You will understand soon. Dane wondered. What does that mean? Pointing to Dane's room, the Duke said. Rest now. A servant will guide you. The servant, at the room, said. Please rest well. Dane replied. All right, thanks. The door shut. Alone, I will stay a week and prep for the exam. Scanning the room. This guest room's a bit lavish, huh? Setting his bag down. First, unpack, then find the training area. A girl entered from outside. Standing behind, she said, I will take you to the training area. Recognizing her voice, Dane exclaimed, Lila. Hands on hips, she snapped. Dane, why are you so late? I waited forever. Turning, Dane grinned. Lila. Excited. Long time no see. How have you been? Lila replied. Fine. Really fine. Stepping closer. But do not you have something to say? Confused, Dane asked. Huh. What? Fuming? Lila shouted. Why did not you write me, clueless? Dane blinked. Letters, Dane stammered. I meant to reply, but forgot. Sorry, Lila shouted. Sorry's enough, he explained. I came here in person, did not I? Preparing to leave for the capital left me drained. Forgive me this once. Lila tilted her chin. Unconvinced, Dane thought. She is really mad. Trying to appease her. Name anything to make up for it, and I will do it. Lila perked up. Really? Pondering, she took her time. Worried, Dane thought. Gotta get out of this. What is she planning? Impatient, he asked. So what should I do? She replied. All right, how about a friendly duel? Surprised, Dane echoed. A duel. Excited, she said. Yeah, fight me. Growing nervous, he asked. Lila, sure about this? Let us try it. Smirking confidently, she teased. You sure you won't regret it? I am way stronger than before. I am not the girl learning mana release from you anymore. Dane thought. That confidence shows how much she has grown in 7 years. He added. Speaking of, you mentioned winning a tournament in your letter. Lila, surprised. You remembered. I won the Sparrow Crest, hosted by the Royals. Dane exclaimed. Right, that is it. The tournament for teens under 15 across the Empire, right? Lila confirmed. Yep. A high-standard competition. If you would come, we would have faced off in the finals. Such a shame. Dane grinned. That regret can be settled now. Lila, who'd proposed the duel, now worried. You sure you have got the entrance exam? What if you get hurt? Dane thought. Who should be worried? Not wanting to upset her, he said, I will be fine. Lila, reassured, did not object. Good. It is late today. Tomorrow, first thing, we duel. The next morning, Dane's voice rang. Training weapons. They stood in the training yard, Lila asked. Still using blunted weapons? He replied, no, but it is a friendly match. Training weapons are fine. Adding, even the best warriors can't handle every situation. What if we get injured? Lila quickly said. Don't worry, Hela. The Empire's best healer works for my family. Dane pressed. What if Hela can't fix it, Lila? Stumped, faltered. Seeing this, Dane said. To wield edged weapons, you need that mindset. Annoyed, Lila snapped. It is just a duel. Why so serious? Sighing at his insistence, she relented. Fine, training weapons it is. Ordering a servant. Bring me training weapons. The servant obeyed. Yes, milady. Watching her, Dane thought. She is become the proud girl rumors spoke of. Recalling gossip. They say she will soon match her brothers, active knights. Maybe Duke Thormeyer's raised the first female heir. Musing. Back then, teaching her mana release was a big motivator. Childhood memories with Lila surfaced her adorable younger self. Lila, too, recalled Dane's words. Thanks to you, I learned mana control faster than my peers. Now, I have 2 mana cores. Staring at him. I have waited for this day. If I win, will you be upset? A servant brought weapons, handing them to Lila. Milady, your weapons. She took them, thanks. Tossing a staff to Dane, he caught it, surprised by its lightness. Right, training weapons are light. As the duel began, Dane felt odd, thinking, something off. On a battlefield, I would use anything. Stomping into stance, he called. Ready to start, Lila replied. Yes. Gripping the wooden staff, Dane crouched. Lila held a wooden sword, thinking, lucky. I faced a spear user at Sparrowcrest, not tough. Recalling, like Dane now, spears have range, but lose impact up close. Spotting her strategy, she charged, thinking, rush in. Lila attacked confidently, her sword like a loosed arrow, inches from Dane. Thinking she would win? Got it. Suddenly, Dane vanished briefly. Shocked, Lila gasped. What? Where'd he go? A spear tip rested on her shoulder. Dane was to her right. Stunned, she shouted, Dane, he said. Good thing it is a training weapon. A real one could have been bad. Still confused, Lila stammered. I hit your sword, thinking. Unbelievable. Dane slammed his spear down. Let us restart. That tactic won't work again, so move carefully. Lila, furious, clenched her fists. Dane, you... Resuming stance, she thought. It has been a while, so I am tense. This time, I won't hold back. Suddenly, she thought. Oh, father. Duke Thormeyer watched from a balcony, arms crossed. Dane noticed, guessing. He is here to see the outcome. Reading his intent, I get it. After Lila's Sparrowcrest win, he has been worried. Dane resolved. Today, I will ease those worries. Lila's aura flared. Dane, get ready. Father's watching, so I am going all out, he replied calmly. Bring it. Lila raised her sword. Dane gripped his spear. They clashed fiercely. Weapons blurring, Dane's arm muscles flexed visibly. Lila unleashed a swift, spiraling attack. Dane defended. Unflinching. Smirking, Lila taunted. How's that, Dane? Not easy, huh? Swinging, Dane parried. We are just starting. Give it your all. From above, Duke Thormeyer observed. Still evenly matched. What is next? Noticing something? What is this unease? Studying Dane's face, he saw a change. The earlier smile was gone, replaced by a warrior's resolve. The duel between Dane and Lila was fiercely balanced. Each of Lila's swift sword strikes was effortlessly parried by Dane. Her attacks grew faster, both moving nimbly. Dane stood firm, spear angled at 45 degrees, while Lila charged, sword parallel to the ground. Gritting her teeth, she calculated her chance. Her sword neared Dane's waist. Instantly, he lowered his spear, striking her sword arm, dislodging the blade. It clattered to the ground. Lila gasped, stunned. Dane said, Looks like I win again. Duke Thormeyer exclaimed. She lost again. Turning to his aide. What do you think, Asma? Will this humble Lila's arrogance? Elwie replied. So you knew? The Duke nodded. Of course. It showed before the Sparrowcrest. After winning, it fully surfaced. Below, Lila fought Dane intensely, visibly rattled. The Duke watched closely. I planned to talk to her, but self-realization is better. Elwie agreed. A wise choice. The Duke asked Lowy. How many mana cores do you think the boy has? Look at Dane's precise dodges. Lowy pondered. At least 3. The Duke disagreed. I think 2, maybe 3. Elwie, puzzled, rubbed his chin. Why? The Duke said. Observe. He noted Dane's hand speed dominating Lila, then his footwork, not just speed but strategy. It is tactical movement. Lila, shocked. You blocked everything. Dane twirled his spear. Your movements. Bluntly, I can mostly predict them. Lila wondered. Is he a diligent swordsman? The Duke mused. Maybe. Likely no real combat experience. Hands behind back. To Elwie, I can't believe my eyes. His gaze grew stern, recalling 7 years ago when Lila matured most. She would greeted, Hello, Earl Sogris, before Arkin and Dane, the Duke thought. After the southern inspection, meeting Dane changed her. Maybe now too, Elwie nodded. It is fascinating. Milady won Sparrowcrest but can't use her full strength. Earl Sogras trained him differently. The Duke countered. You misunderstand Arkan. Explaining. He is strict, but not harsh like me. Dane did not need harsh training. Elwie, confused. What do you mean? The Duke replied. Overwhelming talent. Pausing. Ordinary people dare not surpass. Watching Dane, the Duke marveled. Dane's a genius. He speculated. He likely skipped Sparrowcrest out of disinterest. Elwie listened, understanding. Is that so? But he thought. No way he was not interested in Sparrowcrest, the dream of every imperial youth. The Duke added, no one his age can rival him. The duel dragged on. Lila collapsed, exhausted, hands on the ground, dazed. The Duke hoped, Lila, realize your flaws here. Drop that arrogance, focus on swordsmanship, and you will surpass your brothers. His high expectations for her were clear. Sweating profusely, Lila thought, as expected of Dane. I can't beat him. He is a talent, but the gap is huge. Dane shouldered his spear. You are tired. Let us stop. Silent briefly, Lila laid down her sword. Fine, you win, Dane thought. The Duke's wish is fulfilled. She has realized she is not the best. Lila, frustrated, demanded. How do you train? Dane replied simply, diligently. Infuriated, she shouted. Who does not train hard? Turning to leave, he said, train harder. Stunned, she grasped something from his words. Dane waved. I am off. Lila yelled. Next time, you won't win, calmly, he replied. I will wait. Walking away without looking back. Lila thought, Dane's the only kid I admire. Recalling childhood, Dane had said. From the third round, your foot steps forward half a pace. She grew hopeful, wanting to surpass him. Back then, Dane taught her, her excitement clear. All right. That is right, is not it? Dane gently praised. Yes, perfectly done. Lila yearned to prove to her father and Dane that she was not a little girl anymore. She stood long, watching Dane's fading figure, motionless, perhaps reflecting on her losses. Yet, unbowed, she questioned, why is he pulling further ahead? More determined, just wait, I will win next time.
As the dawn's red glow intensified, it bathed the two in a fiery hue, mirroring their passionate spirits. Night fell, the sunset tinting the scenery red, the sun dipping behind the mountains. Everyone returned home, leaving only the two teens lingering in the hotel courtyard. Seeing Dane about to leave, Layla chased after him, demanding, Why do you pick the free major? I can't understand. Dane replied simply, Because I want it all. His flimsy reason left her stunned, half laughing, half crying. The pass rate's insanely low. Knowing her concern, Dane remained unfazed, smiling confidently. I heard the free major lets you take any class until graduation. No need to pick a specific major until then, and you can research with specialized professors. Layla, frustrated at his confidence, snapped. That's why no one applies. Suddenly, she accused. Are you avoiding studying with me? Aiming to fail? Dane quickly denied. Not at all. Still skeptical, Layla pressed. So you really think you'll pass? Her eyes glared, ready to bite. Besides spearmanship and summoning, what else do you know? Spill it. Seeing her fiery anger, Dane chuckled nervously, thinking, should I tell her? Another day dawned, sunlight illuminating everything. The Royal Academy basked in radiant glory. Candidates gathered. Dane thought, finally, we're here for the specialized exam. For free major, I must pass 4 fields. Testing summoning, spearmanship, magic, so different from cores and magic circles, it's nearly impossible. What's he thinking? In the faculty meeting room, chatter persisted from yesterday. Ingrid analyzed cautiously. Some passed 2 free major fields before, but most fail even one. Nabo agreed. Stick to spearmanship or magic, safer. After a pause, Del Paniso, head of summoning, adjusted her glasses. The free major's been around 200 years, right? Ingrid sipped tea, sighing, but almost no one passes. Sensing the gloom, Nabo smirked mysteriously. It wasn't always this hard. Centuries ago, the academy needed talent. He recounted. When founded, the nation was poor, war-torn. Young people came to learn, grow. It was a conquest era, recruiting all talent. Early students donned armor, ready for battle. Reflecting, Talents were nurtured. Now, standards are higher, so candidates stick to their strengths. Ingrid frowned, setting her cup down. Why keep it? A major no one applies for, no one passes. Nabo was ready, for symbolism. Only the Empire's best can pass, building the Academy's prestige. Del Paniso exhaled, rubbing her chin. It's significant, though now a fading major, kept for reputation. The man stood, presenting data. In 100 years, only 2 passed. 1 dropped out. The other was the former emperor. Though expected, the statistic chilled. Ingrid concluded, only geniuses pass. Del Paniso countered, if it's Arkin's youngest. Nabo nodded. From no ordinary family. I'm expectant. Recalling the Sogur's family, led by Arkin, a war hero with silvered hair but undimmed vigor, his wife equally formidable, their eldest daughter an Academy star, such a family sparked anticipation for their youngest. Yet, he could be arrogant. The room grew awkward. Nabo smiled wryly. We'd admit him, but as professors, we can't be lax. Del Paniso retorted sternly, silencing him. Staring at his tea's steam, all felt anxious yet hopeful. Is this boy bold enough to challenge that symbol? Their worries rested on one boy. Meanwhile, Dane entered the academy with a straight, confident posture. The second exam's venue was a natural setting, vibrant trees, lush grass. Examiners were Nabo, Del Paniso, and Ingrid, seated behind a large table, eyeing the platinum-haired teen. He introduced, I'm Dane, applying for the free major. The 3 adopted stern teacherly demeanors. Nabo studied him. Do you know what free major entails? Dane bowed, hair veiling his face, eyes lowered thoughtfully. Yes. All 3 fields must pass. Mistaking his look for fear, they softened slightly, not wanting to scare him off. Ingrid, still firm, asked, You're Dane, right? It's not too late. Seeing his confusion, she explained, I respect Earl Sogurs, the Empire's finest spearman. I don't want his son eliminated and sent home. Her brown eyes narrowed, urging caution against youthful impulsiveness. Dane understood but stayed calm, his tone cool yet polite. Thank you, Professor, but I'm here to give my all. Unswayed, the 3 fell silent. A quitter wouldn't apply. After a tense pause, Nabo closed his eyes, resolute. Fine, no choice. Reiterating, 3 tests, based on your chosen fields. Fail 1, you're out. Dane's eyes dipped. I understand. Seeing his readiness, Nabo glanced at Del Paniso, silent observer. Start with summoning, as decided. Dane's free major second round began. No turning back. They stepped onto the field, facing each other. Del Paniso, in purple hair and attire, arms crossed, eyed him. Dane assessed her cautiously. Del Paniso, Antheon's top summoner, held a record for 3 second-tier summons. Sensing his gaze, she nodded lightly. Summoning's test is simple. Impress me with any summoning-related skill. As expected, a free-form test, no set criteria. Dane smirked triumphantly. Under incredulous stares, he addressed her. Can you summon a beast for me? Surprised, a summoned beast? Thinking she misheard, he repeated amid her shock. Yes, any beast. His move stunned everyone. The other professors gaped. Ingrid exclaimed, What? A candidate asking a professor to summon. Nabo, clueless, stared in awe. What's his plan? I thought he'd just theorize. Is he sneaking a peek at a summoned beast? Del Paniso, lips pursed, considered, then laughed, turning to the open field, bold and intriguing. Appreciating the rare, huh? Under watchful eyes. Open your eyes wide. Dane faced her. Tiny glowing specks, like sprites, appeared at her feet. Green energy flowed from her raised arm, enveloping her. Chanting, the light surged. Dancing sprite-like specks emerged. Her violet pupils flashed behind glasses as she opened her eyes, shouting, Answer the call. A powerful energy burst, sweeping the air. A shadowy figure materialized amid swirling magic, forming a vortex that tore open space. Nearby onlookers were flung back, yelping. Seeing the immense magic and emerging beast, Ingrid and Nabo's eyes widened, stunned by Del Paniso's power. Ingrid's pupils shrank, stammering at the colossal beast. That's. As the magical surge faded, a massive white-furred beast appeared on the grass. Bearing fangs, its red pupils and black scara terrified nearby students. Del Paniso's summoned beast stretched sharp-clawed paws, residual magic lingering. A chilling aura engulfed the area. Its massive tail, a weapon, could demolish a building. Roaring, its thunderous cry shook the air. The frenzied beast roared again, louder, fiercer, sending shockwaves that heightened the terror. Dane watched the air ripples from its roar, inwardly shocked. What a terrifying sound. It's the fiercest fourth-tier summoned beast. Tiny against it, he struggled to stand, pushed back by its cry. It attacked anything in sight. Regaining balance, Dane shed his casual demeanor, turning serious. I didn't expect much for an entrance exam, but this'll be fun. Dane smirked, a surge of fervor igniting deep within his soul. A monstrous beast materialized. Del Paniso, arms crossed, said, I've summoned the beast I wanted. What now? Dane stayed silent. Onlookers gasped. Etherax, the fiercest fourth-tier beast. Even skilled knights struggle against it. Ingrid, alarmed. What are they doing? Dane moved forward. Del Paniso started. What are you doing? Stop. If you provoke Etherac. Etherac growled, alert. Approaching, Dane said. Any method to prove myself, right? Sweating, she replied. Yes, but throwing yourself into fire. He extended a hand calmly. No worries, everyone. Del Paniso's eyes widened, speechless. Etherac roared. She glanced coldly. The beast's red eyes narrowed, its tail drooped. Miraculously, it lowered itself, bowing to Dane. Good boy. Ingrid and Nabo exclaimed. This? How? Even Del Paniso gaped. Dane patted Etherac. You're bigger than a Fenfew. Relaxed, it let him touch. She thought, shocked, unbelievable. Etherac, so ferocious, submits so easily. Her eyes widened. A faint light linked to the beast. That's the mana thread to Etherac. Thin, pale, not submission, but it nullifies hostility. Dane closed his eyes, smiling. Nabo thought, a dream. Seeing it, I still can't believe. Ingrid shouted, innate hyperempathy? Incredible. Onlookers gaped. Del Paniso mused. Did he approach Etherac, analyze the mana thread, and mimic it to connect? Lowering her gaze. No method exists, so this must be the best way to tame. Recalling her childhood, her talent surpassed even hers, once praised by her master. Her eyes brimmed with emotion. Such talent promises a bright future. Stepping forward, she told Dane, your abilities confirmed. Smiling, bold courage, calm judgment, solid fundamentals. Dane listened eagerly. No doubt, you've passed. Ingrid and Nabo chimed, agreed. His lips curved, sunlight glowing. Thank you. Night fell. A voice rang. Done in 30 minutes? Layla, glum, your top scorer. Dane replied, what? You topped swordsmanship. No, you're the top. He encouraged. Cheer up, they're throwing a feast for our passes. Teary, not hungry, eat lots. Sighing, she thought, unbelievable. Such a gap, like an unstoppable force, a natural disaster. As Layla left, Dane called, Layla. Duke Thermion appeared. She wants to be alone. Let her. Dane, worried. Still, don't fret. Layla will bounce back. Smiling. Have you contacted your father? The Earl must be proud. Dane bowed. Yes, everyone's thrilled. The feast buzzed. Free majors fitting. Everyone's shocked. Exams done. Rest and prep for enrollment. Thanks to the Duke's care, I've had a great time. Thermion asked, thought about your forge commission? Dane replied, I'm considering a sword, but no plans yet. Curious, why? Dane explained, my body's still growing, unsure which sword fits. I'll think more, it's a rare chance. Thermion nodded. Fair, no rush. A man approached. Duke, the Duchess awaits. He looked up. Got it, I'm going. Dane watched them leave, lips pursed, thinking, the Duchess's illness persists. Recalling Layla's words, symptoms haven't worsened, but haven't improved, years like this. Dane's face showed empathy, such a pity. Lips tight. Never having seen family ill, I can't grasp that feeling. Muttering, should I comfort Layla? 2 days later, morning sunlight bathed the Academy's castle. People bustled in elegant formal wear, gathering in the courtyard for a speech. Delighted to meet our new Royal Academy students. I'm Homit, headmaster. Seeing you, who've overcome fierce competition, I believe the Empire's future is bright. All listened silently, elite talents smiling at the encouragement. He continued, "This year, we have exceptional talents, including a free major passer. Only 2 in 100 years, approved by the heads of spearmanship, magic, and summoning." Murmurs erupted. "Free major? Unbelievable. Who's that talented?" Helmut lowered his eyes, announcing, "Representing the freshman, top scorer Dane, stepped forward." Dane's expression showed no surprise. The voice boomed, "Dane, step forward." The crowd buzzed, surprised. That kid passed free major. What blessings does the Sogers family have? Dane kept a cool, silent demeanor. Up high, whispers spread. "See Dane there? So majestic. I see him clearly, top scorer." Bout Thermion praised Arkin Sogers. "You've raised him well, Arkin." Arkin scratched his head humbly. "Nothing compared to you." Bout Thermion sighed, eyes closed. "Raising 2 sons brought no joy. I envy your daughter's easy enrollment, but my boys?" "The eldest is on assignment. The youngest ran off." Patting Arkin's shoulder. "You have 2 daughters, lucky. I'm jealous." Arkin, flustered, "Don't you have Layla?" Bout fell silent, gazing at Layla below. "If only my wife knew." Faculty before the headmaster asked Dane, "Close to summoned beasts since childhood?" Dane replied, "Yes, Professor." Del Paniso noted, "Indeed, innate harmony." Sweating, she thought, "A monster. This unassuming boy outdoes most summoners." Nabo mused, "Professor, with Dane's harmony, could he summon beasts from beyond the horizon? A realm of unique creatures, disconnected for over a century." She replied, "Let's see. Those beasts choose their summoners." The crowd dispersed. Helmut approached. "You're the rumored Dane?" Handing him a certificate. "May your talent shine here." Dane smiled. "I'll remember, Headmaster." Still gathered, the courtyard hushed. Holding the certificate, Dane thought, "Finally at the academy. It took time, but I won't waste this new life." His eyes sparkled with joy. Sunlight blazed. "This is just the start." In the academy's opulent main hall, a man announced, "That concludes the introduction. Take a break until the next part. Eat, rest well." Murmurs arose. A familiar voice warned, "Listen, Dane, many will target you now." It was Layla. "Good or bad intentions, be cautious. Think hard before agreeing to anything." Dane nodded. "Got it." Chatter grew louder. "Don't refuse, join us. Club activities are the academy's pride." Dane declined. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Club recruiters swarmed. "Haha, nabbed a newbie. Grab that redhead. Our talent." Layla groaned. "Ugh, seniors recruiting during break." Dane mused. "My eldest sister mentioned fun clubs. They're crazy for me. Find the Sogers' top scorer. We must recruit him." Layla panicked, seeing eyes on Dane. "They're targeting you." "What now?" Before Dane could reply, Layla grabbed his hand, dragging him away. "Where to? Just get out of here." Muscular men shouted. "Dane, join Body Beauty Club. Forge a perfect physique." A blonde guy rushed up. "Hey, rookie, how's our map exploration research club?" "Join now for new maps," a girl chimed. "Our astrology research club gathers top talent." They fled the mob. That's about Thermion's daughter beside him. "Don't let her slip." Layla yelled, "I'm not joining." "No way." Like prey, they ran. Dane thought, "I'm used to enemy pursuits, but this is new. Top scorer life's exhausting." A tall figure with long hair passed, Quintus Redfield. Students whispered. "Right. They say after retiring as a royal knight, he became a professor." "Amazing." Quintus overheard, but stayed silent. A headache loomed. He walked amid gossip, a free major student enrolled after decades. His role was cushy, occasional papers, modest results. That easy life's over. Students chattered, "He's prepping lessons." I'd be annoyed. Quintus ignored them, lips pursed. Freshman orientation's done. Sighing inwardly, "This is nonsense. Why a passer now?" Spotting Dane by chance, head bowed in thought, he called, "You're Dane, right?" Dane glanced over, bowing. "Hello, Professor. Pleased to meet you." "All right, come in." They entered a room. Quintus, free major head, mused. "I fought hard for this post to rest, not teach." Medals adorned a glass case. "I'm done mentoring knights." Finally, Quintus asked, "Why free major?" Dane replied, "To do everything. I want to." "No plans to switch to a specialized major?" Dane was honest. "No, I don't want to miss this chance." Quintus pursed his lips. Then I must guide him. No other way. Spotting his sword. Wait, he didn't test swordsmanship. Lacks confidence, huh? Seizing the chance. Hey, know anything about swordsmanship? Dane, puzzled. Swordsmanship? No offense, but as your free major professor, I should know your level. Dane sensed the intent, thinking, why suddenly swordsmanship? Feels unwelcoming. He clarified, it's not that I'm uninterested. Quintus pounced, great. Shall I test you? Dane nodded, sure. Quintus gloated inwardly. Perfect, he's trapped. Aloud, to my training ground. His plan clear, I can fail students. Claim poor swordsmanship, and he's gone. In the armory, Quintus gestured broadly. Plenty of swords here, pick one. Dane stayed calm, nodding. Yes, professor. He felt uneasy at the chaotic sight. Swords strewn about, training ground littered with debris. Why is it like this? The neglect, despite no free major students, seemed excessive. Perplexed by the array of swords, which suits me. Lacking criteria for a good sword, he stepped forward, grabbing one. Quintus assumed he'd dual wield. This'll do, Dane confidently affirmed. Yes, this is enough. Quintus's condition sounded simple, though his skill was formidable. Land one hit with that sword, and you pass. Setting a self-imposed limit to show fairness. It's easy. I'll move only 2 steps. Dane's crystal blue eyes gleamed, ready. Understood. Quintus anticipated his performance. All right, let's start. Yet, he doubted Dane's calm acceptance. So confident? Dane's radiant smile prompted. Is there another reason? Dane charged, sword in hand. Not just swift, but resolute. Quintus, startled, noted the blade mere inches away. Dodging, he pondered Dane's skill. So fast? This got him into free major? With one sword, Dane unleashed a flurry of shadow sword strikes, each powerful and precise. Quintus, narrowly evading a slash, marveled. What's this? Unable to delay, he raised his sword, keeping his 2-step promise as Dane pressed forward. How's he calm with a blade grazing him? Phew, a second later, and it'd be trouble. Unorthodox swordplay, some sword-savvy fool. Dane halted just short of injury. A mere test, yet their intensity kicked up dust. Dane's heavy breaths signaled full effort. Quintus, fatigued, analyzed. He fights like a battlefield swordsman, not noble or knightly. Standing firm, Quintus watched Dane's relentless, warrior-like strikes. Blocking without countering, Quintus noted Dane's chaotic yet effective multi-angle attacks. A near miss left him reeling. His style splits him in 2, each strike fearsome. Dane's rapid position shift stunned. Unbelievable. A 6th tier like me needs this focus? Expertly dodging, Quintus questioned, fighting a 14-year-old. Each move shocked Quintus. He doesn't even need a master blade. Shifting minimally, he dodged. Dane lowered his stance, 1 foot back, poised to lunge. Quintus's face twitched, his expression unnatural, reminiscent of a past battlefield. A blonde warrior, Quintus, pre-professor, amid arrows in the ground, witnessed a lone figure crush an army. Astonishing, Dreen has such warriors. Using experience, Quintus suspected Dane hid his identity, lacking knightly insignia. Still shaken, he wondered at Dane's departing figure after a final slash. Who was that? Back in the present, their duel raged on, swords aimed at each other. Unexpectedly, Dane's blade pointed at Quintus's heart. Distracted, why'd I drift off? A victor's smile bloomed on Dane. Already skilled, he relished competition. Sheathing his sword, he asked softly, Professor Quintus, have I met the requirement? Silence fell. Quintus gritted his teeth, eyes closed, speechless at losing to a child. Lowering his sword, he gripped the hilt to stifle anger, admitting, you've passed. Dane panted, while Quintus, unruffled, thought, without my handicap, it'd be tough. Royal Knight prowess isn't enough. Dane's free major choice had revealed his ability. Quintus reflected, this kid's a genius, uniquely so. Even with my handicap, he matched a 6th tier. The duel clarified forgotten truths. Now I see why he skipped the swordsmanship test. In the arena, Quintus marveled. With this skill, why not swordsmanship? Dane's reason was simple. My family would be sad. Quintus, floored, what? Hesitating, Quintus nearly spoke, but stopped, having traced Dane's exceptional family. Master spearman father, prodigy sisters in magic and summoning. Did he choose all three for family expectations? To avoid hours of silence, Dane prompted, "Professor, all confirmed?" Quintus, musing on Dane's motives, not a lack of swordsmanship confidence. "I misjudged. Right, go? I'll send notice soon." Fierce in battle, Dane turned polite. "Yes, thank you, Professor." Quintus's sour expression stemmed from defeat or curiosity about Dane's true ability. Frozen, he watched Dane leave, questioning, "Did I let emotions sway the test? Poor choice. Did the faculty judges feel this?" Struggling to regain calm, his plans to oust Dane for an easy life vanished. Eyes shut, he reconsidered. Who is he? In a warrior's memory, Quintus focused on one scene. Silent, he observed. A voice echoed as Dane single-handedly felled hundreds of rebels, eyes fixed on the sun's final rays before night. Quintus, rattled, sweated, hesitantly uttering, "Dane." The name flashed in his mind. Yes, that's him. On the academy courtyard, a crowd of students buzzed with chatter about the test. The Dane siblings were no exception. Claire asked again, "Did I really pass the test?" Dane hesitated. "Yeah, I think so." Claire placed a hand over her mouth, cleared her throat, and closed her eyes to think before speaking. "That's odd. Professor Quintus isn't someone who lets students pass easily." Dane stood opposite, sweating, thinking, what a surprise. She recalled how Quintus Redfield had approached the principal earlier. Frowning, she said, "That professor only teaches once a year, but this time the principal summoned him. He hates bothersome tasks." Dane nodded. "He sure lives by his own rules." Claire agreed. "Yeah, that's why I'm shocked." Suddenly, she stepped closer, grabbing her brother's arm. Placing a hand on Dane's shoulder, she leaned slightly, saying, "I'm just glad nothing happened." Dane smiled. "Yeah." Claire beamed, exhaling in relief. Seeing her smile, he thought, "Big sis didn't say that's my Dane, but just feels relieved I'm safe." Smiling, Dane nodded. "Yeah," inwardly affirming it was one reason he loved her. As the siblings chatted happily, someone rushed toward them, voice booming before they arrived. It was Arabella, exclaiming, "Oh, Dane, I was wondering where you were. Turns out you're with Claire." Hearing her voice, they turned. Dane called out joyfully, "Biggest sis." Arabella flashed a smile at the siblings, asking, "Our youngest passed the test, right?" The trio standing together sparked a commotion. Nearby students pointed, gossiping about the Sogers family. "Look, the Sogers siblings are gathered. I thought just Arabella and Claire were amazing, but now the youngest outshines his sisters. What kind of family are they?" The scene shifts to another part of the city. Max Howe's voice droned on. "I'm Max Howe, in charge of all dormitory operations. The dorms are divided into 3 areas based on entrance scores. The highest tier is called Danteer Guan, named after the first emperor." The two walked slowly down the path. Dane listened attentively, responding softly, "Yes, sir." Seeing Dane nod, Max continued, "Student Dane, as the top scorer in the free specialization, you'll stay here. The cafeteria, training grounds, and library are top-notch. Plus, there's a lounge and a magic projection room." He paused, then added mysteriously, "And there's secret equipment, too." The odd phrase startled Dane, his eyes flicking over. What's he thinking? Secret equipment? Max, holding a key, turned back, instructing, "It might not happen, but depending on your grades, you could be moved out." Arabella and Claire stayed here too, but only until graduation. Dane wasn't too surprised, thinking, "Of course, my sisters." Max held up a key marked 705. "Here's your access key." Dane accepted it with both hands. Max said, "We'll give you 2 for backup, so report if you lose one." Dane looked at the key, nodding. "Yes, I understand." Max warned, "Be careful. There are lots of quirky students here. They're not bad, but unexpected things can happen." He added, "Check your room. If you need anything, contact logistics." Hearing Max, Dane pondered silently, sighing inwardly, "Should I check the room?" Entering his new place, Dane looked around, impressed. Wow, really high-end. He wondered, glancing about, but why is it so quiet? Suddenly, he stopped, body tensing. Something felt off. A huge academy like this, but no servants or guards. Dane walked further, seeing no one, not even a servant. Something's wrong. I can't sense any human presence, like they've vanished. His eyes fixed on the door ahead, voice low. What's going on? Using his magic, Dane scanned the area. Green light rays appeared, twinkling like stars. Let's try spreading my aura. The green glow enveloped him. Closing his eyes, he probed. The light seeped into every corner of the castle. Passing a spot with a brown aura and a faint oil scent, he heard engine noises and gears clicking. Dane opened his eyes, realizing it's a trap. After scanning, he understood, a smirk forming. Standing alone, he looked ahead, muttering, "So that's it. An initiation." He was right. The other students were in another room, watching the new student on a screen. Seeing him pause, one questioned, "Why is he not moving? Does he really have a good sense?" Dran spread his arms, asking, "Hey, Arnold, could he know about the trap?" Arnold adjusted his glasses, voice firm, "Absolutely not." His full name was Arnold Jullard, eldest son of the Baron Jullard family, a third-year marksmanship student. Pointing at the screen, Arnold boasted, "My Jullard family is the greatest hunting clan, thriving for centuries. I'm confident in my trap." Another student, skeptical, asked, "Is it dangerous?" Arnold nodded. "Of course. I removed anything that could harm him. It's just to make him a laughingstock." He grinned triumphantly. "Wait and see. He'll probably faint from fear. This first initiation will be epic." Looking at the screen, he added, "When that kid gets here, he'll be a mess." Another hesitated. "Is it really okay?" "That's the Sogers family." Arnold raised an eyebrow. "So what? We all went through memorable initiations." Just then, a blonde girl's voice chimed behind Arnold. "But he's the top scorer in free specialization. This time might be different." This was Priscilla Nealiel, from the Nealiel family, a fourth-year neuroscience student. She said, "His eldest and second sisters are geniuses. If he passed free specialization, he's an even greater genius." Hearing her, Arnold's eyes widened, mouth agape, turning, "What? You mean he won't fall for my trap?" A brown-haired student interjected, "Not that, but you don't seem confident." Arnold insisted, "My trap's perfect. Stop laughing, it won't happen." He adjusted his glasses, thinking darkly, no way he'd spot my trap. I used stealth magic and oil to mask the engine noise. Suddenly, Dane moved, shocking the room. Everyone watched, shouting, "He's moving again? Look, move aside." Dane walked, looking up, smiling. Starting with a rope trap? One light touch, and it springs. He reached forward, opening the door, muttering, "So, magic bullets on the ceiling, rigged with something. Opening the door triggers it." Sure enough, as he opened it, the device fell, shattering. It spilled water, icy, clear blue water splashing the floor. Dane stood still, unmoving. One step forward, and he'd be drenched. But such tricks couldn't fool him. He glanced at the pooling water, clicking his tongue inwardly. Less water than I expected. Then, a hidden mechanism activated, releasing brown smoke. The hallway filled with a thick brown haze. Dane covered his nose. "Almost sent me to the afterlife with that stench." Frowning, he thought, "Ugh, what's this? Such a childish smell." He had the pit ahead, brown smoke still pouring out. The students, seeing him evade the trap unscathed, panicked. "What?" He noticed. Priscilla glared at Arnold, demanding, "Arnold, what's this? You said it was undetectable." A red-haired student wondered, how'd it go wrong so fast? Arnold defended himself. "Just a coincidence. A fluke." Priscilla, fuming at his excuses, snapped, "Coincidence?" Arnold nodded frantically. "Yeah, I went easy at the start, so he spotted it." Still believing his next plan would work, he deflected, "Just wait. He'll fall for it." The red-haired student, watching the screen, agreed. "Yeah, probably a glitch." Dran said, "Let's trust Arnold." Priscilla eyed Arnold, exasperated, sighing. He panicked, thinking, "Ugh, why do I feel so uneasy?" Meanwhile, Dane left the chaos behind, moving forward. He sighed. "The second trap's clumsy too. Should I just wreck it?" Dane assumed a stance, ready to counter Arnold's traps. As he stepped forward, fists shot out from all directions, aiming for him. But Dane was unfazed, his body moving fluidly, dodging the gloves with ease. Next, he kicked off the wall, using the momentum to leap forward. Feathers suddenly rained down. As Dane landed, wooden spikes shot from the ceiling, aiming to cage him. With agile reflexes, he slipped through and evaded them. The onlookers marveled, as expected of the Sogre's family. I heard his sisters had memorable initiations too. Arnold, watching the screen, saw Dane dodge effortlessly and gaped. My traps, my traps. Behind him, Priscilla was equally stunned. Arnold paced, hands on hips. It's like he's predicting everything. Dran sighed. Arnold hid them so simply? Damn it. Arnold gritted his teeth, sweat pouring, fists clenched, refusing to believe. It's too early to give up. He can't dodge the final trap. Priscilla, silent until now, asked, What's the final trap? Arnold smirked, chuckling. Haha, you'll see. On Dane's side, a red dragon with wings stood before him, roaring. Beside it was a goat with long horns. Dane eyed the beast suspiciously. Summoned creatures this time? The dragon roared, as if confirming. Facing the creatures, Dane nodded approvingly. They prepared some strong ones. But something felt off, right? He noticed the dragon's base looked hazy, its image slightly small. Its wings passed through the wall without damage. Dane realized, it's an illusion. He chuckled inwardly. They're too careless. Just sound effects. They look strong. If it were an average student, they'd have fled. As the beasts prepared to attack, he thought, no need to dodge or retreat. Green aura gathered in Dane's hands, his eyes narrowing. I just need to disrupt the mana flow to stop it. Watching the screen, seeing Dane neither move nor flee, the group questioned, he's not running? He looks calm. But one noticed, wait, he's doing something. Gathering mana. Arnold felt like he'd been struck by lightning, trembling, sweating, thinking. He figured out it's an illusion in a split second? Unbelievable. How? Priscilla, arms crossed, glanced at Arnold, frozen, and clicked her tongue. Oh, come on. On Dane's side, channeling power into his hand, he unleashed an attack on the beasts. His strike formed a blade-like slash, slicing straight at the red dragon's neck, then targeting the goat. Dane sidestepped as the dragon charged. He slashed multiple times, then smirked. Done. He withdrew his aura. Dane was eager. How do I meet the trap designer? Let's see who set this up. Seeing Dane dispatch the illusionary beasts so easily, the group panicked and fled. Priscilla, running out the door, shouted, It's an Etherak. Get out. Why is it here? Royan, sprinting fastest, turned back to curse Arnold. Damn it. Do something. Halfway, another beast, a wolf, blocked their path. Arnold, fleeing, stammered. I don't know what that is. It's not mine. The beast advanced, roaring. Arnold collapsed, screaming along. Aya. Dane arrived, seeing the group cowering before the threatening beast. So this is where you're hiding? Arnold, hearing him, looked up, stammering. New student, he pleaded. If it's yours, do something. We're sorry. Please recall it. Dane said nothing, raising a hand to cast green light, muttering a chant. A portal appeared behind the beast, green light enveloping it. The light pulled the beast into the portal, vanishing with a flash. Arnold, legs shaky, questioned, Gone? Was that an illusion too? Droyan, regaining composure, approached Dane, scoffing. The initiation's ruined. He extended a hand. Hey, new student. I'm Droyan Ballantyne, third-year alchemy student, sole direct heir of Marquis Ballantyne. Thumbs up, he grinned. Nice build, pretty handsome. Your sisters are gorgeous, so it makes sense, right? Dane, after a pause, shook his hand. Hi. Inwardly, he thought, what's this guy on about? Seeing the chaos ahead, Droyan praised. You're great at dodging traps. Heard you passed free specialization. Arnold's traps didn't work on you, huh? He's bummed. Arnold, behind, turned away, scratching his head, shot while lying down. Damn, why's this about me? Droyan continued. He's the heir of the famous Jullard hunting clan. Probably designed all these traps. Dane smiled lightly, thinking, so that kid planned it. Droyan turned back. Hey, you guys say hi. The three behind stepped forward. Yeah. Droyan pointed to Priscilla. This is Priscilla, fourth-year neuroscience. Whispering, best not to mess with her. She's a wannabe cleric, kinda. Before he finished, she cut in, kind and beautiful. Then coldly, Hi, I'm Priscilla Nelial, the abandoned child of the Nelial family. In neuroscience, don't dream of marriage. Dane flashed a charming smile, nodding, Please guide me. Shaking his hand, Priscilla's face lit up, shocked. What? Why's your mana so strong? Still in disbelief, Dane looks so young. This isn't mana we can have at our age. Royan nearby gasped, what? Priscilla ignored Droyan's comment. Unbelievable level. Arnold, silent till now, asked, that amazing? Priscilla, staring at her hand, didn't answer. Unbelievable. Yeah. Arnold glanced, annoyed, showing off with stronger mana. A red-haired student stepped between Dane and Priscilla. Yo, Dane. Priscilla, irritated, frowned. Don't cut in. Ignoring her, he said, I'm Scal Hasbro, second-year martial arts. Unlike those gross gym rats, so don't get the wrong idea. Hearing muscles, Dane thought of two hulking guys. Oh, those types. Scal explained, muscles matter, but martial arts isn't about flexing. If you're curious, talk to me. I'll show you real martial arts. Dane nodded. Scal glanced at Arnold. One left, huh? Arnold, arms crossed, turned away haughtily. Priscilla, seeing him face away, said, Arnold, introduce yourself. Your turn. Droyan added, what, sulking? Over the traps. Arnold, eyes closed, ignored them, just for that? So petty. Changing his mind, he turned, shook Dane's hand. I'm Arnold. Smiling, greetings. Let's help each other. Dane, reading his expression, wondered. He's upset I broke all his traps. Should I compliment him? He praised, pointing out flaws, solid traps. You clearly know mechanisms and triggers, but the main issue is. Arnold, shocked, shouted, what? Ignoring his disbelief, Dane suggested, next time, instead of F6 break, mix F3 silver with D6 black at a 4:6 ratio. It'll work better. That brightness is less noticeable. Arnold, listening, found it reasonable. Dane continued, other than that, anyone could fall for your traps. Priscilla gaped, lecturing Arnold? Who are you to teach him trap making? Outrageous. Someone interrupted. That's enough intros, Dane. I'll show you your room. With that, the group headed down the hall. Walking, Dane thought, interesting people. Not a bad mood. I've made good friends. Watching them laugh and bicker ahead, one jab after another, Arnold yelled. You all heard him. He said my traps were well made. Priscilla teased. Ah, so cute. Arnold snapped. I'm not a kid, stop it. Dane smiled, amused. Things will get even more interesting. In front of the academy, Layla shouted, what? 6 specialized classes this semester. Dane, standing opposite, nodded, just 3 specializations. Each requires 2 lectures. Plus, there are general education courses. Layla groaned. What now? No time to sleep. One hand on her hip, the other pointing at Dane, she said, you're adding general courses too? Can you handle it? You won't even have time to sleep. With a serious tone, she added, normally, first years only have 4 classes. Think about it. Can you skip the first one? Dane glanced at her, a slight smirk forming, and gave a reason. You think that's okay? That's why military studies got 2 extra general classes. Layla recalled a moment in the classroom, staring at her transcript in shock. Ugh, you're brutal. I'm terrified of military studies. In the first exam, my score tanked because of it. It's a tough subject. Back to the present. She stood with legs crossed, eyeing Dane. You sure look like a top student. See you later in the swordsmanship specialization class. I've got a general lecture now. Curious, Dane asked. What's the general lecture about? Seeing his interest, Layla winked, pulling out a thick book, Understanding Cosmetics and Skincare. Dane thought, typical girl stuff. He chuckled, haha, such a girl thing. Bidding her farewell, he left. Got it. See you later. In the classroom, everyone buzzed about Dane. His reputation preceded him. Why's he here? To attend a lecture? Students in the back whispered, really? Being the Earl's son, he seems kinda cold, huh? Oh, I get what you mean. Dane, sitting up front, frowned, annoyed, thinking, gossiping about someone loud enough for them to hear. I heard everything. He sat at his desk, picking up a book, placing it down, and flipping it open. Introduction to Military Studies. He'd read this section before and roughly understood it. From what I read yesterday, some content aligns, but some is completely opposite to reality. Fair enough. If theory and practice always matched, no nation would lose a war. His gaze darkened, but military studies are taught because basic theory is crucial. His thoughts were interrupted by the noisy students, snapping him back. The professor arrived. Francisco Gabus entered, stern-faced, his shout echoing through the hall. What's this class doing? Sit down. He slammed his hand on the desk for order. Hello, everyone. Introducing himself, he said, I'm Francisco Gabus, teaching military studies theory. Call me Professor Gabus. Next, roll call. Like other classes, we'll start right after. Dane, below, looked pensive, hand on chin, thinking. From his demeanor, he seems battle-hardened. Smiling inwardly, this'll be interesting. Francisco paused, then shared, deep understanding of military theory is key to battlefield success. Soldiers act recklessly, so commanders must balance victory and lives. Theory is critical. It helps you grasp the field. Recognizing real-world inconsistencies reveals the true value of military theory. He posed a question. I'm curious, how many talented students here will become elites? What's the most important thing in war? A hand shot up. Francisco glanced at it. Dane. He said, let's hear from the student with the raised hand. Dane answered confidently, logistics. The students gasped, amazed Dane got it right. Francisco nodded, pleased, exactly. He continued, victory, triumph, innovation, all rely on secure logistics. Looking at Dane, he praised. The room went silent. Impressive, answering correctly right away. Arms crossed, he asked Dane, do you know the 3 most important aspects of logistics? Dane replied decisively. First, strict military management. Logistics from central to front line isn't just physical distance, it's a system. One corrupt person can easily cause embezzlement, leading to supply shortages. Dane recalled the past. From my experience, most logistics issues stem from dishonest middlemen, even if shipments start secure. Francisco was impressed. Correct. Dane, calm, continued, standardized logistics. Unified quantity and weight standards enable mass production, speeding up supply. Frontline units maintain combat strength without losses. His answer stunned the hall, content not in their books. What? That's not in the textbook. Francisco chuckled inwardly. What's this? He pressed. Correct. And the last? Dane answered swiftly. Local production. The longer a war drags, the less the first 2 are followed, and supply quality drops. Recalling struggling civilians growing crops, he suggested, soldiers must find ways to be minimally self-sufficient. Though quantity and quality are low, it's enough for emergencies. I've seen it, lush cabbages under sunlight, thanks to everyone's effort. He added, it's enough for backup food in crises. Inwardly, this is from what I've seen and felt on the battlefield. As Dane spoke, the hall held its breath, no one daring to interrupt. Students gaped. His words are beyond our understanding. Too amazing. Francisco, thrilled by Dane's knowledge, said, excellent. A brilliant answer. What year are you? Dane replied, first year, sir. Shocked, Francisco exclaimed, what? A first year? Seeing Dane's confident stance, he thought, how does a freshman know this? Stepping forward, he said, strict military management, standardized logistics, and local self-sufficiency. Skeptical, Francisco asked, those are real-world experiences of soldiers and officers. Without battlefield experience, how do you know? Caught off guard, Dane made up an excuse. My father told me these things. Curious, Francisco asked, your father? Dane introduced, Dane Sogers. Francisco, surprised, repeated, Dane Sogers. Sweating, he thought, that aura feels familiar. Son of the Green Tempest. No wonder. Recalling how Dane's father faced a beast, he noted, if he's from the Sogers family, he's the one who passed free specialization. Impressed by Dane's confidence in topics unfamiliar to others, Francisco sighed. No wonder his level surpasses other first years. Spreading his arms, he cleared his throat. Did you hear that? Mastering military theory, as Dane Sogers explained, means applying it to real situations, building on textbook knowledge. The students listened intently. Francisco added, that's the ultimate goal of military studies. Glancing at Dane, he thought, Dane Sogers. It's been a while since such an outstanding student appeared. Feeling Francisco's gaze, Dane met his eyes. Francisco looked away, continuing, all right, let's move on. During the break, students gathered in the academy's wide front courtyard. Dane, annoyed, muttered, almost got roped into the Grand Academy. He recalled Francisco stopping him after class, asking, want to dive deeper into military studies? Dane had been skeptical, calling me right after class, pushing a freshman toward the Grand Imperial Academy. Seems rushed. He remembered his sister's childhood advice. If anyone urges you to join the Grand Imperial Academy, refuse and leave immediately. Her words saved him. Pensive, he thought, but he won't give up easily. Recalling a map, Dane shook his head. Focus on my task now. Dane pulled a map from his bag, studying it, still not used to the Academy's map. It's too big. I'm not familiar with navigating it. His finger traced the map. Layla's meeting spot is the central fountain plaza. Noticing a spot, he said, there it is. Looking up, he entered the Misty Garden. Cutting through the Misty Garden is fastest. In this garden, grand and majestic like a palace, the Misty Garden limited visibility even on cloudy days, as if shrouded in fog. Even slightly overcast weather restricted sight, enveloping everything in mist, making it easy for people to get lost and wander in circles. This vast garden, cloaked in fog, was avoided by most. Dane stood, observing his surroundings, watching birds soar and perch on branches, thinking, plus, there's that rumor about ghosts appearing at night. He smiled, assessing. But this place doesn't seem as bad as Big Sis said. Looking up at the sky, clear blue with warm sunlight, perfect weather, he noted, no wonder I got here so fast. While walking, Dane reached a door and heard a desperate cry for help from within. Help. Anyone there? Please help me. Puzzled, he turned. Huh? Someone's here. Pinpointing the sound, coming from inside. He didn't hesitate, rushing forward like a gust of wind. He always remembered his mother's teaching. If someone's in danger, help them immediately. Dane preferred playing the righteous hero. Thinking, there's still time before the next class. I can get them out, he sped off. No figure was seen dashing by. Only the plea echoed. Save me. Dane rescued the person from behind the door. Clutching a backpack, they thanked him profusely. Thank you. I thought I'd be trapped forever. Dane asked with concern. Are you okay? Any injuries? The boy, holding a satchel and wearing large round glasses, grinned at Dane, shaking his head. I'm a bit tired, but fine. Oh, I'm Ernest Dillon, first-year exploration student. Dane, hands in pockets, raised an eyebrow. Huh? An exploration student getting lost. Ernest laughed awkwardly, brushing it off. I got too excited and wandered unconsciously. Dane thought, this guy's excuse is too far-fetched. How excited do you have to be to get lost? He asked. If you're from the Dillon barony, that's the Western family, right? Crest with a ship and sailor. Impressed by Dane's knowledge, Ernest shared his family's pride. Wow, you know that. What a family, right? Of course, it's the most famous for exploration. My family's been charting seas and distant lands for generations. Dane scanned him, noting his frail appearance, thinking, but for you, that seems tough. Ernest scratched his head, smiling, set down his backpack, and stepped closer. I'm surprised you know my family. What's your name? Dane introduced. I'm Dane Sogers. Ernest's eyes widened, mouth agape, shouting, You're the freshman who passed free specialization after 50 years? Scratching his head, Dane admitted, Yeah, that's me. Seeing the real deal, Ernest adjusted his glasses, thrilled. Oh man, so lucky. I've wanted to meet you even once. Dane, slightly embarrassed, chuckled. Haha, that's a bit. Observing Ernest, he sighed inwardly. Noticing a mark on Ernest's neck, Dane thought. He said he's uninjured, but his gaze shifted to Ernest's hands. Bruised, clothes disheveled. What's with those bruises? And scars too. Seeing Ernest's excitement, Dane pondered. These aren't exploration injuries. Frowning, he wondered, could it be? He cut to the chase. Were you exploring this garden? Ernest, not hiding it, nodded. Yeah, exploration excites me. To me, it's not just this garden. Everything new I encounter is an adventure, not just this maze-like garden, but people and objects too. He showed off his exploration gear, binoculars, a compass, and various tools. Dane, skeptical, all exploration equipment? That's a lot. Squatting on the ground, Ernest said, My goal is to explore every corner of the academy. Raising a finger dramatically, he added with a hint of fear, This misty garden is one of them. There's definitely something here. Cloudy skies with thick fog. It's not normal, right? Dane's eyes widened, nodding. True. So have you found anything? Ernest shook his head, disappointed. Not yet. But I'm sure there's some force in this garden. Dane added. But hasn't no one ever figured it out? Ernest's spirits lifted, nodding. Exactly. But what if there's a reason no one's thought to investigate? Or they tried and failed? Dane asked. A reason it can't be explained? Ernest averted his eyes, resolute, brows furrowing. Yeah, we can't know yet. He shared his hypothesis. What if it's a power from unidentified elements or objects, like ferocious beasts, relics of a lost ancient kingdom, or summoned creatures from beyond the horizon? Dane, intrigued, said, if it's ancient kingdom relics, that'd be interesting. Ernest, excited, agreed. Right? I really want to uncover that secret. Remembering his class, Dane said, oh, right. I'm heading to a lecture. Ernest panicked, looking around, at a loss for words. He packed up, preparing to leave. As they were about to go, a sudden rain poured down heavily. Ernest exclaimed, oh no, rain. They dashed under an overhang for shelter. Ernest, wide-eyed, turned back, shouting, Dane, big trouble. They say when it rains here, the fog. Dane startled. What? Then it's hard to get out, right? The rain grew heavier, and Ernest, anxious, said, exactly. We'll lose our bearings. He grabbed a small box containing a compass, pulling it out. It spun briefly, then whirled uncontrollably. Sweating, Ernest muttered, we're done for. He announced gravely. As expected, the compass isn't working. We can't move. Dane wondered, can't you solve it with exploration skills? Ernest, helpless, clutched the compass, head bowed. Some unknown force. Damn it. We're trapped. My body feels heavier. What now? Seeing Dane's shocked expression, eyes wide, mouth open, Ernest repeated nervously, my body feels heavier. What do we do? Sorry, Dane. Because of me, Dane reassured. It's fine. Let's wait and see. After observing, a thick fog suddenly enveloped them. Dane felt something odd. This fog, it feels familiar somehow. Or is it my imagination? It's like this fog is empowering me. Raising his hand, he marveled. Instead, I feel strangely stronger. Could it be? Ernest, sitting below, hair wet, sobbed, wiping tears, blaming himself. Big trouble. If this continues, Dane's in danger. Suddenly, a green light flashed, stopping his tears. Glancing up, Ernest gaped in awe. Dane's power surged around him, orderly and vibrant. The force hit Ernest like a strong gust, making him shout, Dane! Raising his hands to brace, he gasped, ugh! Such terrifying mana. After a while, the power subsided. Ernest thought, is the fog dissipating from Dane? Seeing the lingering energy around him, he asked, Dane, what's happening? Dane didn't answer directly, calmly saying, let's go. Looking at Ernest confidently, he added, I think I know the way out. Ernest, dazed, snapped back, incredulous. Really? How do you know? Seeing Ernest's shocked expression, Dane smiled inwardly. Maybe I can unravel the mystery of these persistent rains. The rain grew heavier, showing no signs of stopping. Dane thought, I might uncover the secret of this place. Leading the way, Dane cleared a path for Ernest, green light still enveloping him. Ernest, skeptical, wondered what's going on. Seeing the power around Dane, he thought, this is the mysterious fog many mages haven't deciphered. Yet Dane walks through it like it's nothing. Watching Dane's steps, the fog parted where he passed, and visibility cleared. Ernest affirmed inwardly, truly a remarkable guy. After a while, Dane stopped, announcing, Ernest, we're almost there. Ernest, confused, stepped forward. Really? You found the way. But it wasn't the exit, to Ernest's shock. Instead, oh, this is the center of the Misty Garden. They stood before a lake, the heart of the Misty Garden. Ernest gazed at the fountain ahead, saying, this is the magical fountain at the center. Puzzled, Dane asked, what? Is it special? Ernest, with a mysterious air, replied, of course. Most students enter the Misty Garden for this. Surprised, he asked, wait, you don't know the legend about this place? Dane countered, a legend? There's such a thing. Ernest recounted the tale passed around. The legend says if you reach this place before the fog clears, you'll meet the person you want to see. Dane thought, just a romantic made-up story. But he had a question. How does the fountain's magic still work? Getting here is already tough. How does it function? Ernest blinked. You're right. Dane closely observed the water cascading from the fountain. Noting its massive size, he speculated. If no one's constantly channeling magic into it, maybe there's a stronger power source, so it doesn't need recharging? Ernest muttered, a power source. If so, the garden itself might be a giant mechanism. Dane agreed. The garden's layout doesn't need to be this complex and maze-like. You might be onto something. Excited, Ernest cheered, right? If the garden's a massive system, this magical fountain could be an ancient relic. Dane recalled Ernest's earlier words, thinking, and the fogs tied to this too. Dane touched the flowing water. This feeling, definitely. Closing his eyes, he sensed something within him reacting, like meeting an old friend. As a thought struck, his body froze, eyes opening. Finally, an answer. This is ancient magic. His gaze caught strange symbols he hadn't noticed before, and he reached to touch them. Ernest, watching, exclaimed in shock, wait. That's secret script from the Great Abyss. Dane asked skeptically, secret script? Ernest nodded firmly, yes. It wasn't clear, so I wasn't sure, but touching it confirms it. It's the language used in the lost ancient kingdom, secret. Dane was impressed. You know this too? Ernest, sheepish, said, of course. I'm from a family of explorers. Studying ancient languages is crucial for adventurers. To prove it, he touched the secret symbols, muttering, it's frustrating to reach ruins and not read what's written. He pulled a brown notebook from his chest pocket. I'm not fluent in all languages, of course. Twirling a pen, he added playfully, but I was taught this one as a kid. Smiling, he said, let me try decoding it. Dane chuckled at his enthusiasm. Haha, your explorer instincts are kicking in. Ernest decoded, mumbling. Let's see. This word means worthy, and the next is this world. His pen scratched across the page. Yeah, that's it. His excited expression turned serious, his hand moving faster. He whispered, so, combining them. Then, joyfully, he announced, Dane, I've cracked it. Dane asked, what does it say? Ernest held up the notebook, crammed with notes, and read, those who are worthy will prove their strength. Dane, stunned, repeated, worthy prove. He thought, worthy means ancient magic? Somehow, the closer I get to the center, the more familiar it feels. Ernest grinned. Pretty cool, huh? Worthy refers to ancient magic. No way such a person exists. Dane smiled. Thanks, Ernest. Ernest's eyes widened in shock, seeing green light ribbons swirling around Dane. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, Dane, what are you doing? Dane, focused on the lights, squinted. They say ancient scripts hold power through their forms. Recalling a bracelet, he mused, if I use this bracelet, raising his hand, the light ribbons surged into the bracelet. As expected, strange symbols appeared on it. He smiled, pleased with his hunch. Dane raised his hand again, and the light ribbons streamed outward. The secret symbols seemed alive, gently shifting. They morphed into different shapes, then transformed again. Suddenly, the ground trembled, like a herd of carriages passing. The shaking intensified, toppling stone pillars around the fountain. Ernest frowned, worried. What's happening? It's shaking too much. The fountain began sinking slowly, then faster. Ernest, witnessing the scene, gasped, Dane, what exactly did you do? The fountain's sinking into the ground. Dane smiled silently, thinking, perfect, I got it right. A strong gust swept through. Ernest thought, what the hell? He wondered, the fog's activating an ancient ruin? That easy. His gaze fixed on the light streams swirling around Dane's bracelet. Ernest realized, the worthy one is Dane. Suddenly, a green object in the fountain glowed. Dane exclaimed, Ernest, look. Something's shining in the center. Both gaped, awestruck. Ernest marveled, so beautiful. Like a gem. It must be the power source running this fountain. Dane shared his theory. It's likely the cause of all the strange phenomena in this garden. Ernest gasped, incredible. Dane's brow rose, his voice tinged with anticipation. The gentle green light from that object is still glowing. Raising his voice, he said, shall we check out this ancient magic? Dane stepped into the center of the circle. He gently raised his hand, feeling waves of aura brush against his palm. Frowning slightly, he remarked, this power is ancient mana, indeed similar to my own. Suddenly, the power within him surged so intensely it spilled outward. Ancient script abruptly appeared, startling him. Huh? This is Arcana, the lost and fallen kingdom? A relic? Amazed by his own discovery, he exclaimed, Incredible! I can understand ancient languages I couldn't read before. This is truly a relic of the Arcana magical kingdom. So I've absorbed this power. Out of nowhere, a sharp pain stabbed his chest. Gritting his teeth, Dane endured the inexplicable agony. Ugh, my heart. His heart felt torn by an invisible force. Something's flowing into my heart. It's like it's swelling, pressing against my blood vessels, blocking circulation. A strange vision flashed before him. This circle is, after close inspection, he realized, the core and the circle. It reminded him of ancient mages who wielded them. Their roles conflict, making it rare to possess both. He continued, due to low efficiency and bodily harm, magic swordsmen often suffered heart conditions. That's how Dane rationalized his body's reaction. Back in the present, strolling across the campus, he told himself, so, I don't want to create a circle that only channels magic. But am I forced to? Ernest, spotting Dane, asked with concern, Dane, you okay? Your face has been off for a while. Forcing a natural smile, Dane replied, Don't worry, just lost in thought. Ernest, curious, said, Oh, right. You wouldn't believe how shocked I was. Did you absorb that power earlier? Recalling the scene, he puzzled. The fog, the script, it's like they're tied to you. Dane couldn't answer immediately, needing to weigh his thoughts. Ernest, having witnessed everything, was clearly curious. But it'd be better for both if they weren't too close. Smiling, Dane gave a vague excuse. I just followed my sister's advice. I don't know the details. Ernest nodded. Got it. If you figure it out, you gotta tell me. Dane agreed heartily. Sure thing. Excited, Ernest proposed. Dane, I feel like a real explorer today. How about investigating the Academy's mysteries with me? Dane replied. If we find any strange phenomena or places, let's share them. He compromised again. Deal. In truth, Dane's mind was elsewhere. Maybe other places have similar magical constructs. Ernest suddenly reminded. Dane, didn't you say you had class? Snapping back, Dane exclaimed, Right, Layla. He clapped Ernest's hand, saying, Sorry, I'm off. Rushing away, he called, See you later. Ernest mumbled, All right, catch you later. Standing there, he watched Dane's figure shrink in the distance. Dane sprinted to class. Ernest sighed, What an interesting guy. Exploring with Dane could uncover something grand. So exciting. Meanwhile, Dane dashed at breakneck speed. Running, he wondered. Weird, why do I feel better moving? Noticing excess energy in the air, he thought, the circle and core coexist, but don't feel separate. Normally, the core's magic would be disrupted by the circle, making it highly inefficient. His steps grew nimbler, speed increasing. But now, no matter how much mana I generate, nothing feels off. Smirking, he realized, no, it's the opposite. Analyzing, he thought, the secret lies in the circle and core. It's like mana cycles through the circle, gathering in the core. Plus, the core's mana is purer than before. Channeling energy to his feet, Dane pressed on, chuckling. Amazing. Gotta contact Big Sis. Soon, he reached Hayongston District. Layla, excited, said, So this is the famous Hayongston District. Dane pointed. There, the entrance. Spotting it, his eyes widened. Layla quickly explained. That's the famous mana curtain. Curious, Dane asked. Mana curtain? Layla clarified. Created by Saul Hayongston, a legendary mage from the Academy. It opens once a year for talented new magic students. She added, passing through shows different colors based on mana quality and level. Dane nodded. I see. Layla continued. Originally, it detected dark mages infiltrating the Academy. She noted, after dark mages vanished, it was repurposed for this. Dane, still curious, asked, What colors for each level? Layla answered, If you lack talent, no color. Decent is yellow, fairly talented is green, overwhelming is red. Dane remarked, You've researched a lot, huh? Layla explained, I want to know everything about the Academy. She revealed, Your sisters both got red. Layla stepped forward. Dane, I'll go first. Confidently, she entered the curtain. The space turned red. Thrilled, she cheered. Red. Dane praised. Awesome. She boasted. I'm at this level, obviously. Curious, Dane suggested. Let me try. Stepping into the curtain, he mused. Mine's probably red, right? Tensing, he clenched his fists. With the ancient mana absorbed, it should be stronger. Yet, the color was green. Both froze, stunned. Huh? Green? What's going on? There's no green level. Layla gasped. Why are you always so different? Dane laughed it off. Haha, true. Inwardly, he questioned, why's that? In the classroom, a group of students huddled, gossiping. Did you see his badge? He's from the finance department? A money nerd in this class. The whispers persisted. How would I know? Magic department courses are super popular. He's probably just here for the first session and then gone. The subject of their chatter slowly entered the room. A boy hurried over, asking, What's up? Titan asked Arthur. Why are you here? Arthur replied, Oh, I dropped by because I have something to do after class. Arthur Diamet, a fifth-year magic department representative, eagerly asked, But he's not here yet? The interdisciplinary student, Dane Sogers. The other boy stammered. He said he'd take this class, but I haven't seen him. Arthur, slightly disappointed, said, Is that so? He's probably on his way. He instructed, When he arrives, bring him to me. He's Senior Arabella's brother, so I need to pay special attention. The boy quickly agreed. Yes, sir. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Everyone turned toward the door, marveling. So handsome. Look at his eyes, like emeralds. Isn't that Layla, though, next to him? Hearing them, Layla nudged Dane playfully. Having fun, star student? You're the talk of the town wherever you go, huh? Spotting Dane, Arthur smirked. Well, finally here. Beaming, he greeted. Dane, great to meet you. Dane Sogers. I saw you at the opening ceremony. Very striking. Dane sized up the stranger, wondering, Who's this? He seems like an upperclassman, but why so chummy? He asked bluntly. But who are you? Doesn't the magic department teach basic introductions? Arthur's face darkened. What? Ignoring his sour expression, Dane pressed. If you've got business with me, at least say who you are. Arthur, fuming, cursed inwardly. This arrogant brat. The surrounding students gasped. He's talking to Senior Arthur like that. This is trouble. Insulting a senior means your academy life is over. Arthur's tone sharpened, scolding Dane. I came here personally because you're the brother of a senior I deeply respect. Yet you act so arrogant, oblivious to your place? Ever thought your attitude could tarnish your family's reputation? Dane casually replied. Never crossed my mind. From where I stand, aren't you the rude one? Arthur ground his teeth, snapping. You don't know who you're dealing with. Outwardly tense, he justified internally, letting this slide would hurt my reputation. Senior Arabella will understand. He raised a hand, ready to cast magic. Looks like you need a lesson. The two faced off, tension crackling. Just then, a stern male voice interrupted. What's going on? Any issues? Arthur quickly fabricated. Professor, I was just greeting the first-year juniors. Magic Department Head Dranevo, impatient, said, Is that so? Save socializing for after class. Arthur complied. Turning away, I'll let you off this time. Layla whispered to Dane. Careful, Dane. That guy seems bad news. Unfazed, Arthur murmured to an underling. Take him to that place. The underling hesitated, but he's Senior Arabella's brother. Is that okay? Arthur reassured. I'll explain to her. Just bring him. During class, Professor Dranevo presented a device topped with a gem, saying, Since today's just an introduction, I'll keep it brief, and we'll end early. As this is a practical course, we'll also measure mana. The students cheered. It's the mana measuring device. I've seen it before. Dranevo explained. Place your hand on it and channel mana. Instantly, energy streams will appear around the device. He added, You'll see how many magic circles you have. The students gaped at the circles behind him. 18 circles. As expected of a professor. Pointing to them, Dranevo said, Of course, same circle count, but higher mastery darkens the color. He reassured. Sometimes, no circles appear. That doesn't mean you lack talent, so don't worry. The students nodded. True, some haven't formed circles yet. Dranevo continued. Thus, we can't rely solely on circle checks. Turning to the board, he said, Since you chose this course, you need to know basic magic. From a spatial pocket, he produced a box of small orbs. We'll use these to accurately assess your mana. Seeing them, Dane frowned, muttering, "Orbs." Dranevo raised a hand, controlling the orbs with his magic, and gave the task. Use the basic spell psychokinesis. Show your ability to control these orbs. Demonstrating, he flicked his hand, like so. Mana swirled, guiding the orbs in his chosen direction. The class, awestruck, cheered, "So cool. His spell is flawless. The movement's so precise." Layla, unimpressed, said, "No big deal." She pointed out, even basic magic's strength and accuracy depend on the caster. You channel mana into each orb to move them. With our current skills, 3's the limit. Turning to Dane, Layla said, "Maybe you can control more." Dranevo suddenly called, "Arthur, you're auditing, but can you demonstrate for the juniors?" Arthur replied, "Of course, I'd be glad." "Yes, sir." Inwardly, he gloated, "I'll show that arrogant Dane what's what." Dane gave him a sidelong glance. "Let's see where this confidence comes from." Arthur stepped up, activating the mana measuring device. Multiple magic circles appeared behind him. The students below gasped, as expected of Senior Arthur. "He's reached level 4. The circle color's amazing." Dranevo patted his shoulder, praising, "You've improved again." Arthur bowed humbly. "All thanks to your guidance, sir." Turning to the class, Dranevo announced, "Normally, graduates reach 4 circles. Your senior's already there." He continued praising, "This is true talent. Learn from him. His advice could help you." The class buzzed. Arthur, smug, stared at Dane, thinking, "Too early to be impressed, Dane Sogers. I'll show you the gap between us." Dane said nothing, silently watching the orbs swirl through Arthur's magic in the air. The students marveled at Arthur's skill. He's controlling those orbs so smoothly. Seeing countless orbs floating, they asked, "No way. How many is that?" Arthur, sweating profusely, thought, "I've poured in all my power." Taunting Dane, he said, "How's that, kid?" "Great job. Let's give a round of applause." As expected, it was Arthur. "Which tower are we heading to next?" Dranevo addressed Arthur. "You've worked hard. Come in." "Yes, Professor," Arthur replied, smirking slyly, thinking, "Haha, I'm curious to see how strong his magic can be." Dranevo turned, saying, "By the way, if you lack magical power, nothing will happen. If you're worried, you can leave now." The room fell silent. Dranevo continued, "No one? Good. Let's begin. Step up in order, starting from the first row." Dane and Layla watched from a corner. Layla grumbled, "They call this orientation, but it's just exposing everyone's abilities in front of the class." Dane nodded. "Exactly. That's what the academy's aiming for." Students took turns approaching and touching the orb. The first cheered, "Magic circle complete." The second, less fortunate, muttered, "Ugh, why didn't I get anything?" The third failed miserably. "Oh no, the orb fell." Professor Dranevo's deep voice rang out. "That's unfortunate." Next, it was Dane's turn. Dranevo thought, "In the entrance exam, he solved my test perfectly. I'm eager to see how many magic circles he has." Dane smiled calmly, exuding confidence. Fast forward, the room gasped in shock. As Dane placed his hand on the magic orb, green light streams radiated around him. Instead of displaying a power level, a system warning appeared, "Unable to measure." Layla and Arthur, stunned, exclaimed, "What does that mean?" The crowd couldn't believe it, whispering, "Is the machine broken? If he has no circles, it'd say so, but unable to measure?" Dane pondered silently. "Is it because of the ancient magic?" Dranevo, incredulous, frowned. "This machine is 100% accurate, filtering out anyone faking their level. But unable to measure? I've never seen this." He announced, "It's probably overloaded. Let's at least complete Dane's orb test first." Dane replied, "Yes, Professor." Arthur, smirking triumphantly, said, "Huh, I knew it. No surprise." Facing the orbs, Dane thought, "So it can't be measured. What a shame. Let's try this. I wonder if it'll work properly." Closing his eyes, he raised his hand. Green light appeared, and he used his power to lift all the orbs into the air. The room gaped again. He lifted all the orbs? Impossible. The record was only 5. One of Arthur's group gasped, "All of them? Is he insane?" Arthur, dumbfounded, thought, "How is this possible?" Layla, unfazed and used to it, said, "There he goes again. I'm not even surprised anymore." Dane reflected, "I never thought I could lift them all." He's more impressive than I imagined. Seems like after absorbing that ancient mana, I'm even stronger. Focusing, he deftly controlled the ancient mana, grinning. All right, let's make this even more spectacular. Everyone watched intently. Dranevo thought, what am I witnessing? Is he arranging the orbs precisely to form a picture? Snapping out of it, a mana orb image appeared in the air. The crowd shouted, it's a lion and a snake. The Soger's family crest. Dane smiled confidently, while Dranevo stood frozen, thinking, even Arabella couldn't do this. Layla spoke up, my turn. Calm down, Dane. Dranevo said to him. Truly well done, Dane Sogers. Even Siding, who never takes disciples, would be proud to call you his student. Dane bowed. Thank you, Professor. One of Arthur's teammates exclaimed. Wait, what? He's a disciple of the former Magic Tower Master? No wonder he's in advanced magic. Panicking, he turned to Arthur. Arthur, what now? This guy's not normal. He might be stronger than you. Arthur snapped irritably. Shut up. I'm thinking. The teammate stammered. Sorry. Arthur clenched his fists, thinking, damn it. The Soger's family is terrifying. Why are they all monsters? At this level, we need to change plans. Grinding his teeth, he fumed, so frustrating. But if I challenge him and lose in skill, I'll lose face. If I can't beat him with ability, I'll have to tame him another way. Arthur addressed his two lackeys. We need to pull him into the student council. Once I'm in charge there, controlling him will be easier if he's under my wing. They protested, but he's just a first year. Yeah, even we never dreamed of joining it. A first year in the student council is unheard of. Arthur retorted, who cares? Rules are made to be broken, right? The two gaped, unbelievable. Arthur continued, trust me, with him, our magic department's fame will skyrocket. He smirked, thinking, and, of course, my reputation and career will soar too. The scene shifts to a room where a voice rang out. Perfect, Dane Sogers. Thank you, Professor. Professor Dranevo said, if I'd known sooner, I'd have argued with the other professors to ensure you join the magic department. Dane replied, I'll do my best, whether I'm in another department or not. Others chimed in. Did you hear that? Magic department students better watch out. Dranevo clapped Dane's shoulder. If you have free time, come see me. Dane eagerly responded. Yes, Professor. In the academy hall, Layla said. How do you pull off such amazing stuff? Why do you keep doing the impossible? Dane grinned smugly. Honestly, I don't know. Layla snapped. What? You think you're special or something? He countered. But you lifted 5 orbs too. Hearing that from you doesn't exactly thrill me. Flashback. Layla, no less impressive, used her power to lift 5 orbs, smirking triumphantly. Dane puzzled. Why does she sound mad at me? Arthur's group approached, saying, Hey Dane, I've seen your skills. Arthur, overly friendly, added. Last time, I was a bit out of line. Can we talk privately? Dane mused. He's completely changed his tune after seeing my skills? Moments later, a voice said, the Student Council. Yes, the Royal Academy's Student Council. A group of students stood in the courtyard. The council decided policies and managed the Academy's budget, famed for their prestige and unique privileges. The crowd buzzed. For example, the council can discipline students or approve department events. Arthur dangled enticing offers to persuade Dane. Don't you see what you're missing? Joining the council is every student's dream. Spend some time here, and you'll realize how incredible this offer is. Come on, think it over. It's a rare opportunity. Dane glanced at Layla, who was clenching her teeth, her face scrunched like an angry cat. He thought, why is she so mad? Suddenly, Layla grabbed his arm, pulling him away. Dane, if we're late, the tarts will be gone. Hurry, he exclaimed. Oh, right. Almost forgot. Arthur panicked. Hey, where are you going? We're talking. Dane smiled. I've got more important business, so excuse me. He thought. Thanks, Layla. Perfect timing. Arthur called after. I'm not giving up. I'll convince you, Dane. Layla, fuming, said, what a pest. He's desperate to get you into the council. If you accept, it's a perfect stepping stone for him to make you his pawn. Dane chuckled. Thanks for getting me out of that. Layla, still angry, added. More importantly, he didn't even acknowledge me. Not a single word. Dane laughed helplessly. So that's why you're mad? Layla said, it's probably your talent. Those crazy test results. Today's test proved it all. Dane teased, finally admitting it. Layla stammered. No choice. He changed the topic. By the way, do they really sell tarts? Layla declared. Of course. This is the Royal Academy. If a dessert exists in the Empire, it's here. Dane cheered. Great. Let's go. The scene shifts to Professor Dranevo and Arthur talking. Dranevo asked, Have you seen Dane? Arthur replied, Yes, he's incredible. Dranevo smiled, satisfied. Huh. He might even outshine Arabella. Arthur, skeptical, asked, Is he really that elite? Dranevo stated, Magic is a vague field, hard to pin down. But innate magical talent? That's not impossible to gauge. Arthur, incredulous, thought, My gosh, is he saying Dane's talent surpasses the senior I admire? Dranevo quickly added, About that, Arthur, turn a blind eye to Dane. Take good care of him so he joins the magic class. Arthur, unwilling, secretly clenched his leg, thinking, TCH, everyone's like this. They're all dazzled by his talent. He said, Actually, I met him privately after class and offered him a council spot, but he refused. What? Dranevo, shocked, said, Could he have heard something from Arabella? His talent is too great to lose. Both fell into thought. Arthur spoke. Well, Professor, about that recommendation letter, Dranevo smiled. Oh, that? Things aren't exactly smooth sailing. I see. Dranevo reassured. Don't rush. You've got 2 more years, right? Someone like you will surely get a magic tower recommendation before graduating. Arthur forced a smile, thinking, damn it. He said the same last year. Does he think I don't see his real intentions? Dranevo, no less cunning, thought, if I give up a magic tower slot now, it means losing a student to toy with. He mused, looking back, I heard you were the one who sabotaged 2 magic towers I liked. Huh? Arthur interrupted. All right. I'll convince Dane myself. Dranevo said, Good, Arthur. I'm counting on you. Arthur, resentful, thought, damn, my future's in his hands. Like it or not, I have no choice but to obey, you old geezer. Back to Dane. He carried a bag over his shoulder, chatting with Layla. By the way, Layla, is the cafeteria always this crowded? She replied, If a club has too few members or can't prove its activities, it gets disbanded. Dane, curious, said, This is my first time joining so many events. Layla glanced at him, nonchalant. We've already won tons of prizes anyway. The bag was stuffed with vouchers, 2 mana stones, 15 lunch discount coupons, 5 meal vouchers, and 8 convenience store discounts. Dane held up a scroll and a treasure map. Layla, excited, grabbed it. What's this? He answered. The senior hosting the event said it was bought at an Arkender auction. Layla, eyes sparkling like a squirrel, exclaimed, Arkender? This must be valuable. Dane, amused by her cute reaction, thought, Yeah, Dad said so. Arkender's auction house collects rare and beautiful items across the Empire, appraised by the nation's top evaluators, ensuring only masterpieces are sold. Jewelry studded with dazzling, precious rubies. Layla, thrilled, said, Look, it's pristine. An academy treasure map? I heard this academy has tons of secret and mysterious places. Dane grinned, clutching the map, thinking, Ernest will love seeing this. Dane arrived at the lecture hall. He finally found the right place amidst the sprawling campus. Here it is, the history lecture hall, he murmured softly. Nearby, lively chatter from classmates filled the air, students from various classes mingling. He felt a wave of relief, thinking, Thanks to the butler's directions before I came, I'm much more at ease. Suddenly, Ernest approached from a distance, greeting, Hey Dane, we meet again. Surprised, Dane asked, Ernest, you're in this class too? Ernest grinned enthusiastically, thrilled to see him sooner than expected. All first years have to take this class. I wasn't sure if you'd show, so I kept looking around for you. Finally found you. How've you been? He asked while slinging an arm around Dane's shoulder. Dane replied quietly, Not much has changed. It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Ernest didn't mind, responding briskly, Cool. Running into an old friend always brings up tons to talk about. Dane started, Oh, right, Ernest, there's something I want to tell you. But before he could continue, a group of strangers interrupted, blocking their path. They approached menacingly. Well, Ernest, is that you? Ernest froze, unable to speak. Though Dane didn't know the situation or who these people were, Ernest's expression told him trouble was brewing. The threat this group posed to Ernest was palpable. What's this? Ernest's face paled instantly, his body trembling. Why is he so panicked? The group's leader, Braun, sneered wickedly, taunting. Yo, Ernest, I'm thrilled to see you here. Been a while, huh? Ernest's fear was unmistakable, escalating with Braun's barbed words. Dane observed silently, holding back from acting impulsively without understanding the situation. While forming hypotheses based on what he saw, he looks like a soldier with PTSD. Ernest stammered, Braun, hi. Braun feigned reproach, using it as a pretext to bully him. You should have told me you got into the academy. I enrolled first, you know. Even Dane saw through the insincerity, wondering, are they friends? Doesn't look like it. More like a deep-seated psychological trauma, an ingrained habit. Ernest, cowed, bowed his head, apologizing despite doing nothing wrong. Sorry, I didn't know. Emboldened, Braun grabbed his head, though to outsiders it might seem like friendly roughhousing. He mocked, Little mouse, how do you even get in? I thought you flunked. Weren't you a total coward back then? Dane quietly watched their actions and Ernest's feeble, negligible resistance. Acting like a lackey, Braun smiled amiably, ordering, Oh, perfect timing. I'm too lazy to hit the cafeteria. Since you're here, go grab me a sandwich. Ernest, shocked, asked, Huh? Right now? Seeing Ernest's unchanged timidity, Braun pressed, What? You don't want to? His cronies, cut from the same cloth, glared at Ernest with condescending eyes. Rarely defiant, Ernest said honestly, I'm with a friend, so it's a bit awkward. Braun, stunned, hadn't expected this. This guy's got the guts to use personal excuses to dodge bullying. He noticed Dane, who'd been silently observing. Braun taunted, Your friends got friends too? Shifting targets, Braun turned to provoke Dane. You look tough. Dane remained silent, not uttering a word. Overstepping, Braun scoffed. What department you in? Hanging with trash like Ernest. You're probably no good either. Dane smirked faintly, thinking, no idea what family he's from, but his posturing reminds me of those battlefield rats. Naturally, he didn't bother sparing Braun a glance, let alone waste breath on a spoiled brat who thought bullying made him hot stuff. Seeing Dane's silence, Braun jabbed. What's with this loser? Cat out your tongue. Just then, a proctor spotted the group of burly guys surrounding smaller kids and shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Class is starting. Move it. Caught by the proctor, Braun, like a mouse spotting a cat, scratched his head sheepishly. Yes, we're going. Before leaving, he warned, Newbie, see you later. Got lots to talk about. His words terrified Ernest, who trembled uncontrollably, too scared to retort. The group sauntered off, laughing casually. Campus life just got more fun. Dane glanced at his friend. Ernest's hands shook from the scare, his body slumping weakly. Dane quickly steadied him, preventing a collapse, and asked worriedly, Ernest, you okay? Ernest, embarrassed, said, I'm sorry. Because of me. Dane cut him off. Who were those guys? You seem to know them. As the group faded into the distance, Ernest replied softly, They're from a noble family back home. They bullied me constantly there. I knew they were here, but the academy's huge, with so many departments. I thought I'd avoid them. Sorry, I dragged you into this. He apologized again, assuming strangers would part unhappily over a small incident. Dane patted his shoulder, reassuring, I'm fine. Let's get to class, bidding a temporary farewell to give Ernest time to calm down. But seeing Ernest's ashen face staring into the distance, even after the group was gone, showed how deep the bullying's impact was. Dane worried. His face is so pale. How badly did they torment him? Tactfully, he said, Don't worry, I'll go with you. Ernest, alarmed, protested, With me? No, I can go alone. Dane looked at him seriously. You mean you'll just endure their insults alone? That'll only make them bully you more. Ernest stared, stunned. Still hesitant, he wavered, but Dane interrupted, arrogantly declaring, You saw my strength before, right? What's there to worry about? Reminded, Ernest recalled that moment, admitting, Yeah, Dane's strong. Speechless, he couldn't argue. Dane took charge. All right, we're going together. Silence means consent. Ernest fumbled, wanting to protest but stopping short. Then Dane and Braun crossed paths again. Braun, with his usual fake friendliness, said, Well, isn't this peaceful, Ernest? Feeling nostalgic, Dane bluntly challenged. Are you really his friend? Why drag him out here just to pick a fight? Bronn, course, snapped, likely annoyed since morning when Dane stayed silent and made Ernest refuse him for the first time. And who the hell are you? Trailing behind? Annoying much? Wanna die? Dane's face hardened. I'd ask you the same. Bronn, provoked by Dane's arrogance, barked. What? This Dane kid thinks he's hot stuff just cause he got into the academy. Offering a warning as a courtesy, he said, You clueless punk. Ever heard of the Sogers family? I'm the heir to the greatest clan in the Western Empire. Got it. Dane, digging his ear to hear better, replied haughtily, Sogers? Never heard of it. Ernest gasped. Dane, that's outright provocation. Even a dimwit would feel insulted. Bronn's cronies egged him on. What did that brat say? Bronn, you letting that slide? Furious, Bronn ordered. Guys, take him down. The group grinned wickedly. Rare chance to stretch our legs under this clear sky. Casually advancing to deal with Dane, they taunted Ernest. Pick friends who can actually help you. Guess we'll have to beat you twice as hard to make it stick. Ernest, trembling, pleaded, Stop. Let's run while we can. No matter how strong you are, they're too dangerous. Especially Bronn. He's been called a swordsmanship genius since childhood. Hearing this, Dane grew more intrigued, chatting calmly as the enemy approached. A swordsmanship genius? Sounds interesting. Ernest, I'll leave one for you to take down. Ernest, shocked, exclaimed, Me? Dane encouraged. What? You gonna quiver for them forever? Ernest fell silent, unable to respond. Inwardly, he thought, Dane's unpredictable, then awkwardly looked away. At that moment, Bronn charged. Ernest shouted, Dane. Bronn sneered. Look at that confidence, swinging a fist with smug bravado. You're done. The punch landed squarely on Dane's handsome face, knocking it to one side. Ernest cried, Dane. Bronn cackled maniacally, turning to flaunt his strength at Ernest. How's that, you dog? Awake yet? Grinning smugly at his handiwork, he threw another punch. We're not done with you. This time, it wasn't so easy. Dane blocked the fist effortlessly. His face remained cold, now sporting a bruise from the hit. Stunned, Bronn blurted, You hit me first? Amid his confusion, Dane grinned chillingly, meaning everything that happens next is self-defense. Immediately, one of Bronn's cronies, eyes glaring with malice, used the right-hand rule, unleashing a powerful punch toward Dane. Ernest's heart pounded, his worry choking him, but Dane merely tilted his body, dodging the punch effortlessly as if playing a game. His eyes sparkled with mischief, a confident smirk curling his lips. Before the thug could recover, Dane clenched his fist, muscles tensing, and landed a precise punch to the punk's ribs. A pained oof escaped the thug's mouth, his face contorting, eyes wide with shock. He staggered, legs trembling as if about to collapse, but clinging to his remaining pride. He gritted his teeth, trying to regain composure. Dane gave him no chance. With lightning speed, he delivered a fierce kick to the thug's knee. A dry crack echoed, and the punk crumpled to the ground, dust flying. Clutching his leg, he screamed in agony, face pale, eyes a mix of panic and resentment. The scene unfolded so swiftly, like a whirlwind, that the onlookers could only gape. Without pausing, Dane spun toward the next thug, his gaze sharp as a blade. He charged, unleashing a flurry of punches like a torrential downpour. An upward swing slammed into the purple-haired thug's chin, snapping his head back, teeth clacking loudly. His mind reeled, eyes blurring from pain. Seizing the moment, Dane drove his shoulder into the thug's chest, the force sending him stumbling back several steps, legs wobbling unsteadily. Not stopping, Dane waved his hand, a radiant green mana aura gathering around it, forming a shimmering circle. He took a deep breath, feeling the energy surge within, then unleashed a powerful mana blast at the remaining two. The light erupted, hurling them backward, tumbling across the ground in a cloud of dust. Bronn's crew staggered, gasping, their eyes a mix of fear and fury. Dane followed with precise strikes, each blow like a hammer, toppling the group until they lay sprawled, groaning in pain. Bronn stood frozen, witnessing the scene with wide eyes and gaping mouth, utterly stunned. His heart raced, an uneasy feeling creeping into his chest. Damn it, Dane frowned slightly, rubbing his chin, muttering, "Was that stronger than I thought? The ancient magic core?" He glanced at Ernest, who stood pale-faced, eyes wide with shock. Ernest stammered, voice trembling. What the hell just happened? Bronzeside wasn't faring better. Seeing his lackeys down, his eyes darkened, brows furrowed, lips pressed into a thin line. "Damn, what a bunch of idiots," he muttered, voice quivering with anger and humiliation. One of the cronies, struggling to rise, coughed, mouth full of dirt. Cough, cough. "Braun, this guy's no joke." Braun's face reddened with rage. "Shut up. Beaten this badly by a first year? You're that weak." Dane turned, eyes challenging, a mocking smirk on his lips. "Still want to keep going? All talk, no substance." His taunt poured fuel on the fire, Braun's face twitching, eyes blazing. "What did you say?" The slick-haired thug beside him, sweating profusely, urged, "Braun, don't. Stop, this guy's strong. Did you see how he shot those mana blasts?" But the warning fell on deaf ears. Braun roared, shoving his ally aside, voice thick with fury. "Coward. This pathetic in front of kids? Move, I'll handle this." With that, he raised his hand, a blue mana circle glowing coldly. It expanded rapidly, forming a mysterious black hole that captivated all eyes. Dane stood unfazed, his gaze steady, but Ernest was petrified, hands shaking, voice faltering. "What? Don't tell me." From the void, Braun drew a gleaming steel sword, its sharp blade reflecting sunlight. He glared at Dane, a sinister grin spreading. "No one's around in this remote place, so it's fine. You made a mistake. You forced me to draw my sword." In contrast to Ernest's panic, Dane merely tilted his head, eyeing the sword with interest. "That sword looks decent." But Ernest, losing his cool, stammered, "This is bad. Braun's drawn his sword. It's really bad." Dane glanced at Braun, frowning slightly, thinking, what a reckless guy. "So you're ignoring Academy rules?" Seeing them whispering, Braun turned, voice menacing. "You know, when the sky's cloudy, fog rolls in. The kind so thick no one can find a missing person." The slick-haired thug, sweat beading on his forehead, worried. "Braun, is this really okay? What if we get expelled?" Braun snapped, "Shut it. Beat that idiot and his pal to a pulp, then come back." The thug nodded reluctantly. "All right." With that, the two charged at Dane, eyes ferocious. Ernest, frantic, stammered, "What do I do, Dane?" "If you fight Braun, then I." Before he finished, Dane cut in, voice calm but brimming with confidence. "Don't worry, these guys are nothing. You can win." Ernest, stunned, eyes wide. "Take on 4, really?" Reflecting, he realized Dane was right. Dane continued, "Exactly, you've explored a lot, so your lower body's strong. So land a solid hit." Ernest, still trembling, heart pounding, felt a spark of resolve ignite within. Braun's crew advanced, roaring, "You're dead." Dane spun, darting in another direction, agile as a panther. Braun, furious, face flushed. "Not letting me get close? So you've got combat experience, huh?" Dane turned, smirking provocatively. "Shut up and chase me." To Ernest, he clenched his fists, heart racing. "He's right," he thought. "We can't keep cowering." The slick-haired thug approached, sneering. "What's with the clenched fists? Your eyes look fierce. Friends really matter, huh?" He laughed, knuckles cracking. "Guess you're cocky cause of him. Take a few hits and leave. I'll go easy." Hearing this, Ernest frowned, heart trembling but urging himself, "Don't panic. Think, what would Dane do?" Images of Dane's earlier takedowns flashed vividly. Resolve flaring, Ernest assumed a stance, eyes glinting with determination. The thug clenched his fist, throwing a heavy punch at Ernest's face. Ernest barely dodged, the fist grazing his head, making him cry out, mind reeling. But he gritted his teeth, voice shaky but resolute. "The person you knew was the old me. That's gone." Instantly, Ernest tightened his fist, channeling all his strength into a powerful punch to the thug's face. The punch landed, twisting the thug's face, eyes wide with shock. Ernest didn't stop, raining punches on the thug's face, each blow venting years of fear and frustration. The thug staggered, finally collapsing, clutching his face, groaning. Though victorious, Ernest couldn't believe it. His legs shook, lips twitching, but his heart swelled with indescribable joy. Calming down, he clenched his fists, Voice choked but proud. I really did it. Dane, watching Ernest take down the slick-haired thug, smirked faintly, his eyes glinting with satisfaction. His voice, calm but provocative, cut through. Looks like your last teammate's down, Braun. The word stabbed at Braun's pride like a sharp dagger. He spun around, face flushed with rage, voice trembling in disbelief. What? That's impossible. But the sight before him froze him. His final crony lay sprawled, clutching his face, groaning. Braun screamed, voice cracking with fury and shame. You lost to a pathetic failure like that? Dane didn't respond, merely glancing toward a corner of the garden where 2 old brooms lay discarded. A spark flashed in his eyes, his lips curling into a sly grin. Oh, looks like I found something useful, he thought, heart stirring with a bold idea. Without hesitation, he grabbed a broom, gripping the rough wooden handle and twirling it like a real weapon. Braun, seeing this, laughed scornfully, voice dripping with mockery. Huh? You think you can take me with that? But Dane only smiled, his gaze calm yet icy. For someone like you, this is more than enough. The light but cutting words darkened Braun's face. He gritted his teeth, face twitching with anger, roaring, You arrogant bastard. I'll crush you today. Don't worry, I won't kill you. With that, Braun charged like a storm, his steel sword gleaming, eyes blazing with vengeance. Gripping the hilt tightly, he bellowed. I'll just leave a small scar on your face, so every time you see me, you'll tremble in fear. A flurry of slashes tore through the air, aimed at Dane, each swing fueled by rabid aggression. But Dane, with astonishing composure, dodged each strike fluidly, like a deadly dance. As the blade grazed past, he felt the cold rush of air on his skin, yet his heart beat steadily, unshaken. Braun grew increasingly frantic, sweat beading on his forehead, shouting, This bastard's stronger than I thought. Dane, unfazed, kept his cool, eyes sharply tracking his opponent's moves. He spoke evenly, but with biting provocation. Your sword strikes are too predictable. The words hit Braun like a bucket of ice water, driving him to the edge. He roared, face contorted with rage. You dare talk about my swordsmanship? You think you're the son of Duke Thermion or something? Dane frowned slightly, feeling the broom tremble under the strain. He's channeling mana into the sword, he thought, heart ticking faster as he assessed the situation. This broom won't hold up much longer. Braun pressed forward, voice thick with disdain. You're just a rat caught in a trap. What can you do with that stupid stick? His face burned red, but Dane's eyes remained cold, emotionless, as if watching a beast thrash in desperation. Suddenly, Dane tightened his grip, a vibrant green mana surged flooding into the broom like a shimmering river. The wooden handle hummed softly, and his speed skyrocketed, so fast Braun could only gape in shock. Before he could react, a blur shot past, and a crushing blow from the broom slammed into Braun's chest. He cried out, staggering, hands clutching his chest, eyes wide with disbelief. Just a wooden stick with this kind of power? He thought, heart pounding with fear and incredulity. But before he could recover, a final strike from Dane sent him crashing to the ground, dust billowing, his sword flying away, rolling across the grass. Ernest stood nearby, jaw dropped, eyes round as saucers, stammering in awe. Incredible. He took down Braun with a single blow. His heart raced, a mix of admiration and disbelief. I knew Dane was strong, but not this strong. Dane strode toward Braun, eyes cold, voice resonating like a command. Get up. Fight on. If you drew your sword, you should fight to the last moment. He paused, eyes briefly pensive. My father once said, if you draw a sword for a duel, it means you're ready to see it all end. Braun lay groaning, clutching his stomach, sweat and tears streaking his distorted face. A chaotic storm raged within. Damn it. This guy's on a whole different level. He screamed, voice breaking with panic. Who are you? Dane replied coldly, each word clear as if etched in the air. Dane Sogers, son of the Sogers earldom, and a first year in the Independent Studies Department. Braun's eyes widened, face paling like paper. What? The Sogers earldom? You're the one who entered Independent Studies after 50 years. The youngest genius heir. Dane shrugged, voice casual. Guess I introduced myself a bit late. Braun screamed inwardly, heart sinking in despair. Damn it. No wonder he's so confident. He muttered, voice trembling. Why is someone like you hanging out with an idiot like Ernest? Dane stepped closer, eyes piercing. So what should I do? You drew your sword and lost. Should I take your life? Braun flinched, clutching his chest, retreating, sweat pouring. What are you talking about? Dane continued, voice mocking but icy. Well, by my judgment, this wasn't exactly a fair duel. But since you drew your sword, the words felt like a blade at Braun's throat, making him tremble, body shrinking back, eyes filled with terror. This bastard, he looks like he might actually kill me. Without hesitation, Braun dropped to his knees, bowing before Dane, voice quaking. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I really apologize. I never knew you were from the Sogers family. I'll never do anything stupid like this again. Before he could finish, Dane cut in, voice flat. You really don't get it, do you? Pointing at Ernest, his gaze stern. You're apologizing to the wrong person. The one who deserves it isn't me. It's Ernest. At that, Braun turned to Ernest, grabbing his hands, voice near begging. I'm sorry, Ernest. I'm truly sorry. I sincerely apologize for everything I've done to you. Please forgive me. Ernest stood frozen, eyes wide, heart pounding with shock. Painful memories flooded back. Years of Braun and his gang's bullying, humiliation, and fear. Yet now, his greatest tormentor knelt before him, trembling like a pathetic wretch. His chest tightened, torn between hatred and disbelief. Dane turned, voice gentle but weighty. Handle it, Ernest. You can beat him until you're satisfied, or accept his apology and move on. It's up to you. Ernest pursed his lips, heart in turmoil. He looked at Braun, still kneeling, sweat dripping, eyes pleading. Braun begged. Yes, hit me as much as you want. I deserve it. Ernest closed his eyes, a fierce battle raging within. Honestly, I want to punch him to feel better, he thought, fists trembling. But then, he took a deep breath, opened his eyes, voice firm yet forgiving. Braun, next time, fight me fairly. I'll forgive you after that. Hearing this, Braun looked up, face drenched in sweat, eyes filled with surprise and relief. He stammered, You mean it? Ernest nodded, turning away, voice resolute. Then I'll let this go. Dane, beside him, nodded slightly, eyes gleaming with approval. Well done, Ernest. They turned to leave, leaving Braun kneeling, still reeling. Ernest glanced at Dane, heart swelling with gratitude, voice choked. Thank you, Dane. Dane smiled, eyes warm. No problem. Just a few steps after Dane and Ernest started walking, Layla appeared out of nowhere, her voice tinged with irritation and reproach. Dane, I waited forever and couldn't find you, so I had to scour the place looking for you. Dane turned, slightly startled but quickly flashing a smile. Oh, Layla. Layla rolled her eyes, glancing at the battered group sprawled in the distance, then raised an eyebrow. What's this? You got into a fight again. Dane shrugged, voice calm. Some people tried to pick a fight with me, that's all. Layla, curious, pressed. Pick a fight with you? Who dare? Dane glanced at Braun, still sitting there dazed, his face a mask of shock. Layla followed his gaze, recognized Braun, and burst into amused laughter, her eyes twinkling mischievously. Of all people, he picked you? Talk about bad luck. From afar, Braun saw Layla, and his heart sank. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he thought, the daughter of Duke Thermion is coming over? Dane continued casually. They said he's some swordsmanship genius. Know him? Layla crossed her arms, scoffing with disinterest. Nope, don't care. Then she turned to Ernest, who stood quietly nearby, raising a curious brow. But who's this? Ernest scratched his head, face flushing slightly as he looked down. Dane quickly introduced. This is Ernest, a first year in the exploration department. Ernest nodded hastily, stammering. Nice to meet you, Lady Thermion. Layla chuckled, waving a hand. Oh, come on. Drop the lady stuff. It's so awkward. Just treat me like a friend. Ernest nodded, a relieved smile breaking through. Okay. Layla, intrigued, continued. So, what do you study in exploration? Your family's famous for adventuring, right? Ernest nodded, his voice gaining confidence. Yeah, stuff like ruins, secret locations, exploration, like treasure hunting or archaeology. Layla's eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands. Then shouldn't we show him the map we found? He might know something about it. At the word map, Ernest frowned, curious. What map? Dane grinned, eyes sparkling. It's a map we got from a club event, like a prize. Ernest's eyes widened, voice full of awe. What? I heard someone got a treasure map. Was that you guys? His eyes gleamed like a kid seeing a favorite toy, making Layla raise an eyebrow and laugh. He's like a whole different person now. Dane shrugged, joking. Probably some obsession with artifacts. Ernest, buzzing with excitement, said, All right, let's find a quiet spot first. Holding the map, he studied it intently, brows furrowing in focus. This map looks pretty complex. Since it's a treasure map, understanding it with one glance is impossible. He muttered, Instead of showing the whole academy, it points to a specific location. Layla pointed at a spot, curious. What's that? Ernest replied, voice thoughtful. There are lots of strange symbols all over it. I can read them, but they don't form coherent meaning. Is this some kind of pattern? Layla turned, impatient. So what do we do now? Ernest answered, eyes lighting up as he analyzed. First, we need to find out who made this map. There's no standard for things like this, but knowing the creator gives us a framework to work with. Dane rubbed his chin, voice pensive. So decoding it right now will be tough, huh? Ernest nodded, but one thing's certain, the location is within the academy. However, this architectural style was only used when the academy was first built. Dane and Layla exclaimed in unison, eyes gleaming. So it's somewhere nearby, right? Ernest continued. The issue is this style uses a very peculiar secret magic by Saul Hankston. Layla gasped, Saul Hankston? The legendary mage who founded the academy. Dane added, voice contemplative. So that magic can't be used anymore, right? I heard Saul Hankston had no disciples. Ernest's eyes widened, impressed. You know a lot, Dane. Layla frowned, sighing. I knew it'd be hard, but not this hard. Ernest went on. The key is finding who made the map. That'll give us clues to decode it. Dane grinned, voice excited. Once we crack it, it's just a matter of treasure hunting, right? The prospect made Layla nod, eyes sparkling. Sounds awesome. Before coming to the academy, I was always with family, so this is my first time doing something on my own. Ernest nodded eagerly. I want to join you guys too. Dane smiled, thinking, these two are so enthusiastic. But it'll probably take a while, so let's take it slow. Ernest handed the map to Dane, surprising him. Wouldn't it be better for you to keep it while decoding? Ernest smiled confidently. It's fine. I've memorized it. Dane and Layla gaped, exclaiming, No way. Your memory's that good. Ernest scratched his head, explaining, For some reason, I'm great at remembering maps and codes. Dane laughed. That's a real talent. Layla teased. Bet tests are a breeze for you. Dane took the map, nodding. Got it. If you need help, just call us. Ernest's eyes shone. Thanks. This is my first time hunting for something with people other than my dad, so I'm thrilled. Layla giggled. Now let's eat. Celebrate the team's formation. Dane and Ernest nodded, chiming. Sounds fun. The trio walked off, their lively chatter echoing across the courtyard. The scene shifts to evening at the dormitory, Dane's voice reflective. So much happened today. I should take some time to organize my stuff. He began tidying the chaotic room, his gaze softening as he picked up the egg Claire had given him. I should keep important family items somewhere visible like this, he murmured, but then frowned. But where do I put this egg? They say living creatures shouldn't be in dark corners. Suddenly, the egg trembled unusually, emitting a faint glow. Dane jolted, heart racing. Why is it doing this now? He stared, voice trembling with excitement. This hasn't happened in 7 years. Is it because I'm at the academy? He shook his head, muttering. No, the academy's mysterious, but the mana here isn't much different from my room. His eyes lit up. Could it be the ancient mana I absorbed in the garden? Dane set the egg on the table, voice brimming with determination. Incredible. It activated instantly. All right, let's pour all my energy into this. Today's the day it hatches. He focused, mana flowing from his hands like a river, pouring into the egg. It shook violently, radiating a blinding light that lit up the room's corner. Dane laughed, heart soaring. It's soaking up my mana like crazy. I've been feeding it mana for 7 years. How much can it hold? But then he panicked. Can't do this here. The room's gonna collapse. Dane grabbed the egg and bolted to Claire's lap. Seeing it tremble, Claire exclaimed, eyes gleaming. My gosh, it's reacting strongly. What did you do to it? Dane, panting, explained. It keeps shaking even without me channeling mana. Claire studied the egg, then frowned. Dane, isn't it time for dorm roll call? Missing its trouble. The scene shifts to the dorm hallway, where 3 figures approached. The one in the middle spoke with authority. I'm Albert, president of the dormitory council. Now, I'll begin the roll call. As the inspection team appeared, all dormitory students hurriedly lined up outside their rooms, the atmosphere growing tense. At the Royal Academy, roll call was a strictly enforced ritual, with no leniency. In one corner, a blond guy whispered anxiously, Why aren't Priscilla and Dane out yet? Don't they know it's roll call time? He swallowed hard, thinking of the consequences. 1 demerit for tardiness, 2 for absence. 3 violations in a semester led to labor punishment, and missing more than 2 roll calls meant demotion from the dormitory. Another student replied hesitantly, Yeah, I saw Dane cleaning his room earlier. Albert, president of the dormitory council, stood with a cold expression, his sharp gaze sweeping the crowd. Everyone, stand still and no talking. He paused, voice stern. Floor 9, Dantaire Hall, don't expect peace tonight. The blond guy frowned, muttering, What's he mean by that? But inwardly, he thought, Why so serious today? Albert pointed to a screen above, voice icy. In the MANHWA surveillance footage, curiously, we have Priscilla, a dorm resident, leaving. We confirmed she left the dormitory grounds 5 minutes ago. Yet now, the system shows she's in her room. His words paled the students. Some thinking, we're done for. Albert stopped at a room, pushed the door open, and scanned every corner as if piercing through them. He spoke low. Normally, we don't check if they're in their rooms. But from now on, the rules will change. The students flinched, faces ashen, whispering inwardly, Damn, a disciplinary storm's coming. After a round, Albert announced, The rest are mostly fine, and the dorm's fairly clean. Priscilla gets 2 demerits for unexcused absence. Notify everyone. The assistant nodded. Yes, understood. Albert continued, voice skeptical. Lastly, Dane, the new student. Why isn't he here? Don't tell me he missed his first roll call. A student quickly replied, voice shaky. No way. He's definitely in his room. I think Dane was busy organizing, so he didn't make it out. Albert smirked. Calm. We'll see soon enough. With that, he opened Dane's door and stepped in. Inside, Dane was tidying up, sweat beading on his forehead, belongings still scattered. Seeing Albert, Dane turned, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Oh, sorry, I got caught up cleaning and forgot about roll call. Albert nodded, voice softer. Fair enough. It's your first day. Things like this happen. The scene shifts to Claire's lab, where she yelped. That's the 1 Malawian Kwacha artifact illusion. Dane smiled, eyes gleaming with confidence. Most people wouldn't notice. My image is projected from a relay linked to the imaging device. Claire frowned, voice full of awe. As far as I know, that thing's incredibly hard to use. Remote control links can be unstable. 1 glitch and it's exposed. Dane reassured, voice steady. I planned for that, tested it multiple times. As long as they don't get too close, it's fine. Claire shook her head, eyeing her brother with a mix of worry and admiration. You're bold. Both turned to the egg on the table, still shaking violently, emitting a faint glow. Claire spoke, voice pensive. So the egg? It's reacting to your mana. That means there's a high chance it'll hatch. But some eggs react like this and still don't hatch. Still, just reacting is rare, a good sign. Dane nodded, eyes bright. What's next? Keep channeling mana into it. Claire rubbed her chin, thoughtful. There's still so much unknown about spirit beast eggs. Putting it in a mana stabilizer is risky, but I don't think we should stop. This lab's the best place for it to hatch. I've always set up mana barriers for secrecy, haven't I? Dane nodded, voice resolute. True. If we leave it, it might hatch randomly somewhere. Claire took a deep breath, eyes alight. All right, let's do it. Your mana's pure, but I'll install a mana filter just in case. Dane got to work, channeling mana into the egg. After a while, he frowned, sweat beading. It's still hungry? It's already sucked up tons of mana. What's in this egg? Claire watched intently, thinking, spirit beasts. Anyone with money can buy an egg, but hatching, it's another story. The conditions are unclear, but one thing's certain. The user's mana must match the beast's mana frequency. It takes immense luck. Looking at Dane, Claire marveled inwardly. How gifted is this kid? I knew he was formidable, but seeing it firsthand leaves me speechless. Suddenly, the egg's surface cracked with a snap. Tiny fissures spread. Dane shouted, heart pounding. Did you see that? Claire stepped closer, voice trembling with excitement. It's about to hatch. Just a bit more. Dane gritted his teeth, pouring in more mana, eyes blazing. Let's see what you are. The cracks widened, and a blinding green light erupted, releasing a surge of pure energy so intense that Dane and Claire shielded their eyes. As the light faded, a tiny creature with delicate wings and shimmering golden horns appeared. The energy's force knocked Dane back, and he slumped to the floor, panting. Claire rushed over, worried. Dane, you okay? He grinned weakly, voice thrilled. I'm fine, just dizzy. More importantly, look. Something came out. Amid the misty haze, a small purple dragon with golden horns and round eyes sat on the table. It flapped its wings, circling the air, looking adorably charming. Claire gaped. Wait, is that a wyvern? The dragon chirped, hiss hiss, spitting tiny sparks, stunning Claire further. It can breathe fire too? She turned to Dane, urgent. Don't just stand there. Get close to it. Some spirit beasts bond with the first person they see. Dane, that's your spirit beast. Go now. Dane stepped forward, heart racing with excitement and nerves. Closer to the tiny dragon, he chuckled, eyes softening. Up close, you're pretty cute. The dragon tilted its head, its big round eyes curiously studying him. Dane smiled warmly, voice gentle. Hey, nice to meet you. He extended a hand, introducing himself. I'm Dane. Seeing the little dragon show no resistance, Claire cheered, her eyes sparkling with joy. Congrats, Dane. You've bonded with it. Dane nodded, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Yeah, this little gal's super cute. The dragon chirped a few melodic notes, then darted to Dane's hand, perching lightly like a small bird. Claire stepped closer, eyes wide with amazement. Are you serious? How'd you make it look so easy? Let me see. She studied the dragon intently but paused, brows furrowing. Wait, something's off. Dane's heart skipped a beat. Huh? What's that? Claire's eyes scanned the dragon on his hand, her voice lowering. It looks like something summoned from an outer realm. Dane's eyes widened, voice full of surprise. Are you serious? Claire nodded, her gaze stern. Yes. Only a select few summoners can do that. Even I've only summoned half a spirit. I never thought the youngest in our family would call something like this. It's massive, Dane. Dane stood stunned, eyes locked on the dragon. So this isn't a real summoned creature existing in this world? Claire explained, voice pensive. I know most summonable species, even in their juvenile stage. But I've never seen one with traits like this gal. The closest match would be a wyvern, but the details don't add up. Dane looked down at the dragon, smiling softly, eyes gentle. It doesn't seem that special, does it? So no one knows what it really is. Claire nodded. We'll have to research from now on. The problem is, there's no record of a summon like this. Dane frowned. A new entity? As they talked, the dragon yawned widely, its tiny wings flapping lightly, then spat a tiny flame as if protesting. Dane chuckled, thinking, how'd something like this come to me? Is it tied to ancient magic? Claire pointed to the scattered eggshell fragments on the floor, voice firm. Right. Keep those shells carefully. Some egg-borne species eat them for nutrients. Dane nodded. Got it. So what now? Claire rubbed her chin, voice serious. First, interact with it cautiously. Record everything. What she likes, dislikes, how long she sleeps, any odd behaviors, how she grows, stuff like that. Dane frowned, sighing. Sounds like a lot. He looked at the dragon, eyes gleaming with resolve, but definitely worth it. I don't know what she is, but I feel I have to protect her. Claire added. So you're keeping her with you? People will freak out seeing her. Why not leave her in the lab? Dane shook his head, voice firm. That'd work, but we can't hide her forever. If I get caught, I've got you guys. She'd feel trapped stuck here. Claire nodded, eyes brightening. Then use this chance to make your official mark. Dane blinked. Mark? You mean a summoner's mark? Claire smiled. Exactly. You're still new, but your talent's obvious. With this summon, it's your shot to shine. Dane rubbed his chin, voice excited. Sounds good. Let's get to it. Claire turned. You registered for the summoning class, right? Tomorrow's orientation is with Professor Tamarix Piano. Perfect. If you perform well, a special approval's coming your way. She placed a hand on his shoulder, eyes full of trust. It's usually tough to meet the requirements, but you're different. I know you'll nail it. Dane grinned, eyes sparkling. Special approval? Sounds intriguing. He thought, what should I name this gal? The scene shifts to the next day, where a blonde guy chatted with Dane. Where'd you go last night? You weren't in your room during roll call. Dane grinned sheepishly. Had some urgent business. The guy frowned. How'd you dodge roll call? Priscilla got caught instantly. Dane winked. There's always a way. The guy nodded, chuckling. The Sogers family's full of surprises. Dane, curious, asked, my sisters too? The guy nodded enthusiastically. Of course. Your sisters are legends in Danterre Hall. Ask any dorm student. You'll see the reaction. Dane thought, lips curling, praise or insult. The guy clapped his shoulder. Anyway, I'm the only one who knows you snuck out, so don't worry. Dane nodded. Thanks. The guy waved, turning to leave. Back in his room, Dane flopped onto the bed, exhaling. Phew, we're safe. What was Priscilla thinking, stepping out like that? The little dragon crawled out from his jacket, circling the air, wings flapping. Dane laughed. Someone's excited. It spat tiny flames, making Dane shake his head in awe. This creature's something else. The scene shifts to a secluded corner, where Dane stood before a hidden gate. He muttered, here it is, the gate Sis mentioned. The main entrance is sealed. This is the only way out. He touched the mana barrier, frowning. They've wrapped the dorm in defensive mana. How do I get through? He focused, sensing the mana flow. There's got to be a weak point. As Dane studied, the dragon flitted nearby, playfully spitting fire. Suddenly, a flame hit the mana barrier, making it ripple violently. Dane gaped. How'd you do that? Back in his room, Dane watched the dragon hovering above, thinking, was that a flame that temporarily disrupted mana? Wow, so cool. This gal's an amazing summon. The next day, Dane and Ernest strolled through the campus. Noticing Dane's unusually cheery mood, Ernest asked, happy? Seriously, who named it that? Dane laughed. I thought it was friendly, easy to call. Got a better idea? Ernest pondered, eyeing the dragon. Let's see. It's cute, but the name needs more weight. He mulled it over, but couldn't settle on one. Dane chuckled inwardly. No need to be so serious. Suddenly, Ernest stopped, exclaiming, how about Carnass? Dane turned, eyes lighting up. Ooh, sounds good. What's it mean? Ernest explained. Mystery fits, right? Dane nodded, pleased, looking at the dragon. From now on, your name's Carnass. Time swept by like a fleeting breeze, carrying a faint glow, transitioning to Bermuder's Hall, a magnificent structure named after the great scholar Bermuders, resonating with the mystical secrets of the summoning department. The students had quickly gathered, their eyes sparkling with excitement and nerves, the atmosphere buzzing like a magical forge. In a shadowed corner, Digron, who had clashed with Dane in a turbulent childhood memory, stood silently, his heart pounding like war drums. He recognized Dane instantly, his eyes flashing with shock and bitterness, as if an invisible dagger had pierced his chest. Dane Sogers, he hissed through clenched teeth, sweat beading on his forehead like morning dew. That bastard who stole my summoning contract. After that humiliating banquet, my family crumbled under public scorn. Now, we're barely clinging to our urban noble status, and fate mocks me by throwing him in my path here. His heart twisted, mind a tangled mess. He's taking summoning class? Why now of all times? Digron gritted his teeth, vowing to avoid Dane at all costs, his face tense, sweat pouring like a stream. Suddenly, a booming voice rang out behind him, like thunder in a clear sky. Yo, Digron, first time retaking? Digron jumped, turning to reply awkwardly. Yes, senior. The burly guy, muscles rippling like a war god, clapped his shoulder, grinning as bright as the sun. Relax, no big deal. Everyone retakes once or twice. This is my second go at this course alone. The senior bragged, voice bold as a battlefield general. Think of it as an easy A, crushing the newbies like nothing. Digron nodded politely, forcing a smile to avoid offending the senior. Soon, Professor Tamaric Spiano entered, his elegant demeanor like a gentleman from ancient times, silencing the classroom's chatter as if by a spell of quietude. He stood at the podium, voice deep and resonant like roaring waves. This class begins with the basic theories of summoning. These are the lifeblood for anyone pursuing the path of a summoner. This theory will appear in the summoner certification exam, so study it thoroughly. His words sent ripples through the class like waves crashing on a shore. A student whispered, eyes wide as if witnessing magic. Gods, this professor's strict. They say the summoner exam is like plucking stars from the sky. Tamaric overheard, nodding slightly, his gaze sharp as an icy blade. Indeed, if you qualify, you can attempt the special admissions test. But fair warning, it's no walk in the park. A curious student shouted, voice trembling. Professor, what are the conditions for the special admissions test? Tamaric smiled, eyes glinting with delight, like a mage about to unveil a secret spell. I knew you'd ask. Look here. With a wave of his hand, a dazzling blue screen materialized mid-air, like a portal to another dimension. First, you must summon a rank 5 or higher beast using a sigil. Second, maintain the summon for over 30 minutes. The students gaped, exchanging skeptical looks as if facing an unclimbable mountain. Rank 5? Even with a sigil, that's near impossible. A basic rank 7 beast is maddening enough, let alone 30 minutes. Tamaric didn't let them dwell, his voice firm as a hammer on an anvil. Finally, you must display a unique quality to pass the special admissions test. Even if you meet the first two, without that spark, you fail. To be special, you must leave an indelible mark. The class erupted in shock, the air heavy as before a storm. That's absurd. The first two are already impossible, and now a subjective one. Has anyone ever passed this test? Even Dane pursed his lips, eyes sharp as a blade, thinking, so, it's pass if the professor likes you, fail if he doesn't. Tamaric observed their reactions, unsurprised, as if accustomed to this scene across countless moons. He smirked, eyes gleaming with cunning. Now you see why it's called the special admissions test. Oh, and you'll need recommendation letters from at least 2 experts in the field. The students fell silent, faces blank as if lost in a magical maze. Tamaric glanced at Dane, thinking, his eyes shimmering like a mage probing a mystery. Dane Sogers, huh? This interdisciplinary student. Professor Delfiniso said he formed a secondary bond with her rank 4 Etherak. But I won't believe it without seeing it. Maybe she's favoring the Sogers earldom and made it up. I need to verify. He continued the lecture, voice provocative like a blazing fire. Your first goal is to pass the regular assessments, so try hard. If you've already summoned, it's easy. But for first years, it's tough. The students exchanged confused glances, none daring to speak. Digron swallowed hard, sweat beating, heart pounding like war drums. Dane frowned, thinking, eyes pensive. The new students must be freaking out. They've only studied theory and compatibility tests. Tamaric grinned, goading, voice ringing like a bronze bell. No first year, no summoning? What a disappointing batch. He shot a glance at Dane, eyes piercing like arrows through clouds. Dane felt a prickle on his scalp, heart racing, thinking he's targeting me, testing my abilities himself. Refusing to back down, Dane stood abruptly, voice resolute as tempered steel. I'll try, Professor. His declaration froze the room, the air solidifying like ice. Tamaric's eyes lit up, voice eager as a warlord before battle. Oh, really? Your name and major? Dane replied, voice calm as a still lake. I'm Dane Sogers, first year, interdisciplinary studies. Tamaric nodded, eyes gleaming. I've heard of you from the dean. Said you have exceptional talent. Dane waved a hand, smiling lightly, like a passing breeze. If the dean says so. Tamaric's face stiffened slightly, thinking, this kid, neither arrogant nor humble, sharp as a blade. He cut to the chase, voice sharp as a sword's edge. There's a lot of hype about you, but it sounds far-fetched. Can you prove it here? Dane nodded, eyes burning like an unquenchable flame. If you want, I can. But if I prove it, will you write a recommendation for the special admissions test? The lecture hall fell silent, the air heavy as lead. After a moment, Tamarik's jaw dropped, voice trembling with surprise. A recommendation for the special admissions test? Do you grasp what that means? Dane affirmed, voice steady as a rock. Yes, I must show exceptional talent right here. Tamarik frowned, eyes probing. And if you fail? Dane shook his head, lips curling confidently, like a war god. I haven't considered that. A vein pulsed on Tamarik's forehead, but he restrained himself, thinking, so cocky. Even Claire, his sister, wouldn't dare this. As if to teach Dane a lesson, Tamarik agreed, voice booming like thunder. Fine, come up. If you succeed, I'll write the recommendation. But talk is cheap. The students roared as if the room were ablaze, voices stunned. What's he thinking? He's not even a summoning major. What's with the Sogur's family? Tamarik issued a final warning, voice cold as frost. If you fail, you bear the consequences. Still want to try? Dane nodded, eyes unwavering. Yes, I'll do it. Tamarik grinned, eyes sparkling like a mage before a grand performance. Good, come down. I happen to have a summoning sigil ready. Dane stepped to the podium, heart pounding like crashing waves, thinking, I didn't plan to show off on the first day, but fine, I'll take everything I can. He took the white card, fingers gripping it like fate itself, slowly channeling mana, whispering like an ancient incantation. Answer my call. As the words left his lips, the air trembled, and a radiant magic circle formed, glowing with an ethereal blue light. From its center, a colossal wolf leaped forth, its majestic form like a war god from ancient tales. The dangerous aura it exuded was sharp as a blade, its cold glance alone making the students quiver like lambs before a predator. Gods, is that real? A rank 5 summoned beast? With a blank sigil? In a shadowed corner, Digron froze, heart pounding as he recognized the wolf. Jinfu mine. He gritted his teeth, painful memories flooding back of Dane snatching the summoning contract right before his eyes. Ignoring Digron's emotional storm, Dane turned to Tamarik, voice confident as a battle commander. Professor, I've summoned Jinfu. Tamarik, still stunned by the spectacle, sweat beading on his forehead, screamed inwardly. How did this kid do that with a blank sigil? Form a formal contract instantly? Or is it some secret technique? But he composed himself, eyes sharp. Even if he summoned it, he can't maintain it for 30 minutes. Clearing his throat, he spoke, voice deep as ocean waves. Impressive, as the rumors say. But the second condition isn't easy to meet. Dane, unwilling to waste time, flashed a daring smile, eyes glinting with cunning. True, I don't want to take up class time. How about I show you something else? His words made Tamarik raise an eyebrow, curious as a mage before a mystery. What? Something else? Not just him. The entire class buzzed, eyes glued to Dane, whispering like crashing waves. What's he gonna do now? The Sogur's family's terrifying. Digron's heart raced, anxiety surging. The third condition is showing uniqueness. With the professor so firm, what's he planning? All eyes locked on Dane, determined not to miss a moment. Tamarik nodded, voice eager as before a battle. Fine, let's see what you've got. Dane released mana, streams of blue energy erupting, enveloping Jinfu like magical silk. He parted his lips, whispering an ancient incantation, its mysterious sound echoing from another dimension. Jinfu's massive form lifted into the air, mana shimmering like flames. Before the class's astonished eyes, Jinfu grew larger, its claws sharper, like swords honed by gods. Ernest, Dane's friend, using magic, gasped. This is ancient magic power. The students nearly turned to stone, jaws dropping. The wolf's roaring like a resurrected dinosaur. Enhancing a summoned beast? Only 5th years can do that. He's not even a summoning major. Jinfu's roar shook the room, silencing the class. Dane smiled, looking at Tamarik, voice low and confident. Is this unique enough, Professor? Tamarik stood frozen, eyes wide, unable to believe reality. Dear God, he even performed bond enhancement. Every rumor is true. He marveled inwardly, mouth agape, unable to close. How does a student have such earth-shattering talent? Dane, seeing the professor's reaction, nearly laughed, thinking, even I'm shocked, let alone him. Dane petted Jinfu, eyes gentle yet proud. After a moment, Tamarik coughed, regaining composure, voice trembling slightly. Ahem, yes, That's truly unique. We'll discuss the recommendation letter later. Dane grinned, nodding. Yes, sir. In the back, Digron swallowed hard, heart pounding. Terrifying. He's grown so much. The class, after the uproar, slowly calmed, but Tamarik's eyes remained on Dane, tinged with unease. Dane thought, lips curling slightly. They say he's strict. Claire will love hearing this. One recommendation secured. Should I ask Professor Delfiniso for the other? Soon, the class ended. Tamarik cleared his throat. All right, that's it for today. Students filed out, the air still electric. Suddenly, a voice called, Dane Sogers. Dane turned, frowning at the familiar red hair. Oh, you're Digron Tai, right? Genfu's former master. Digron, flustered, scratched his cheek. You remember me? Yeah, I'm retaking because I failed. Dane, curious, eyes probing. You're not here for revenge, are you? Why so friendly? Digron fumbled, voice sincere. Actually, I saw you earlier and planned to avoid you. But the past. I was wrong. I want to apologize for what happened. Please forgive me. He bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, earnest as a repentant knight. Dane smiled lightly, nodding. That was years ago. Don't worry, I'm fine. Digron's eyes lit up, voice cheerful. Really? So I can keep studying here? I won't cause trouble. Dane frowned, thinking, he's scared I'll report him for expulsion? He clapped Digron's shoulder, reassuring. No, relax, it's all good. Digron beamed, voice excited. Thanks, Dane. If you need help, just say. Suddenly, Dane's jacket bulged, a round shape moving inside. Dane guessed instantly. Karnas is awake, probably hungry. He turned to Digron. Right, you're in summoning, yeah? I need to buy some supplies at the shop. Lead the way. Digron nodded eagerly. Sure. It's called Earth and Ben. I go there all the time. He rambled on. The shop's run by two former students, over 30 years old. They've got all kinds of supplies, and the latest trend is, Dane listened, thinking, eyes softening. He seems genuinely sorry. No need to stay hostile. Suddenly, Karnas poked her head out of his jacket, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Dane quickly cautioned, voice gentle. Easy, little gal. Immediately after, the two headed to the shop together. Soft golden sunlight filtered through the tree canopy, adding warmth to the afternoon air. On the way, Digro turned, eyes curious, and asked, What do you need? I can help you find it. Dane replied, Just tell me about summon creature diets, and I'll handle the rest. I only need food for it. Digro nodded, stroking his chin thoughtfully, eyes gleaming with confidence. Oh, that's my expertise. I've trained compatibility before, so this is a piece of cake. By the way, what kind of summon creature is it? Dane hesitated briefly, then answered, well, a wyvern. Inwardly, he thought, true, Karnas does look a bit like a wyvern. Their diets are probably similar, right? Hearing the answer, Digro shouted in excitement, voice brimming with enthusiasm. A wyvern? A rank 3 summon? That high? Seeing Digro's fervor, Dane quickly raised a hand, lowering his voice. Yeah, but it's still small, so keep it a secret, okay? Digro blinked, eyes wide. At that moment, Karnas, nestled in Dane's jacket, began squirming, letting out soft chirps. Dane thought to himself, if this gets out, I'll know exactly who spilled it. No one but Digro. Still buzzing, Digro continued. A baby wyvern, huh? Soft food's best then. Even as babies, wyverns eat a ton. They start on meat within a week. Dane nodded, quietly impressed. No wonder he's an expert. But how did this guy fail his course? At the shop, a lively atmosphere enveloped them. Shelves brimmed with magical items glowing with mystical light. Digro scanned the aisles, swiftly grabbing 2 small bags of food, turning to Dane with a smug grin. Here we go. This one's made from 17 ingredients. And this is a soft milk blend mix. Get both. Dane took them, smiling brightly, voice full of gratitude. Thanks a lot. You saved me. I wouldn't have known where to start. Seeing Dane's politeness, Digro frowned, nodding. That's all you need? Nothing else. Dane shook his head. This is enough for now. Digro eagerly suggested. Since we're here, look around. There's tons of useful stuff. Finding the idea reasonable, Dane nodded. All right, let's take another loop. The two strolled through the shop, surrounded by countless magical items, glowing apparel, radiant potions, and shimmering triple staffs. Suddenly, Dane stopped, eyes lighting up at a dazzling magic staff before him. He spoke, voice full of interest. Whoa, this looks pretty cool. But at that moment, a warning voice rang out nearby. Hold it. That's not for newbies. You haven't mastered summoning and you're eyeing weapons? Watch out for the mana curse. Step back. Near the staff, a neatly posted warning read, do not touch carelessly, especially new students. We're not responsible for consequences. Daigro nodded, cautioning. He's right, Dane. This staff's usually for 4th years. Touch it, and it'll drain your mana dry. But Dane seemed unfazed. He thought, come on, why the fuss? The more they warn, the more I want to try. Ignoring the warnings, Dane reached out and grasped the staff. The shopkeeper yelled in panic. New student, don't touch it. It's dangerous. But before he finished, Dane had gripped the staff tightly. The orb at its tip suddenly glowed with a mystical, radiant light, like a precious gem. Dane smiled, satisfied, thinking, it's craving mana. Instantly, he channeled mana into the staff, feeling its power surge within. The shopkeeper gaped, stammering. What just happened? The staff absorbed enough mana and stabilized. He thought, even with enough mana, almost no one can control it. Dane, still calm, smiled. Not bad, huh? Daigro, beside him, couldn't hide his awe. Dane, I knew you were good, but you're on another level. The shopkeeper approached, hands on hips, annoyed. You're really a first year? I've never seen anything like this. Dane smiled lightly, replying, oh, I'm Dane Sogers, Claire's little brother. At the name, the shopkeeper flinched, his tone shifting. Oh, the top student in interdisciplinary studies. Even Claire couldn't handle this staff as a first year. I underestimated you. If you'd said earlier, I'd have advised better. Dane grinned, thinking, talk about a quick attitude change. The shopkeeper continued, you buying this staff? Dane shook his head, placing it back. Nah, it's too much trouble and can't handle much mana. The shopkeeper blinked, shocked. What? This can handle 5th and 6th year's mana. Dane glanced at the staff, thinking, feels like pouring a well into a teapot. Not worth it. Finally, he said, I'll just take the food bags. The shopkeeper muttered, are all Sogers heirs like this? Your sister was the same. Dane, curious, asked, what about my sister? The shopkeeper replied, 4th years were thrilled to try the staff. Only Claire refused, said it didn't look classy. Dane frowned, nodding, thinking, that's my sister all right. After paying, Dane and Daigro left. The shopkeeper watched, muttering, why are geniuses always so weird? After leaving the shop, Dane found a quiet corner. He carefully set out the 2 food bags before Karnas, who was eagerly squirming in his jacket. Looking at the tiny wyvern, her eyes sparkling like gems, Dane chuckled, voice gentle. Here, tasty. Slow down, don't choke. Karnas, ignoring his advice, dove into the food, making delighted chirps. Each bite of soft food melted in her mouth, her tiny tail wagging furiously. Watching, Dane shook his head, thinking, the next class is basics. Layla said 5 minutes left, gotta hurry back to the dorm. Suddenly, a strange noise broke the calm. Clanging and shattering sounds from a nearby alley made Dane pause. He frowned, muttering, what's that? Harsh curses echoed from the alley, sharp as a blade. You brat, keep your head down. Beat him to a pulp. Another voice, equally vicious. Stupid coward. A few punches and you can't even talk? Dane's eyes narrowed, unease rising. The taunts continued. No one was here yesterday, but you're out of luck today. A weak but defiant voice replied, trembling. I'm not scared of you anymore. At that, Dane froze, heart pounding. Wait, that voice. Ernest. He turned sharply, eyes piercing toward the alley. There, Ernest was cornered by 3 thugs. He looked wretched, hair disheveled, glasses askew, limbs trembling, yet his eyes gleamed with defiance. The red-haired leader sneered, voice dripping with contempt. Hear that? He says he's not scared. Another thug guffawed, adding, big talk, but shaking like a leaf. Ernest clenched his teeth, fists tight, thinking, these bastards waited till I was alone to gang up. One thug spoke, voice arrogant. Who's first? No one's around. Another grinned wickedly. Me? My jaw still hurts from last time. The 3 advanced, menacing. Ernest, though terrified, took a stance, shouting, stay back. They burst into laughter, mocking. Haha, this loser's raising his fists. Got lucky once and thinks he's tough. Despair surged in Ernest's mind. I'm done. Can I do anything this time? But just then, firm footsteps echoed from afar. A calm, slightly sarcastic voice cut through, grabbing the group's attention. You guys again? The blonde thug turned, eyes widening as he recognized the newcomer. He shouted, voice tinged with panic. Dane Sogers. Dane ignored their shock, strolling forward with a faint smile, waving at Ernest. Hey, Ernest. Seeing Dane, Ernest felt like he'd grabbed a lifeline. His eyes lit up, voice trembling with emotion. Dane. As Dane appeared, the bullies erupted in a flurry of whispers. What's going on? You said no one would show up, one grumbled. Another snapped. He's here now. So what's the point of arguing? Draw your weapons. Dane glanced at them, muttering inwardly, trouble's brewing. He scanned the area, thinking, no one else around, right? Then I'll make you taste some pain. Instantly, a surge of mana poured from Dane's body, startling the bullies. In a flash, countless spears materialized in the air, aimed directly at them. Seeing this, one shouted, what the hell is that? He can use magic too. The buzzcut thug stammered. Isn't the Sogers family known for spearmanship? The red-haired leader roared. Idiot. Forgot already? His sister's Arabella Sogers. Nearby, Ernest gasped in surprise. With spears hovering, Dane faced the bullies and said coldly, all right, choose. Back off quietly, or get thrashed. Their faces paled, fear surging. Suddenly, the nearby wall cracked as if pierced by something. The ground suffered the same fate. The bullies collapsed face down, wailing in agony. Ernest, still trembling, approached and said, thanks, Dane. My hands and feet are still shaking. Dane smiled. As long as you're safe. He continued, Ernest, let's train together from now on. Ernest, rubbing his sore arm, asked in surprise, what? Dane replied, you said you wanted to beat Braun, right? Ernest nodded, grinning sheepishly. Yeah, true. Dane went on. So I'll help you get stronger. Ernest smiled. Haha, I'm always relying on you. The two walked across the campus. Dane turned and asked, hey, have you joined any clubs yet? Ernest replied, nope, I looked but couldn't find any exploration or archaeology clubs. Dane frowned. I thought there'd be one for sure. Ernest explained, there's a map research group in our year, but it's a mandatory course, not a club. I checked some map analysis clubs, but they're just excuses to slack off. So disappointing. Dane rubbed his chin. Pensive. Seems most people just want to coast. Ernest nodded in agreement. Then he asked, why are you asking about clubs? Thinking of joining one. Dane replied, everyone's so eager to recruit freshmen, it made me wonder if it's really that important. Ernest explained, they say you have to choose carefully. Once you join, you're stuck for 2 years. Dane chuckled, stricter than I thought. Pick wrong, and you waste 2 years. The campus buzzed with club recruitment signs, from Dessert Connoisseurs Society to Book Discussion Club. Suddenly, Dane stopped, turned to Ernest, and said, how about we start our own club? Ernest blinked. What? What kind of club? Dane answered, one where we can do anything. Ernest, still confused, asked, meaning what? Dane elaborated, we can train, explore ruins, hang out and eat when free, do whatever we want, no rules. What do you think? Ernest's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. I'm in. It'll definitely be fun with you. But his excitement paused. Wait, will a club like this get approved? Dane replied confidently. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Ernest nodded. If you say so, I believe it'll work. But why do you think of this? Dane grinned. The club invites were getting annoying. I kept saying no. No club excites me, so I'll make my own. Ernest asked, if I join, can I learn spearmanship or swordsmanship? Dane smiled. Of course, guaranteed. You might even discover a hidden talent. Ernest beamed. Awesome. We'll learn tons from each other. Then he remembered. But don't we need at least 3 people to start a club? Dane nodded. We've got Layla. He added, since we're talking about her, let's ask her now. The scene shifts to the club registration office. The trio walked, chatting. Ernest spoke. We just submit this form here, right? Layla, thrilled, said, sounds so easy. Hurry and fill it out. Dane glanced at her, thinking, so typical of Layla. She ditched the Dessert Exploration Club just to join us. Layla turned, cheerfully saying, the Dessert Club meets weekly to try sweets. Perfect fit. Dane nodded. We can do that too if you want. I'm a fan of tarts. Ernest chimed in. We can do anything. Dane added, if you want to meet seniors, that's fine too. Just follow Ernest's lead. Layla grinned, satisfied. The three filled out the club form and brought it to a room for approval. Suddenly, Layla shouted, what? The rules changed. A blonde girl adjusted her glasses, explaining, yeah, the academy now has over 3,000 clubs. Most are inactive, making management tough. Starting this year, new clubs need approval, not just registration. Dane's expression tightened. He asked, what do we need for approval? Layla sighed. Talk about bad timing. The blonde continued. You need a recommendation letter from a full professor. Want me to give you the form? Dane nodded. Hand me the form first. The trio left the room. Layla groaned. First years like us getting a recommendation letter? Yeah, right. Ernest agreed. Seriously. We haven't even met most professors. Layla added. We can't just pick a random professor to sign. Dane smiled. Actually, I have someone in mind. Layla and Ernest shouted in unison. What? Who? We're just first years. They'll probably look down on us. Dane flashed a confident grin. Just trust me. Ernest and Layla gaped, speechless. The scene shifts to the office of Professor Quintas from the Independent Studies class. Dane sat, presenting the club plan. Inwardly, he thought, damn, he said he'd hear me out, but why is this so hard? Quintas spoke. Why are you here? Dane replied. Professor, we want to start a club. Quintas, surprised, said, oh, sounds interesting. What kind? Dane smiled. A club for sword training, exploring the academy, and fun adventures. But now we need approval, and that requires a professor's recommendation letter. Quintas raised an eyebrow. Recommendation letter? Dane nodded. Yes, we're looking for an amazing professor to ask. Quintas froze. Thinking, looking for a professor? You came to me and still talk like that, you little punk? Think you'll find someone better than me? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Quintas broke into a grin and spoke. Haha, isn't there a professor right here? Why look far and wide? I'll recommend you myself. Dane replied. You're always so busy, Professor. I didn't want to trouble you. Before he could finish, Quintas cut in. Busy or not, I can at least handle this. What do I need to do? Dane smiled. Really? Then please sign here. He quickly pulled the registration form from his jacket. Quintas cheerfully took the pen, signed the form, and said, My only student wants to start a club? Of course I'll support you wholeheartedly. Dane flashed a smile and bowed. Thank you so much, Professor. After wrapping up, he rejoined Ernest and Layla. Layla cheered. Unbelievable. We got the recommendation letter that fast? Are you buddies with the professor? Ernest chimed in. We didn't even get a word in. Holding the letter, Dane grinned. I pretended to ask about sword techniques, and luckily won his favor. Ernest nodded. Either way, glad we pulled it off. Layla patted her chest, thrilled. So we're really starting a club now. Dane nodded. Just need to submit the form. Imagining the club coming to life, Ernest was ecstatic. I'm so pumped. It's gonna be awesome. Layla marveled. I thought this would be tough, but Dane made it look like a breeze. Dane pulled out a blank sheet, saying, Now we need a name for registration. Any ideas? Naming turned into a saga. Ernest said, The name should reflect our vibe. This is serious. Layla nodded. No childish or meaningless names for me. Both scratched their heads, muttering, What should it be? Watching them, Dane smiled, thinking, They're really into this. Suddenly, he felt movement inside his jacket. Glancing down, he muttered, Carnass, waking up now? The little dragon wriggled, making Dane restless. He whispered, Not now, Carnass. Ernest spoke. Dane, got any name ideas? Dane replied, I'm fine with anything. Layla blinked. What? You suggested this and have no ideas. She pointed at Dane's jacket. Ugh, your jacket's got a lump. About to be exposed. Dane thought. I haven't even introduced her. He stammered. Well, it's... Ernest and Layla's eyes locked on him. Layla pressed. What are you hiding? Suddenly, a button on Dane's jacket popped, and a black blur shot out. It was Carnass, the mischievous dragon. Seeing the adorable dragon, Ernest and Layla's jaws dropped. Dane gave a sheepish grin, thinking, Well, that's that. Layla pointed, scolding. What's that? A summoned beast? Why'd it come out of your jacket? Don't tell me the egg from Claire's hatched. The dragon flitted to Dane's shoulder, letting out a cute growl. He nodded. Yeah, she was born not long ago. Her name's Carnass. Ernest beamed. Hey, Carnass, long time no see. Layla fumed. Ernest, you knew about this too? Dane quickly changed the subject. Anyway, the club name's more important than Carnass. Let's think while heading to registration. At the registration office, the blonde girl held the form, frowning. Magic exploration, summoning, spearmanship, and swordsmanship club? The trio gave awkward smiles at the painfully generic name. She asked, "You sure about this name?" Dane nodded. "Yes, please approve it." After approval, the three left the office. Layla turned, scolding. "Dane, never name anything again." Dane frowned. "It's not bad, is it?" Layla snapped. "No, it's awful." Ernest mediated. "Haha, don't worry. We can change it later." The scene shifts to Tamarik's office, summoning department professor. Someone entered, saying, "Hope I'm not interrupting?" Tamarik replied, "Haha, not at all, Dean." It was Del Paniso. She sat, asking lightly, "How's it going?" "Lots of talented students, but I worry the professors might be overwhelmed." She emphasized, "Especially, I hear there's one student who stands out." Tamarik stammered, Yes, indeed." He thought, class news spreads that fast? Del Paniso sipped tea, continuing, "I heard your class had something interesting. I'm not meddling, just curious." Tamarik responded quickly, No issue at all. You're the dean. It's normal." He set his tea down, adding, "There's one remarkable student, even surpassing Claire." Quite a surprise. Del Paniso smiled. "Must be Dane Sogers. I personally approved his admission." She continued, "I heard you promised him a recommendation letter, right?" Tamarik nodded. "Yes, that's right." Del Paniso added, "Since the special admissions test needs 2 letters, I'm thinking of writing the other." Tamarik blinked. "You'll write it yourself?" She laughed. "He's clearly capable. How could I sit still?" Tamarik mused, thinking, what a sly fox. She's trying to claim everything. He clenched his fist, muttering, "Of course, she's always like this. I underestimated her." Del Paniso spoke. "Professor, something on your mind?" Tamarik jolted. "No, not at all." She looked him in the eye. "All right then. Oh, when you finish the letter, show me. We should be transparent about this." Tamarik frowned, nervous, naturally. Having achieved her goal, Del Paniso stood. "I'll take my leave." Watching her go, Tamarik gritted his teeth, pensive. His hand clenched until it trembled, muttering, "You think I'll sit back and let this go your way?" She's trying to pull Dane to her side. "But this time, I won't let that happen. I'll secure that genius before she does." The scene shifts to the campus. Dane walked, muttering, "Just the Empire Founding History class left today, right?" He sighed, "Still got time. Maybe grab a tart or something. That place Digron mentioned." Suddenly, someone approached, calling, "Dane Sogers." Dane turned, seeing an unfamiliar blonde girl. He asked, "Who are you?" She replied, "Hi, I'm a messenger from the academy. Professor Del Paniso, Dean of Summoning, summons you." Her smile made Dane wonder, muttering, "Not Professor Tamarik?" He asked, "Why does the dean want to see me?" The blonde replied, "She only mentioned the recommendation letter. You're to come immediately. Shall we go?" Dane nodded. "Oh, the recommendation letter." But inwardly, he muttered, "A sudden summons like this, something's off." The Imperial Academy, the cradle of the Empire's brightest talents, where the flame of academic passion burns eternally. Renowned for its cutthroat competition that exceeds all expectations, particularly the power struggles among professors. A department's influence determines its budget, equipment, and facilities. Here, the 3 largest departments, swordsmanship, magic, and summoning, consistently receive the highest funding. A professor's reputation and evaluation shift accordingly, directly impacting their core responsibilities. In the office of the summoning department's dean, Del Paniso gazed out the window, muttering, "We can't stay stuck in 3rd place forever. I can't keep losing to those guys." She mused, "If that boy joins our department, we could easily surpass magic. The issue is Professor Quintas from interdisciplinary studies. Still, his sister Claire is here, so he'd be hard-pressed to refuse. If I can spark his interest in summoning, the opportunity will come." Suddenly, a voice called from outside, "Professor, I've brought Dane." Del Paniso replied promptly, "Come in." She smiled, saying, "The academy must be bustling. Huh, Dane? With your abilities, I bet you're getting plenty of invitations." Dane responded modestly, "I still have much to learn, So I'm approaching everything as a first year. Del Paniso nodded, humble. A thirst for learning is a commendable trait. Any subject particularly catching your interest? Dane chuckled lightly. Haha, I haven't settled on one yet. I want to excel in all of them. Del Paniso nodded approvingly, aiming to be well-rounded, true freshman spirit. Do you know why I called you here? Dane shook his head, feigning ignorance. She continued. I heard something extraordinary happened in Professor Tamarek's class. You summoned Jinfu and performed an enhanced bond. With skills like that, how could a dean like me sit still? She smiled. With your talent, you should take the special admissions test. Dane, grasping the reason, replied. Thank you for the high praise. Del Paniso went on. Professor Tamarek and I have agreed to write recommendation letters for you. It's my first time writing one for a non-summoning student. Because your talent is rare. She frowned, getting to the point. Why not explore summoning further? Dane raised an eyebrow. Summoning? She nodded. Honestly, someone qualified for the special test doesn't need more lessons. But that's exactly why I want to teach you personally. Dane pondered, thinking, if the dean herself is making this offer, summoning must be short on talent. He replied, thank you, but I've already started a club with some friends. Del Paniso blinked. What? You've already started one? With the new strict rules? Dane smiled. Yes, it wasn't easy. But thankfully, Professor Quintas wrote us a recommendation. At that, Del Paniso's eyes widened. She muttered, that annoying Quintas? He skips faculty meetings, always slacking, and he beat me to it. She clenched her fist, fuming. He's sabotaging my plan to guide him into my summoning club. Calming herself, she continued. Well, congrats on the club. Drop by my lab sometime. There's lots of interesting stuff. She thought, cast the bait for now. Then added, I have rare items, like unhatched spirit beast eggs. One's worth a castle. Dane flinched, hand reaching into his jacket, thinking, oh no, I'm already raising one. He replied, spirit beast eggs? I'll stop by to check them out. Del Paniso smiled. Don't worry about the recommendation letter. Tamarek and I will provide them. Any questions about the test? Ask me anytime. Dane beamed. Thank you for your support. She picked up a cookie, saying, have some dessert while we chat. The treats you brought look delicious. As she nibbled, she muttered, Tamarek's probably planning to move first. I need to write that letter fast and see the look on their faces when they read it. The next day, Claire met Dane, saying, Dane, Professor Del Paniso just contacted me. Dane blinked. With you? Claire nodded. Yeah. After sending the recommendation letter, the Summoning Guild reached out to her today. They're sending examiners to the academy immediately. Dane jolted. That fast? He muttered. Too fast. They're clearly trying to recruit me. Claire's eyes widened. Professor Del Paniso really likes you. What did you do to catch the attention of someone so strict? Dane grinned sheepishly. No clue. Maybe because I'm a top student. Claire continued. Either way, you're about to be called for the test. Back in my year, we had to summon 3 spirit beasts at once, maintain them, and perform an enhanced bond. Dane shouted, 3 at once? This is big. He muttered. Claire passed the special test at 16. Claire added, yeah, but no one knows what this test will be. They don't announce it beforehand. With Del Paniso's letter, you're qualified. But there's internal politics in the guild. Dane frowned. Politics? Claire explained, you probably don't know. Del Paniso has rejected the guild's requests multiple times, so they don't like her. They won't let her gain an advantage easily. Dane mused. So the test might be harder because of that, right? Claire nodded. Possibly. But I'm not too worried about you. If you get hurt because of adult power games, I'd feel awful. Dane smiled. Don't worry, that won't happen. He thought, I'm not planning to fall into those traps. 2 days later, the Summoning Guild's inspection team arrived, led by Chairman Elgard Poten. He spoke. It's been a while, Professor Del Paniso. She replied, Are you well, Chairman? Elgard nodded. Yes. How talented is this student you're recommending? Del Paniso said calmly, My apologies, Chairman, but his talent is too exceptional to ignore. Elgard continued, Then you should have taken the guild seat we offered. It'd make things simpler. Del Paniso gave a wry smile. You know I prioritize my duties at the academy. If I joined the guild, I couldn't fully commit here. She gritted her teeth, thinking, You think I don't see you trying to pull influence to your side? Your greed nearly got me killed in those reckless missions. She turned. Please follow me. We can talk as we go. Elgard nodded. Fine. He thought. Humph. The recommendation sent, so I'll cooperate. But I don't like this kid one bit. On the way, Elgard asked, the boy is Dane Sogers, Claire's brother, right? Del Paniso replied. Yes, his talent truly runs in the Sogers' blood. Elgard continued. I heard he summoned a rank 5 Genfu, performed an enhanced bond, and in the interdisciplinary test, managed multiple beast bonds simultaneously. Del Paniso nodded. That's correct. He turned. Such ability is extraordinary, shocking the guild. Even for a Sogers, I didn't expect the younger sibling to outshine the elder. Is he already on par with Galderin? Del Paniso smiled wryly. I'm not sure he's at Galdarin's level, but you'll understand when you see him. Elgard frowned. We'll evaluate strictly. The special test has always been that way. Del Paniso nodded. I understand. The guild's arrival sent the academy's students into a frenzy. One exclaimed, What? The summoning guild's here? For what? Another replied. Heard Dane Sogers got a special recommendation letter. A third chimed in. Oh, the first year who shocked Professor Tamarik's class? He even enhanced a spirit beast. An angry student shouted, Damn. Is there anything summoning related he can't do? After a while, Del Paniso and Elgard reached the summoning department's entrance. She said cheerfully, All right, this is where the test will take place. Elgard glanced at the department's emblem, muttering, Good. Let's go in. At the testing ground, light filtered through the window slats, illuminating the vast room. Dane stood in the center of the arena and spoke. I am the youngest son of Earl Arkin Sogers, Lord of the Southern Region and head of the Sogers family. My name is Dane Sogers. Startled, Elgard exclaimed, A great honor to meet you. A confident smile played on his lips. Observing this, Elgard muttered inwardly, Impressive. Hard to believe he's only 14 with such presence. Now I see why they rushed to send the recommendation letters. Elgard stroked his chin and said, I am Elgard Poten, chairman of the Summoners Guild. I've heard much about you. High praise indeed. However, this test won't be easy. Unfazed, Dane replied promptly. Yes, I'm prepared. He thought. He's pretending to be friendly, but there's nothing pleasant about this. Elgard turned to his aides behind him, saying, No need for more talk. Let's begin. Prepare. The two aides responded in unison. Yes, sir. Del Paniso, standing in the back, frowned slightly and remarked, I wonder what challenge the chairman has prepared for us. Addressing Dane, Elgard continued, Whether you pass or fail is entirely my decision, Elgard Poten. If you object, you may withdraw now. Dane replied instantly, I accept. Elgard went on. Any form of cheating is strictly forbidden. If the test is deemed unfair, the results will be voided, and your summoner eligibility could be revoked. Remember that. Dane responded calmly. Yes, I understand. Elgard continued. Good. I look forward to seeing what makes you special. He raised his hand high and declared, The test begins. The examiners surrounded Dane, each standing before a glowing summoning circle. The circles began drawing energy from the surroundings, strengthening their magic. Seeing this, Dane muttered, This is suddenly. Strange sounds emanated from the circles, followed by an immense surge of energy that enveloped the testing ground. Both Dane and Del Paniso furrowed their brows. Del Paniso thought, They've activated summoning circles. This means mana streams converged toward Elgard, who widened his eyes and said, Answer my call. With that, a massive surge of mana erupted from his summoning circle. A colossal, ferocious creature emerged, its head resembling a lion's. Feeling the overwhelming mana, Dane thought, as expected, the chairman's mana is terrifying. I didn't think the test would be on this scale. His eyes widened as he studied the creature, thinking, this thing is far more dangerous than usual. Lightning crackled around it, charged with immense mana, exuding an intense sense of danger. Seeing the beast, Del Paniso shouted from behind, Impossible! A rank 3 summon Antares. Antares clenched its fists, roared skyward, and unleashed a burst of mana that stirred up thick dust clouds across the testing ground. Struggling against the immense pressure, Dane muttered, Now I get why my second sister was worried. Facing the summoned beast, Elgard crossed his arms and said, Since you're a genius, This level should match your caliber, right? He frowned and continued. You may use any weapon you deem necessary. Your task is to subdue Antares by any means. As the ferocious beast loomed before Dane, Elgard added, This is the requirement for the special admissions test. Del Paniso gritted her teeth, fuming inwardly. That old man clearly wants to see me disappointed. He's trying to humiliate me, Elgard said with a hint of irritation. But with your exceptional talent, there's nothing to worry about, right? Of course, if you're scared, you can still withdraw now. Dane replied without hesitation. No, I'll take the test as planned. Elgard smirked slightly. Very good. I'll give you a moment to prepare. Dane reached into the subspace before him, searching for something, muttering, Good. I have the perfect thing for this. He pulled out an object and whispered, The spear Father gave me for my 7th birthday. Now's the time to use it. Facing the beast, Dane muttered, It's big, so it likely has many openings. I'll strike fast and retreat. Observing this, Elgard raised an eyebrow. A spear, huh? Truly Soger's blood. His gaze shifted to a corner of the testing ground, where Tamarick and a few students had arrived to watch Dane's test. Seeing the scene, Tamarick's jaw dropped, stammering, What the hell? Making him face a rank 3 creature? Isn't that too much? Hearing the familiar voice, Del Paniso glanced back and said, Looks like Professor Tamarick's here. He'll probably object to this. Unfazed, Elgard replied, No matter. He's ready. Let's start. His expression darkened as he raised a hand and commanded, Antares, eliminate the enemy before you. As the words left his mouth, Antares bared its teeth, growling with glowing red eyes. It surged forward with tremendous force toward Dane. Dane remained calm, waiting for the beast to close in, muttering, All right, come on. As it neared, the beast accelerated, lunging at Dane. With his masterful spearmanship, he parried its attacks. Swiftly, he darted behind the creature. No longer calm, Dane's expression turned serious, fully focused on the challenge. Dane's recent performance left Elgard wide-eyed with astonishment, his heart pounding as if it might leap out of his chest. Even Del Paniso, the teacher renowned for her composed demeanor, stared with eyes rounded in shock, her face betraying utter disbelief at what had just unfolded. Tamarick, standing nearby, gaped in awe, his eyes sparkling with a mix of astonishment and pride. The students accompanying him were in a similar state, their mouths shouting in unison with excitement. My God, what kind of move was that? Their cheers echoed through the stands, brimming with amazement and exhilaration. Turning to Dane, he was remarkably calm. He swiftly stomped his foot on the ground, producing a resounding boom, then skillfully twirled his spear to maintain balance, ready to face the next attack. Confronting the colossal beast, Dane's eyes gleamed with confidence, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. In his mind, he muttered with satisfaction, That special training really paid off. That confidence burned like a blazing fire in his mind, dispelling all traces of doubt. The monster, Antares, roared with fury, its thunderous bellow shaking the air. Its eyes glowed red, flashing with sparks of hatred. Without hesitation, it charged straight at Dane, swinging a powerful blow. The strike carried terrifying force, as if it could tear through space itself. Yet Dane remained calm, his piercing gaze unwavering. Just as the attack was about to land, he gracefully sidestepped, dodging with ease. Antares' blow slammed into the ground, sending shards of rock flying and cracking the earth as if struck by an earthquake. The crowd in the stands held their breath, hearts racing at the sight. Antares' eyes burned even redder, its rage igniting like hellfire as it saw Dane effortlessly evade its attacks. It spun around, accelerating, and unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes at Dane. But every blow was deftly countered. As he dodged, Dane muttered to himself, his voice tinged with awe, Wow, no wonder it's a Tier 3. With that massive size and speed, it's truly impressive. His admiration, mixed with caution, sharpened his focus. Suddenly, Antares halted, its eyes widening with fiery rage. It let out a earth-shaking roar, its voice threatening to swallow everything. From its hands, swirling rings of crimson fire emerged, spinning violently. Raising its arms, it formed a massive fireball, radiating terrifying heat that seemed to scorch the surrounding air. The students in the stands shivered, sweat beading on their foreheads. Dane, in stark contrast to the crowd's tension, remained unfazed. He spun his spear with fluid grace, as if performing a dance. Mana flowed from his body into the weapon, causing the spear to emit a faint blue glow, shimmering like magical fire. As Antares hurled the enormous fireball toward him, trailed by a blazing tide of flames, Dane didn't flinch. He raised his spear like a shield, standing firm against the fiery storm. The flames illuminated his face, highlighting his resolute eyes. From the stands, Del Paniso shouted involuntarily, her voice trembling with worry. Is he going to take it head-on? Her eyes froze, her hands gripping the seat tightly, filled with unease. Beside her, Elgard stroked his chin, his brows furrowed in deep thought. He muttered to himself, even with enhanced mana, facing Antares head-on is madness. This test might end sooner than expected. His voice was low, tinged with concern but also curiosity. Dane, still holding his defensive stance, suddenly spun his spear with force. Mana erupted from him, forming a blinding surge of light. With a decisive move, he charged forward, shattering Antares' attack. The flames dissipated, leaving only swirling smoke and dust. Dane stood there, his breathing steady, but in his mind, he thought, that was close. Almost didn't make it. A mix of relief and adrenaline quickened his pulse. Facing Antares, Dane tightened his grip on the spear, his gaze resolute. He thought to himself, all right, it's time to end this. He lowered his stance, poised like a panther ready to pounce. Mana surged from his body into the spear, making it hum faintly. With lightning speed, Dane lunged at Antares. The beast sensed his approach, clenching its fist and slamming it into the ground. The earth shook, debris flying everywhere, but Dane swiftly dodged, appearing at Antares' side. His spear flashed as it thrust into the monster's abdomen. Dane's eyes turned icy, his mind recalling the mentor who had trained him. He thought, I'll use what he showed me. I'll channel mana into the spear's tip for an explosion, single-point burst. With that, he poured all his mana into the spear's tip and struck with force. The spear pierced Antares' abdomen, triggering a deafening explosion. The beast roared in agony, its cries echoing across the battlefield. But Dane didn't let up. He held the spear firmly, still embedded in Antares' abdomen. Mana gathered at the tip again, unleashing a second explosion that tore a massive chunk from the beast's body. Seeing his attack succeed, Dane allowed a faint smile, his heart swelling with confidence. He maintained the pressure, causing Antares to writhe in pain, its body trembling violently. In the stands, Tamaric was sweating profusely, his hands clenched, torn between worry and pride for his student's strength. Beside him, Elgard couldn't hide his astonishment, his eyes gleaming with admiration. The students shouted in unison, their voices brimming with excitement. Incredible! The beast's attack is nearly unstoppable. What kind of mana was that? Applause and cheers erupted, electrifying the atmosphere. But suddenly, at Antares' wound, swirling crimson mana surged, regenerating the damaged flesh. The beast threw back its head and roared, its furious cry shaking the heavens. Its eyes blazed blood-red. It slammed a fist into the ground, splitting the earth and sending up clouds of dust. Sensing danger, Dane leaped back, but his eyes widened as he shouted in panic, "My spear!" The weapon remained lodged in Antares' body, now trembling violently, as if signaling an impending catastrophe. Quintus rushed in from outside, sweat beading on his forehead, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it! I'm not late, am I? Why hold the exam in such a remote place? His heart pounded, a mix of anxiety and frustration. As he pushed open the door, the scene before him made Quintus freeze, his eyes widening in shock. He clenched his teeth, his gaze fixed on the radiant mana barrier before him. His voice trembled with disbelief. A barrier in the testing area. What did they summon? From within, Antares threw its head back and let out a ferocious roar, the sound tearing through the air. Its eyes blazed with fiery rage, red sparks piercing straight into Quintus' gaze. His face darkened, his heart racing from the shock. Clenching his fists, he shouted in fury. What? A Tier 3 Antares. A mix of terror and excitement sent a slight tremor through his body. In the arena, Antares had just knocked Dane's spear away, sending it skidding across the ground, leaving long scratches in its wake. The wound from the spear still oozed blood, not yet healed. The beast growled, its blood-red eyes glaring at Dane as if it wanted to devour him. Dane, standing opposite, muttered to himself, his voice tinged with admiration. It took a hit like that and didn't even flinch. Talk about tough. He nodded, a confident smirk curling his lips. In his mind, he thought, the spear won't do enough damage. Then, with a flick of his wrist, his eyes gleamed with resolve. Sorry, Dad, but it's time to use the sword. In an instant, Dane drew the sword from his hip, its blade glinting under the mana's light. He furrowed his brow, staring straight at Antares, a confident smile spreading across his face. Round 2. Let's go. His actions stunned the crowd in the stands. Elgard stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, and remarked, "Haha." Switching to a sword. Del Paniso nodded beside him, her voice thoughtful. Makes sense. This is an independent exam. A bit of eccentricity isn't surprising. Elgard nodded in agreement, but his eyes betrayed astonishment. True. But what's terrifying is how calm he remains. That stance, it's like a warrior who's fought countless battles. In the stands, the crowd of students whispered, their hearts racing with excitement. Quintus, watching from behind, narrowed his eyes, a mix of pride and curiosity swelling within him. He spoke firmly. Now we'll truly see what he's capable of. In the arena, Antares charged at Dane, its gaze ferocious. Its clenched fist formed a massive ring of fire, radiating scorching heat. But Dane didn't waver. He stood firm, calmly countering the beast's relentless attacks. The skills of a true swordsman shone through, unmatched agility and speed. After a few exchanges, Dane stepped back, a thought flashing through his mind. He muttered, his voice full of admiration, "Not bad." After a few weeks of fighting, it shifted from raw power to speed. It's reacting precisely to my every move. Antares, unrelenting, continued its frenzied assault. But Dane was no easy prey. He maintained his composure, parrying each blow with his sword. Spotting an opening, Dane swung his blade, slashing at Antares' arm. Yet the attack didn't break through. He muttered, a hint of surprise in his voice. Both arms are coated in fire. It's tough to penetrate with sword aura. Antares accelerated, its punches raining down like a storm. Dane, his mind racing, thought to himself, I'd love to crush it with ancient magic, but too many eyes are watching. Looks like I'll have to do it this way. From the stands, Del Paniso's face paled with worry. She turned to Elgard, her voice trembling. Chairman, this is too dangerous. If a student gets hurt, none of us will escape punishment. She clutched her chest, ready to activate a forced recall. But Quintus, appearing from behind, spoke up to stop her, his voice calm, yet confident. Hold on, just watch. Del Paniso spun around, startled. Professor Quintus, when did you get here? Quintus smiled, his eyes gleaming with faith. I understand your concern, but it seems Dane has a strategy. In the arena, Dane continued to wield his sword, parrying Antares' attacks. Suddenly, he spotted a flaw. His eyes widened, a spark of determination flashing within them. A magic circle appeared beneath his feet, mana erupting in a brilliant burst. Dane surged forward, launching a flurry of precise slashes. Deep gashes appeared on Antares' thigh, making it roar in agony, its cries echoing painfully. The beast lost its balance, its attacks growing erratic. Its hands slammed into the ground, its expression ferocious, flames flaring around its body. Elgard, from the stands, gasped, his voice filled with awe. He combined swordsmanship and magic in that split second. Quintus nodded, a confident smile spreading across his face. Looks like we should have summoned something even stronger. Hearing this, Elgard's expression darkened, his fists clenching as he thought to himself. Damn it. A Tier 3 summon was supposed to make him fail. Yet he's exceeded all my expectations. His heart raced, a mix of frustration and admiration. In the arena, Antares opened its mouth wide, rings of fire forming around it, signaling a devastating attack. Dane smirked, thinking to himself, one last struggle, huh? Truly the king of resilience to the very end. He tightened his grip, his eyes blazing with resolve. I didn't want to use this, but it's time to end it. Above Dane, 3 mana-infused spears suddenly appeared, hovering in the air. He locked eyes with Antares, a triumphant smile on his lips, ready to deliver the final blow. Quintus rushed in from outside, sweat beading on his forehead, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it. I'm not late, am I? Why hold the exam in such a remote place? His heart pounded, a mix of anxiety and frustration. As he pushed open the door, the scene before him made Quintus freeze, his eyes widening in shock. He clenched his teeth, his gaze fixed on the radiant mana barrier before him. His voice trembled with disbelief. A barrier in the testing area. What did they summon? From within, Antares threw its head back and let out a ferocious roar, the sound tearing through the air. Its eyes blazed with fiery rage, red sparks piercing straight into Quintus' gaze. His face darkened, his heart racing from the shock. Clenching his fists, he shouted in fury. What? A Tier 3 Antares. A mix of terror and excitement sent a slight tremor through his body. In the arena, Antares had just knocked Dane's spear away, sending it skidding across the ground, leaving long scratches in its wake. The wound from the spear still oozed blood, not yet healed. The beast growled, its blood-red eyes glaring at Dane as if it wanted to devour him. Dane, standing opposite, muttered to himself, his voice tinged with admiration. It took a hit like that and didn't even flinch. Talk about tough. He nodded, a confident smirk curling his lips. In his mind, he thought, the spear won't do enough damage. Then, with a flick of his wrist, his eyes gleamed with resolve. Sorry, Dad, but it's time to use the sword. In an instant, Dane drew the sword from his hip, its blade glinting under the mana's light. He furrowed his brow, staring straight at Antares, a confident smile spreading across his face. Round 2. Let's go. His actions stunned the crowd in the stands. Elgard stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, and remarked, Haha, switching to a sword. Del Paniso nodded beside him, her voice thoughtful. Makes sense. This is an independent exam. A bit of eccentricity isn't surprising. Elgard nodded in agreement, but his eyes betrayed astonishment. True. But what's terrifying is how calm he remains. That stance, it's like a warrior who's fought countless battles. In the stands, the crowd of students whispered, their hearts racing with excitement. Quintus, watching from behind, narrowed his eyes, a mix of pride and curiosity swelling within him. He spoke firmly. Now we'll truly see what he's capable of. In the arena, Antares charged at Dane, its gaze ferocious. Its clenched fist formed a massive ring of fire, radiating scorching heat. But Dane didn't waver. He stood firm, calmly countering the beast's relentless attacks. The skills of a true swordsman shone through, unmatched agility and speed. After a few exchanges, Dane stepped back, a thought flashing through his mind. He muttered, his voice full of admiration, not bad. After a few weeks of fighting, it's shifted from raw power to speed. It's reacting precisely to my every move. Antares, unrelenting, continued its frenzied assault. But Dane was no easy prey. He maintained his composure, parrying each blow with his sword. Spotting an opening, Dane swung his blade, slashing at Antares' arm. Yet the attack didn't break through. He muttered, a hint of surprise in his voice. Both arms are coated in fire. It's tough to penetrate with sword aura. Antares accelerated, its punches raining down like a storm. Dane, his mind racing, thought to himself, I'd love to crush it with ancient magic, but too many eyes are watching. Looks like I'll have to do it this way. From the stands, Del Paniso's face paled with worry. She turned to Elgard, her voice trembling. Chairman, this is too dangerous. If a student gets hurt, none of us will escape punishment. She clutched her chest, ready to activate a forced recall. But Quintus, appearing from behind, spoke up to stop her, his voice calm, yet confident. Hold on, just watch. Del Paniso spun around, startled. Professor Quintus, when did you get here? Quintus smiled, his eyes gleaming with faith. I understand your concern, but it seems Dane has a strategy. In the arena, Dane continued to wield his sword, parrying Antares' attacks. Suddenly, he spotted a flaw. His eyes widened, a spark of determination flashing within them. A magic circle appeared beneath his feet, mana erupting in a brilliant burst. Dane surged forward, launching a flurry of precise slashes. Deep gashes appeared on Antares' thigh, making it roar in agony, its cries echoing painfully. The beast lost its balance, its attacks growing erratic. Its hands slammed into the ground, its expression ferocious, flames flaring around its body. Elgard, from the stands, gasped, his voice filled with awe. He combined swordsmanship and magic in that split second. Kintas nodded, a confident smile spreading across his face. Looks like we should have summoned something even stronger. Hearing this, Elgard's expression darkened, his fists clenching as he thought to himself, damn it. A Tier 3 summon was supposed to make him fail. Yet he's exceeded all my expectations. His heart raced, a mix of frustration and admiration. In the arena, Antares opened its mouth wide, rings of fire forming around it, signaling a devastating attack. Dane smirked, thinking to himself, one last struggle, huh? Truly the king of resilience to the very end. He tightened his grip, his eyes blazing with resolve. I didn't want to use this, but it's time to end it. Above Dane, 3 mana-infused spears suddenly appeared, hovering in the air. He locked eyes with Antares, a triumphant smile on his lips, ready to deliver the final blow. In the arena, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense, as if the entire world held its breath before the clash between the terrifying power of the Tier 3 Antares and Dane's explosive magic. Sensing the danger, Antares threw its head back and roared ferociously, the thunderous sound shaking the ground. It opened its mouth, unleashing a blazing column of fire that surged toward Dane, scorching everything in its path. But just as it prepared to strike, Dane's 3 mana-infused spears, shimmering with radiant energy, shot forward with terrifying speed. Antares froze, its eyes wide with shock, unable to dodge. The spear's energy erupted, creating a massive mana explosion that rocked the arena. The 3 spears pierced straight through Antares' body, leaving 3 gaping holes. The beast was flung backward like a broken kite, its pained screams echoing through the space. Dane stood in the center of the arena, his gaze icy, a satisfied smirk curling his lips. His heart beat steadily, but his chest swelled with the thrill of victory. He maintained an astonishing calm, like a seasoned warrior. In the stands, Del Paniso turned to Elgard, her face pale, her voice laced with worry. Chairman, this exam has gone too far. Kintas, standing behind, furrowed his brow, his tone firm yet challenging. Too far? What do you mean? Del Paniso, her eyes flashing with anger, explained, no matter how talented he is, making a first-year student subdue a Tier 3 summoned beast. Do you really think that's reasonable? Elgard, sensing the tension, gave a sheepish laugh, trying to defuse the situation. Haha, but the result turned out fine, didn't it? His words only fueled Del Paniso's outrage. She shouted, her voice brimming with indignation. Fine? Fine enough to be etched into the Empire's history. A first-year student using a spear, a sword, magic, and even a forced bond to subdue a Tier 3 summoned beast. This is utterly insane. The crowd in the stands fell silent, their hearts racing at her impassioned words. After the battle, Dane calmly stored his weapon in his subspace, his demeanor as composed as if he hadn't just faced a terrifying beast. Elgard and Kintas exchanged glances, their brows furrowed, their minds reeling with astonishment. They thought to themselves, that finishing blow was truly earth-shattering. Suddenly, Dane approached Antares, extending his hand to the crowd's disbelief. The stands erupted in murmurs. It was a reaction to his power. Dane had established a forced bond with Antares, neutralizing its hostility. In terms of strategy and outcome, it was a flawless conclusion. Del Paniso, still fuming, spoke up. If word of this gets out, people will say this was an unfair test designed to make him fail. Elgard, cornered, turned to explain. Professor Del Paniso, I put clear safety measures in place. But his response did little to calm her. She stood abruptly, her voice accusatory. And yet you sat there while Dane faced it head-on? Elgard stammered, grasping for an excuse. That was, but before he could finish, Del Paniso glared, her tone resolute. As a professor, I can't turn a blind eye to this, Chairman. Elgard gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, his voice laced with frustration. Damn it. How did it come to this? The entire plan has gone down the drain. Quintus, standing behind, closed his eyes, lost in quiet reflection. He muttered, his voice full of admiration. I knew he was a genius, but this? From the start, Dane has been more like a seasoned knight than a first-year student. The gazes of Quintus and Del Paniso turned to Dane, gleaming with resolve. I have to take him as my apprentice. After the exam concluded, Elgard stepped forward, his voice resounding. The test is over. For Dane Sogers, who has passed this special exam, we officially bestow the title of Summoner along with this badge. May you continue to hone your talents as a Summoner of the Empire. Please accept it. Dane took the badge, bowing in gratitude, his eyes shining with pride. He gazed at the golden badge before him, engraved with strange runes, and muttered, a golden badge, only given to those who pass the special exam. That's pretty cool. Holding the badge, Dane paused for a moment, then raised it high, channeling a surge of mana into it. He murmured, answer the call. Instantly, mana poured from the badge, shooting into the sky and forming a massive magical circle. From within, a tidal wave of mana surged, and something shot out, leaving everyone stunned. Elgard's eyes widened as he shouted, what is that? In the arena, a creature with long ears and short legs appeared. It was a summoned beast, resembling a rabbit. Its information displayed. Altamar, Tier 4 Summoned Beast, Enhancement Type, capable of greatly boosting the summoner's physical abilities. Looking at the tiny rabbit, Dane grinned, his voice brimming with delight. Pretty impressive. And cute, too. He approached, speaking softly. Good to see you again, Altamar. The atmosphere froze, everyone standing in stunned silence at the unexpectedly adorable sight. Del Paniso turned to Quintus, who was equally dumbfounded, and thought to herself, everyone seems to be in shock. She glanced at Dane, her mind racing. With this many witnesses, the academy is going to be in an uproar. As predicted, the campus buzzed with chatter. One student shouted, is that the guy who passed the special exam? Another replied, voice full of awe, what kind of family is the Sogers clan? At this rate, he'll outshine even his sisters. At that moment, Dane, Ernest, and Layla were walking across the campus, countless eyes fixed on them. Ernest turned to Layla, his voice tinged with confusion. Layla, I can't wrap my head around this. Is this really possible? Layla crossed her arms, responding casually, her eyes gleaming with confidence. Don't try to understand it. Just accept it. You'll get used to it. He's from another world. Ernest changed the subject, his voice excited. Oh, right. I finished decoding the map. Layla's eyes lit up with joy. Really? You're amazing. Dane chimed in, his tone calm but expectant. Once it's fully decoded, let's hold the first meeting of the club. The group buzzed with excitement. Layla beamed. Awesome. I'm so bored already. Ernest clenched his fist, his voice cheerful. I'll try to decode it even faster. Dane, ever composed, smiled and thought to himself, I'm actually really curious about it. Then he turned to the group. Professor Quintus is calling me. I've got to go. See you guys later. After saying goodbye, he turned and walked off, exuding confidence. At the training room, Quintus was waiting. He looked at Dane, his voice deep and authoritative. Antares is a terrifying summoned beast. Once, a summoner from the Draenic Empire summoned 2 of them, and it was a nightmare. Just 2 took down 3 knights and dozens of soldiers. Dane's eyes widened, thinking to himself, I remember now. I heard Professor Quintus was in that battle. Quintus stepped closer, his gaze sharp, and yet you defeated that creature without a scratch. Dane scratched his head, sheepish. Just got lucky, sir. Quintus shook his head, his tone serious. Sometimes too much humility is a double-edged sword. In my opinion, switching to the sword was the right call. Dane blinked, thinking, he's no ordinary man. Quintus turned, walking slowly. At just 14, your skill and composure in swordsmanship far exceed your age. He paused, his voice lowering. So, I want to ask you, would you like to formally study swordsmanship under me? The offer hung in the air, freezing the moment. Dane's eyes grew resolute, his heart racing with excitement and pressure. He took a deep breath, preparing to respond, carrying the determination to change his fate. And that's the end of Season 1. Stay tuned with the admin for the highly anticipated Season 2 of this epic story. Thank you all for your support throughout this journey. Thank you so much.
At this moment, Dane was sitting in his room, writing a letter to his family. In the letter he wrote, "Dear parents, I hope you are both well. The sweltering summer is almost here. Today, as always, your youngest son is busy with life at the academy. Oh, I have completed Professor Kentas's swordsmanship class that I mentioned before. I have learned a great deal of theory. It makes me think that coming to the academy was truly a wonderful choice. Now I can wield a sword far more skillfully. Perhaps it is time for me to forge a blade at the forge." Pausing for a moment, he continued writing. "By the way, Ernest has finally deciphered that map, and he even discovered that it was designed by Saul Hangston. Far to the east of the academy, beneath the now abandoned St. Amar Hall, it is said that something extraordinary is hidden in the saints' crypt." After rereading the letter, he thought to himself, "Is this too detailed? I should not include so many specifics. After all, that place is a restricted area. More importantly, there is the big issue of the undead appearing there." When he shared this story with his two friends, they shouted in unison, "Undead!" Sweating profusely and stammering, they exclaimed, "That is terrifying, Dane." In the letter, he continued, "I thought about giving up, but thankfully, I received help. The helper was Priscilla, a student from the thaumaturgy department. Our group went to meet her. At that moment, she looked at us with suspicious eyes and said, 'What? You want me to go with you into the restricted area? Are you insane? Listen carefully, the undead will vanish if you destroy their core, but before that, you absolutely must receive my baptism.'" After reaching an agreement, the group began their adventure. Right from the start, they faced a group of vegetable-like undead on the outskirts. Priscilla shouted, "Dane, smash its core, channel all your concentrated mana into one strike." Following her instructions, it worked exactly as expected. Priscilla's holy power was astonishing. Thanks to her baptism, we handled the undead with ease. Not to mention, Lila's swordsmanship has improved tremendously. They worked together flawlessly, one attacking, the other defending. After braving the darkness, we reached the underground crypt. And finally, we found the treasure. Standing before an ancient relic, number 1 pointed upward, prompting Lila, who was behind, to ask, "Is it really from 300 years ago?" He nodded in confirmation. "Yes, the treasure is here." The treasure the Emperor desperately coveted, but could neither open nor take. At the mention of treasure, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. And that treasure was a gem radiating a brilliant red light, utterly magnificent. Holding the gem in his hand, Dane was thrilled. "This is the first achievement of our club. We have brought immense joy." Everyone was so excited they could not sleep. As a result, the entire academy was in an uproar. I think I should keep a low profile for a while. As for the true nature of the gem, everyone would be shocked to know it is actually an ancient mana core, right? And I probably do not need to mention that the gem granted me an additional surge of mana. Writing this, he added with his pen, "I will tell you in person when I get the chance. Until then, I will rely on Big Sis." Seeing him lingering in his room, Lila shouted from outside, "Dane, what are you doing? We need to go now. There is no time to clean the club room." Her loud call snapped him out of his thoughts. He quickly turned, grabbed his backpack, and replied, "All right, I am coming." After that day, Priscilla joined the club. Now, the club had 4 members. But since they kept complaining that the club's name sounded silly, as he stepped out, everyone greeted him enthusiastically. Ernest spoke up. "Let us go." Priscilla pursed her lips. "You dare make a senior like me wait," Lila chimed in. "Yeah, we are busy too." Facing their barrage of comments, Dane gave an awkward smile and said, Sorry, I had some cleaning up to do. Let us hurry now." As they walked, they divided up tasks. Dane spoke up. "Today, I will handle all the heavy work." Lila smirked and replied, "Of course, who else among us could manage the heavy stuff?" After some discussion, the group decided to shorten the club's name to NAMMAN. In the magic department, there was a notoriously difficult exam. It lasted 24 hours, requiring participants to endure a day without food or sleep. As long as you did not bring another person, all open resources were allowed. This exam was infamous for its harshness. Professor Dranavo gazed out the window, sighed softly, and said, "But Dane passed it with remarkable ease. He completely grasped my intentions and excelled at problem solving." His ability to analyze his surroundings is extraordinarily impressive. I feel sorry for the other students, but this is the first time I have ever wanted a student from another department so badly. Turning around, he asked, "So how's the task I assigned you?" Arthur approached from a distance, pausing thoughtfully at the question. After a few seconds, he replied, "He keeps refusing the invitation to join the student council. If he joined, he would not just have a position, he could even rise to a key role, shaping the academy's policies in the future." Hearing this, as if realizing something, the professor turned back to the sky, sighed, and said, "I see. Even sending a fifth-year student like you did not work." He cursed inwardly. Damn it, what an unpredictable kid. He lacks the vanity or arrogance typical of his age. All my predictions were completely wrong, but he won't escape my grasp. I will make sure to keep him. The scene shifts to Arabella's laboratory. She spoke up. "Dane, is Arthur from the student council still pestering you?" He nodded in confirmation. "Yeah, it is a bit annoying." She fumed, hands on her hips, and said, "That professor has not changed a bit. It was the same in my time." Scratching his head, Dane asked, "He did this to you too?" She nodded. "He even said he would make me the student council president or something." Hearing this, Dane praised, "Student council president? That sounds pretty cool." She sighed and replied, "That professor loves luring talented kids to become his pawns. Those with ability but humble backgrounds and unclear career paths are easy prey. That is why Arthur keeps following Professor Drenevo around." Dane quickly responded, "So my job is just to keep refusing, right?" She nodded. "Exactly. That professor is dangerous. Not only is he capable, but he is also a master at pulling people to his side. If you get caught, you will become his obedient puppet. So be careful. No matter what he offers, reject it immediately." Listening to his tough big sister's advice, Dane smiled and said, "Got it. I will be careful." But then, someone suddenly pushed open the lab door, startling Arabella, who shouted, "What the?" Lila's group stormed in. Holding an orb, she said, "Dane, there you are. Look at this. I found something crazy. Ernest brought this back from the restricted area. Can you check what it is?" Looking at the orb in her hand, Arabella yelled, "What? The restricted area? You guys actually went there?" The three of them gave awkward smiles, not responding. Faced with his friends' impulsive actions, Dane could only cover his face and lament inwardly. "I told them to keep quiet for a while. Sorry, big sis." Then Dane turned to Ernest, voicing his concern. "I am sure that after our visit to the Amar sanctuary, the guards have tightened security." Ernest grinned and replied, "Don't worry, Dane. As an explorer, I am meant to overcome challenges like that." Hearing this, Dane pursed his lips and said, "Sure, that is your specialty. But is not it a bit too dangerous?" Acknowledging his somewhat reckless actions, Ernest lowered his head sheepishly and responded, "I understand your concern, but the adventurer's blood in me just keeps boiling. I can't sit still." Looking at his close friend, Dane thought to himself, "Ever since we went to the Amar sanctuary, Ernest has become much more proactive." That makes sense. Saul Hankston, the only one said to have reached the realm of the Nine Chains after the fall of the Arachnodemon Kingdom, a place created by such a genius, would make any adventurer's eyes light up. Turning to the two girls, Lila approached Arabella, holding out the orb and saying, "Senior, please take a look at this." Looking at the two younger girls, Arabella sighed and said, "You kids only ever cause trouble." Noticing their odd behavior, Dane turned back and called out, "Lila, what are you holding? Did you put something in the mana wave detector?" Ernest, standing nearby, spoke up awkwardly. "Well, here's the thing. Last night, I could not sleep, so I wandered into the restricted area. Saul Hankston's laboratory is in there. Right? I kept hearing strange noises coming from inside the building, like machinery running or something being built. It gave me goosebumps, and there were human voices mixed in too." Dane interrupted. "So what? Even if it is a restricted area, guards still come and go? What is so strange about hearing voices?" Ernest scratched his head, denying it. "No, it was not just the guards. Voices, I am certain. And the most suspicious thing is that the mana wave detector I left running on standby picked up mana signals." At this, Dane exclaimed in shock, "What? No way!" After Saul Hankston's death, everything in his laboratory was moved to the memorial hall. There should not be anything in the lab emitting mana waves. Ernest nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. Which means there is definitely something in Saul Hankston's laboratory that we do not know about." Dane, still lost in thought, muttered. Mana waves. After examining the orb, Arabella spoke up. Ernest, you were right. There is definitely something in there. This startled Ernest, who blurted out, Really, Senior Arabella? She nodded in confirmation. Yes, and it is no ordinary thing. Here, look at the data I analyzed. Everyone was astonished as they looked at the analysis sheets on the table. Dane picked up one of the sheets and studied it. Arabella continued. These fluctuations are very similar to the samples you collected. Of course, not everything matches, so we can rule out the ambiguous ones. After a moment of contemplation, Dane turned to her and asked, So what is the conclusion? Arabella furrowed her brow slightly and replied, There is definitely something massive inside that building. This caused the three friends standing across from her to shout in unison, What? Something massive? Arabella confirmed. Yes, this type of fluctuation typically comes from an object containing an enormous amount of mana. You said you struggled to pick up these waves. Right, I think something is blocking the mana waves from escaping. As for who is hiding those waves, whether it is Saul Hankston or someone else we do not know yet, Dane chimed in. The only thing we know for sure is that whatever it is valuable enough to warrant hiding its mana waves. Arabella nodded in agreement. That sums it up. And from what I know, the guards do not even enter Saul Hankston's laboratory. Back in the day, I sneaked into the restricted area when I was bored. This prompted Priscilla, standing across from her, to ask, Really? Arabella just winked and smiled without answering. This made Dane, standing nearby, think to himself in shock, Even my sister did that. Of course, no one can resist Saul Hankston's allure. Truly an incredible mage in his youth, she continued. Anyway, I do not know what they are hiding, but if it is related to Saul Hankston, it is bound to be an earth-shattering discovery. It could be a core containing Saul Hankston's mana, or something even more powerful. Hearing this, everyone's spirits soared with excitement. Ernest clenched his fist and nodded. If that is true, it is amazing, Lila, standing nearby, asked. But why would something like that be in a supposedly empty laboratory? Arabella added. Ernest is truly remarkable, finding this purely on instinct. Grateful for the praise, Ernest cheerfully replied. Thank you, Senior. You have helped me a lot. Then she asked, So kid, what do you plan to do with something like this? Dane, listening intently from the side, thought to himself, It is highly unlikely to be an actual mana core. If it were, I would have noticed it the moment we entered the restricted area. So what could it be? Seeing him lost in thought, Lila looked at him and asked, What do we do? Now, I told you to be careful for a while. Aren't these waves worth investigating? Priscilla added. Even if you do not go, Ernest will insist on going. Dane nodded in agreement. Exactly. We can avoid detection that way. But no one knows what else might show up in the lab. Are you all really confident? They responded with confident looks. Lila winked and said, Of course our club is strong, Ernest added. Right, and we have Canas with us, Priscilla chimed in. I won't lose either. Hearing this, Dane sighed and said, Even Ernest and Lila are one thing, but you too, Sister Priscilla. Understanding her brother's concerns, Arabella added, Looks like we really can't stop them now. Then she made a decision. All right, if no one's listening, at least take this. Looking at the scroll in her hand, everyone asked, What is that? She explained. This is a magic scroll. You know how to use it, right? If you are in danger, do not hesitate. Tear it apart immediately. It will teleport you back here. The teleportation will shock your body and mana a bit, but it is better than dying, right? Receiving such a valuable item, Lila excitedly said. Sister, you are really giving us 3 of these precious scrolls, Priscilla added. Thank you, Arabella. She reminded them. Remember, you kids often forget that entering the restricted area can get you suspended. 2 suspensions. And you are definitely expelled. Got it. At this, the group's spirits plummeted, and they mumbled, Yes, we understand. Dane, standing nearby, reassured her. Don't worry, sis. Nothing will happen. She pursed her lips and replied, Don't just talk big. After everything was settled, she gave one final reminder. All right, come back safely and tell me what you find. The group returned to their base, spread out a map on the table, and began planning their route. Ernest explained. This is the infiltration route. The entry point is here. There is a blind spot in the guards' line of sight When moving to this building, we will use that gap to get in. Impressed by the detailed explanation, Dane nodded and remarked, Ernest's not bad at this, huh? All right, we will start the operation in 2 days. We have distributed the exploration gear based on our numbers, so we need to double-check the infiltration route, Ernest continued. From here on, we will sprinkle anti-tracking powder as we move. When we get there, Canis's role will be crucial. To break through the dense mana barrier without leaving a trace, we will need Canis's flames. Dane nodded in agreement. Got it, I will prepare. Since one plan was too risky, Priscilla suggested, we also need a plan B for emergencies. Instead of blindly tearing the scroll, we should plan specific actions for each scenario. Impressed by her detailed analysis, Lila nodded and said, That makes sense. Sister Priscilla, Dane, who had also prepared a plan, spoke up. All right, here's the plan. We will arrange our formation like this. I will take the lead to detect mana. Ernest and Lila will be in the back. Sister Priscilla will stay in the middle. Since Priscilla was vulnerable to ambushes, everyone agreed. Then he turned to Ernest and continued. This time, use your short bow instead of a sword. You have practiced enough, so shoot with the mindset of providing support. Ernest nodded in confirmation. Got it, leave it to me. Dane's voice grew serious. Everyone, remember, our top priority is not getting caught. We do not know what is hidden in there. Ernest, brimming with energy, replied. All right, I am so excited to find out what is in there. Lila described her hopes. Just hope it is not demons. After finalizing preparations, Dane called out. Everyone ready? The group responded in unison. Ready? He enthusiastically declared. All right, Nam Club, let us go make some trouble. After some time moving, the group finally reached the outskirts of the restricted area. Staying outside for too long had left them covered in swollen mosquito bites. Lila complained. This is so annoying. If it is like this every day, I will die. Ernest reassured her. Just wait a bit longer. 20 minutes until the guard shift changes. What idiot would dare sneak into the restricted area like this? Just wait until they get caught. Noticing the guards still had not moved, Lila asked, Why are there so many guards? Ernest replied. I heard they have doubled the patrols recently, and it turns out it is true. Damn it, it is probably because of us, Lila asked. So what do we do now, Ernest? He answered. At this hour, everyone's tired, so there'll be a gap. I know which route has the most guards. Let us take that one. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of 4 sped up, following Ernest. Inside, it was time for the guard shift change. A group of guards approached, saying, Shift change time. Seeing them, one guard responded, So boring I almost fell asleep. Another asked, Why are you guys late? Everyone's already scattered. While the guards were chatting, the group slipped in from behind with incredible speed. Their swift action left one guard stunned. He turned around, looking back, but detected no movement. Another guard approached and asked, What is wrong? The first replied, Did you hear something? The other shook his head. Probably just the wind. After handing over the shift, they turned to leave, saying, All right, good work, everyone. Not even a mouse could sneak in. Little did they know, not 1 but 4 big mice had successfully infiltrated. They made their way to a chapel and descended into the basement below. Ernest cautioned. Everyone, watch your step. We are almost at the entrance to the lower level. After moving for a while, they arrived at a large door. Dane asked. Is this the place? Priscilla added. Thanks to Ernest, we got in pretty easily. Letting him lead was a smart choice. Dane glanced upward, noticing a magical barrier. Ernest explained. The closer we get to the center, the stronger it becomes. Saul Hangston was incredibly thorough with intrusion defenses, but Dane disagreed. No, it does not feel like that. He approached the barrier, analyzing it. This barrier does not have Saul Hangston's mana signature. It is completely different. This puzzled Lila. Really? How can you tell? He explained. Saul Hangston lived long ago, but this barrier feels very recent. Ernest pondered. That means someone else got here before us and set up a new barrier to hide something inside. Dane nodded in confirmation. Exactly. There could be something very dangerous in there. Priscilla hesitated, asking, So what do we do now? Turn back, Lila protested. We have come this far. And you want to turn back? Maybe an academy official came in, set up defenses, and left. Ernest disagreed. I think otherwise. This feels more like the work of an outside intruder. If the Academy discovered a new relic of Saul Hangston's, they would have no reason to hide it so thoroughly. This infuriated Lila, who punched the air and exclaimed, "So there is someone else after this treasure besides us. This treasure is mine." Priscilla sighed. "We came here to explore, not to steal treasure." Dane agreed. "Right. They are different from us. They set up the barrier to hide something. Whatever it is, running into them would mean big trouble." Lila sighed. "If they are hostile, we would have a hard time stopping them." Dane continued. "Exactly. This place might be far more dangerous now, but I believe in the strength of the Nam-Man Club. We are strongest together, right?" he thought to himself. "Sounds convincing, but honestly, I am dying of curiosity." His encouragement energized the group. Ernest was too moved to speak. Lila puffed up proudly, saying, "Well, yeah, hardly anyone can beat Dane." Seeing their enthusiasm, Priscilla frowned slightly and said, "If I let you kids go alone, something's bound to happen, so I am coming too." No choice. With their senior's support, Lila and Ernest's eyes lit up like car headlights. After reaching a consensus, Dane said, "No objections, right? Good. Then we are going all the way." Despite some fear and hesitation, they decided to press forward. Canis did an excellent job breaking the magical barrier. The barrier could not withstand Canis's flames. When they opened the door and stepped inside, they faced a hallway filled with endless traps. The group struggled to get through. After overcoming countless traps, they finally reached their destination. Looking at the vast hall before them, Lila exclaimed, What is this place? I never expected an underground room this huge." The room was cluttered with sundries, barrels of wine, and heaps of food, all arranged haphazardly. This puzzled Ernest. "Everyone, look at all this food. Someone's definitely living here." Dane surveyed the area, thinking, "Strange. There are no signs of habitation, yet it feels like they have been here for a while." Lila turned and asked, "Could the Academy have come here to research?" Priscilla immediately dismissed it. "Highly unlikely. Look closely. If the Academy was investigating, they would have brought equipment. These items are mismatched from different sources, and some are even illegal. If it was the Academy, they would not be this secretive." Dane nodded in agreement. "Sister Priscilla's right. This is clearly the work of someone else, not the Academy." He quickly decided, "Let us check the area fast. We do not know when the owner might return." The group split up, each inspecting a part of the empty room. Dane knelt, placing his hand on the floor, sensing something. "What is this? I can feel a massive mana flow beneath the room." But then Ernest shouted, grabbing their attention, "Dane, come look at this." He stood and asked, "Did you find something?" Lila replied, "There is a staircase going down behind this wall." This was a critical discovery at this moment. It meant they could investigate the mana source they sensed from above. The group descended into the lower basement. At the end of the basement, a mystical glow emanated. Stepping inside, they discovered a massive mana crystal. Lila gasped. "Unbelievable. I have never seen a mana crystal this huge. It has been hidden underground this whole time." Dane approached to inspect it, thinking, "No doubt this carries Saul Hangston's aura. It is radiating overwhelming mana. There are other magical arrays carved around it. What are they using this for? Who are they, and what is their purpose?" As the group examined the crystal, Ernest suddenly shouted, "Oh no, everyone, someone's coming. The perimeter alarms we set up are going off." His words threw the group into panic. Even Dane, the steadiest among them, widened his eyes in shock. Up above, a group of unfamiliar figures appeared, approaching the church's door. One of them barked, "Hurry up!" The other three responded in unison, "Yes, Captain." They swiftly entered the building. The captain reminded them, "Focus only on extracting the essence of Saul Hangston's mana inside." "The damn glory belongs to us," the group replied in unison, "Yes, sir." After navigating for a while, the group reached the final room in the basement. Looking at the glowing mana crystal before them, the green-haired captain said, "We have made it inside safely." Turning to his subordinates, he ordered, "Clear the room. Report any abnormalities immediately." Two of his men nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." They turned to head back upstairs. After a few steps, one sighed. "Finally, we can rest a bit." The green-haired subordinate asked, "Do we have to stay here for 2 months?" The other replied, "Maybe longer. At least we have got enough supplies, so that is not an issue." After taking a few more steps, one of them tripped over a wire set up by Dane's group, triggering a barrage of iron spears to plummet from the ceiling. Caught off guard, the two were unable to react and were knocked down by the spears, crying out in pain. Seeing this, the captain inside shouted, "What is going on?" The two men, after tumbling down the stairs in a chaotic mess, crashed into the door, causing a loud bang. Suddenly, from within the basement, a strange pinkish-purple gas began to spread. The captain, puzzled, asked, "What is that gas?" One subordinate replied, "Is it some kind of gas?" Turning back, he shouted, "Captain, this is—" Realizing something, the captain waved his hand and yelled, "Fall back! It is a trap!" His words were bold, but moments later, all four were easily subdued by Dane's group. Ernest searched their bodies and said, "There is more here than I expected. A notebook, some coins, and all sorts of random stuff. There is something in the back pocket, too." Looking at the group before him, Dane thought to himself, "Who are these people? They are clearly after Saul Hangston's mana crystal. Could they be from the academy, or maybe—" Priscilla, noticing something, approached Dane and said, "Dane, look at this notebook. There is important, sensitive information." He took the notebook and began examining it. It read, "During the essence extraction phase, always maintain 2 extractors. When progress reaches 60%, add another. If the magical array fluctuates, stop immediately and reinforce. Refer to the attached array diagram." Reading this, Dane asked aloud, "Extracting essence." Priscilla responded, "That sounds dangerous." Dane nodded. "Extremely dangerous." Ernest, noticing something else, added, "That is not all. These guys also have a map of the continent." Dane asked. "A continental map," Lila chimed in. "Those are tightly controlled by the Empire, absolutely not allowed to be taken outside." Ernest speculated, "Could they be some kind of rebel group?" Faced with these strange discoveries, Dane was lost in thought. There were too many suspicious details. Suddenly, noticing something, his eyes widened as he looked at the captain. Something glowing appeared in the man's mouth. Startled, Dane rushed forward and pulled it out. Holding the small pill in his hand, he muttered, "As I thought, a suicide pill. I remember learning about this from Mom. These are used by assassin guilds or secret organizations to silence members. To prevent leaks in emergencies, they are brainwashed to take poison." "What kind of organization does this?" Priscilla, still studying the notebook, found something else and said, "Look at this. There is a set of rules written here." This new information stunned the other three. The notebook read, "For a new world. Rule 1. Security always comes first, above even life itself. Rule 2. We act to change the world. Rule 3. Do not inquire about other members' identities. We are one, yet distinct individuals." Following this were numerous other rules. After reading, Priscilla raised an eyebrow and said, "This part is the most suspicious. There is a coordinate written here. I am not sure of the exact location, but it is near the academy." Dane asked, "Where's 34.58? Looking at the number, Ernest stroked his chin, deep in thought, then said, "Wait, if it is that location—" Dane turned to him. "You know the place?" Ernest nodded. "Yes, it is the supply transport route near the back gate." Lila added, "So they came in through that route," Ernest confirmed. "Very likely. Someone in the academy must be helping them." The situation grew increasingly complex, forcing them to think hard. Dane said, "A secret organization trying to extract Saul Hangston's essence. What do they want with it? We have decided, let us move fast. Gather all their items into the subspace for investigation, and we will report this to the academy leadership and the guards." He continued, "And it would be a shame to leave empty-handed." His words prompted the others to ask in unison, "What?" Dane's eyes narrowed with determination as he said, "Let us take the mana crystal. If we leave it, it will just fall into their hands. Instead of letting unknown people use it for some plot, we should take it ourselves." When the group regained consciousness, one shouted, "Captain, wake up, we are in trouble." The captain slowly came to, yelling, "My head! What is all this noise?" One subordinate looked at the mana crystal, now lifeless and dull, and said, "The crystal! It is empty." The words hit like a thunderbolt, enraging the captain, who roared, What nonsense are you spouting?" Then he cursed, "Damn it, it must be those trap-setting bastards." As they were still wondering who did this, the guards arrived downstairs, surrounding them. One guard shouted, "Freeze! Anyone who dares trespass in this sacred academy won't escape." Seeing the guards suddenly appear, one subordinate yelled in panic, "How did the guards get here?" Another guard commanded, "Seize them. Don't let any escape." The captain gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, we are done for. Has the organization abandoned us?"
After escorting the intruders outside, the captain sighed heavily and spoke. "This is driving me crazy. After decades of peace, this restricted area is causing trouble again." Pointing at the intruders, he asked, "Have the intruders said anything?" The bald subordinate rubbed his chin and reported, "They have not uttered a word. We might need stronger measures." The three intruders looked dejected, remaining silent. The captain pointed and ordered, "Then beat some sense into them. After the preliminary investigation, take them to the interrogation room." The bald man nodded, responding clearly, "Yes, sir." The captain thought to himself, "This incident is serious. Even after doubling security, 5 intruders slipped in here. I will definitely be punished, and I might even lose my position." Then, from outside, a soldier rushed in, shouting, "Captain, the investigation team from the Ministry of Magic has arrived." Hearing they arrived at this hour, the captain startled, yelling, "They're here already." He wiped the sweat from his forehead, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, I did not expect that lazy professor to come here in person." After hearing the whole story, Drenovo summarized, "So you heard noises in this building, found the mana barrier gone, and then discovered the intruders inside, correct?" The captain nodded, confirming, "Yes, sir." Drenovo pondered for a moment, then said, "Strange. Saul Hangston's mana barrier is not easily broken. If they are capable of that, why were they caught so easily?" The captain did not fully understand either. He shook his head, saying, "I can't figure it out either. By the way, we found this among their belongings. Would you like to take a look?" Looking at the item in the captain's hand, Drenovo asked, "A book?" He took it and examined the contents. Finding nothing, he stated, "It is sealed with magic. Only authorized individuals can open it, but someone forcibly broke the seal." This puzzled the captain, who exclaimed, "What? How's that possible?" Drenovo tucked the book into his coat, saying, "I will take it for further investigation. There might be hidden spells on it." The captain gave an awkward laugh, responding, "Haha, of course. I only glanced at it, but it seems they are part of some secret organization." Drenovo's eyes narrowed slightly. "A secret organization?" The captain continued, "We also found a massive mana stone in the basement. It is taller than a grown man." This discovery intrigued Drenovo. A mana stone, but the basement should be empty. The captain explained, "We thought it was odd too. Why would a giant mana stone be in the restricted area?" After thinking, Drenovo said, "Take me there. I want to see it myself." Switching to the academy, on the campus grounds, students were abuzz with chatter. "Have you heard, there is trouble in the restricted area again? The guards are running around like crazy." Another added, "So many incidents lately. It feels really unsettling." Hearing these stories daily on campus, Priscilla sighed helplessly. "Good grief, since yesterday, that place has been in chaos over the commotion." He turned to her, asking, "Priscilla, have you found anything?" She nodded, confirming, "Yes. I heard the Ministry of Magic's team has started investigating them. Even Professor Drenovo came in person." Ernest chimed in, "If Professor Drenovo himself is here, this must be serious." Layla said, "We have really stirred up a big mess." He asked curiously, "It is already in the Academy Daily. Want to take a look?" Holding the newspaper, Ernest shouted in shock, "What, that fast? Talk about walls having ears." The paper read, "Restricted area breached. 5 intruders are being interrogated by the Ministry of Magic's anti-guard unit. I take full responsibility." Sitting behind, observing, he thought, if Professor Drenovo is personally involved, he must have realized the severity of this incident. He spoke up, "But if the Ministry of Magic is handling it, it should be fine, right?" Priscilla sighed, replying, "Yeah, they are notoriously ruthless. They will use every kind of magic to interrogate." Layla startled, shouting, "But will they find us?" Ernest smiled, reassuring, "Calm down. We have erased all traces." Priscilla confidently said, "Actually, the Academy should thank us. Without us, those intruders would not have been caught." Dane encouraged, Don't worry, they are far away and do not even know we were there. Just lay low for a while. Then he turned to Ernest, asking, "Have you brought their stuff?" Ernest nodded. "Yeah, I brought it. Here's the analysis. Check it out." He thought to himself. Who knows, by following their trail, we might find another treasure, like Saul Hangston's essence. Switching to a few days later, the academy was chaotic again, this time due to the Royal Investigation Corps' arrival. The royal family rarely visited the academy, and this time they came with a massive force of warriors and fluttering banners. Unprecedented. The royal corps advanced deep into the academy. Standing before a massive door, a man remarked curiously, "This is indeed strange." This man was Delphion, commander of the 4th Royal Knights. He said, "The Aymar Holy Order had intruders leave no trace. Now strangers are found hiding in Saul Hangston's lab." Drenovo beside him added, "This is truly odd. We have tracked the traces, but still no clear results." Delphion glanced over, asking, "What about the barrier?" A female professor replied, "We are still investigating, but so far, no clear signs." He sighed in frustration. What a mess. Especially since this is one of Saul Hangston's designs. He cast a sharp glance back, saying, "What do you think, Your Highness?" The red-haired young man was the third prince, Edward Dantore. He looked stunned, stammering, well. I still do not understand anything." Hearing this, Delphion turned away, replying, "I see, Your Highness." On this side, Drenovo startled, eyes widening, cursing inwardly. Wait, the third prince himself came here, why in person? Edward closed his eyes, deep in thought. Opening them, he looked at the door, thinking, is this a trace of a melted barrier? It is hard to tell, but the surface feels off, like it was dissolved and reassembled. Even so, this is impressive. Drenovo explained. Saul Hangston's barrier was designed to last centuries. No one has ever broken it before. Delphion nodded, confirming. Indeed. A perfect steel fortress never breached, yet now it has been broken. From behind, Edward added. That means even the royal barrier could be infiltrated. At that moment, his eyes widened. A strange energy enveloped him, making sweat pour down his face. His hands clenched tightly to stay calm. Seeing this, Delphion turned, asking, Your Highness, are you in pain? He rubbed his arm, replying, It is fine, just a normal ache. Delphion, concerned, said, Please, Your Highness, if you feel any discomfort, tell us. We will return immediately. The investigation is important, but your health is more so. He shook his head, refusing. No, I came here of my own will. I won't give up. Don't worry, my arm is fine. Looking at them, Drenovo's eyes were full of thoughts. The prince and the knight commander both here, we need to be more cautious now. Delphion advised, perhaps your highness should step outside and rest for a bit. If your condition worsens, please inform us immediately. Edward nodded in confirmation, all right, I will do that. Delphion stepped outside, thinking to himself, what a pitiful person, labeled as the useless prince. Even his hand does not obey him. If only his highness had been born with a healthy body. Edward stood there, lost in thought for a few minutes, then glanced down at his hand, cursing inwardly, damn it, there is always something holding me back. But now's not the time to hesitate. I need more clues. I have to find them myself. They told me to stay put, but... Sorry, Delphion. On the other side, Delphion spoke, no traces at all, you said it happened around 5:00 a.m. Drenovo nodded, confirming, yes, the day before sunrise. That is when it occurred. Delphion pressed, what about mana detection spells? Drenovo replied nervously, nothing was detected, sir. Delphion's face darkened, and he snapped angrily, then turned everything upside down. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in from outside, shouting, Captain, bad news, His Highness has disappeared. Hearing this, Delphion shouted in shock, What? Impossible, he was just here. The soldier explained, it happened during a brief lapse in the guard's vigilance. Delphion furiously berated, You incompetent fools, turning around, he barked, halt all other activities, prioritize the investigation and find His Highness immediately. The soldiers gathered after the command, shouting in unison. Delphion thought to himself, his body is already so frail, and now? Why? Meanwhile, Edward had dashed into the forest near the academy. As he ran, he thought, I must make progress on this investigation at all costs. This time, Father will have to notice me. Even if I lack talent, I will prove myself through effort. I can't remain the useless prince forever. In Bonia Forest, Dane's group of 3 was diligently training. Dane was focused on practicing magic, while Ernest and Layla trained with weapons. Layla spoke up, "Adjust, Ernest, that stance is not stable. Try again." Ernest shifted his posture and asked, "Like this?" Layla nodded, smiling, "Much better." Watching them train, Dane smiled, thinking, he is getting used to training here. Layla's helping him a lot too. Thanks to that, I can focus on controlling my mana. After a few hand gestures, Dane effortlessly created multiple magic circles around himself. Looking at his hands, he smiled and said, "Now I have completed 2 mana rings. I even succeeded in constructing a 4-layer mana structure. Ancient magic is incredible, he thought. But his eyes suddenly widened, observing something. Every time I focus on the 4-layer spell, I see it more clearly, Lumana flowing through the human body. It is extraordinary. I wonder what I will discover next." He casually conjured a mana bomb, letting it hover in the air. It flew upward, circling above his friends' heads, prompting Ernest to ask curiously, "Is that wind?" Layla looked at Dane, asking, "Dane, what spell is that?" He explained, "It is a wind bomb, a compressed air projectile." Witnessing this marvel, Ernest's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Amazing, I have never seen a mana explosion that big." Layla added, "And it is because it is a 4-layer spell. The power is terrifying." Dane observed the mana bomb, then raised his hand, saying, "All right, I will toss it lightly." Using his mana, he made the bomb orbit his body before hurling it into the forest ahead. Though meant to be a gentle toss, the bomb shot forward at a terrifying speed. And it seemed they all sensed someone was there. In an instant, a massive explosion echoed through the forest, kicking up clouds of dust and toppling trees under the bomb's destructive force. The sheer power flattened the bomb's path into a plain. Layla shouted in panic, "Dane, did you hear that? Someone's over there." Dane, sweating profusely in fear, replied, "Yes, I heard it clearly." He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I thought we were alone here." He suggested, "Let us go check." Layla added, "Be careful. What if they are hurt?" Rewinding a few minutes, Edward was searching for something in the forest. After circling the area, he remarked, "So the academy grounds have a forest this large. The students here must enjoy studying and laughing with friends. I am really jealous. If I were not born a prince, could I have attended the academy like them? Just thinking about it makes my heart race." He quickly shook off the thought. "No, I am daydreaming again. Focus on finding traces of the intruders." Then, noises from the forest caught his attention. Following the sounds, he wondered, what is that? Are there people in the forest? It was none other than Dane's group training. Watching their actions, Edward thought, students training, they are my age. And highly skilled too. After finishing her sword technique, Layla turned to ask, "Dane, can you check my sword movements? This part feels a bit off." Dane circled her, observing, then said, "It is your footwork. After the spin, step back half a step with your back foot." She nodded, understanding, "Let me try again. Here I go." Watching from outside, Edward muttered to himself, she said Dane. "Wait, Dane Sogers, the freshman stirring up the academy, it is him." Dane Sogers, a name even the royal family knows. Admitted to the research department, excelling in 4 fields. And me, I can't even handle small tasks. Yet a genius among geniuses trains this diligently. If I could have joined the academy, maybe I would have made friends, learned so much, and laughed like them. Then, from ahead, something shot toward him at lightning speed, making Edward exclaim, "What is coming this way?" It was the mana bomb Dane had launched into the forest. As the collision occurred, a massive explosion rocked the forest, toppling trees. Edward could not escape the shockwave, his body hurled backward, tumbling several times. His eyes were wide with shock at the situation. Then, a pained scream echoed through the forest. Knowing they had hit someone, the 3 of them immediately ran over to check the situation. Ernest spoke up to inquire, "Are you all right?" Dane spoke up embarrassedly, "I am sorry, I thought there was no one here." After lying on the ground clutching his stomach in agony, Edward now tried to sit up but still let out pained groans. Ernest noticed something and spoke. "Wait a minute, that uniform. It looks like the uniform of the Royal Investigation Team." Hearing that, Layla exclaimed in surprise. So you are a member of the Royal Investigation Team. The conversation started to become complicated. Dane scratched his head and continued. No, Layla, that person is probably. He spoke up to assess. That is the uniform of the Royal Investigation Team. And that red hair, the symbol of the royal family. Ernest stammered and spoke. Could it be? Are you really royalty? Her words made Dane and Layla a bit frightened. After stabilizing his mind, Edward now stood up, walked toward the three of them, and angrily shouted. You idiots! Dane immediately stepped forward, bowed in salute, and introduced. I am Dane Sogers, son of Count Sogers. I greet your highness the prince. I am deeply sorry, your highness. I have committed a grave offense. Ernest also bowed and spoke. It is truly Ernest Dillon, son of Baron Dillon, first year in the magic department. Layla spoke up to introduce. Layla Thermion, eldest daughter of Count Thermion, first year in the swordsmanship department. Please forgive our rudeness, your highness. Edward did not blame them at all. He smiled and spoke. It is fine. I am not injured. Just a bit surprised, that is all. More importantly, I am glad to meet you like this. Dane Sogers, I have heard a lot about your reputation. The Dillon family is famous in exploration. You will probably become a great explorer too. And the daughter of the Thermion family, you are the winner of the Dainter Cup, right? I watched that final match. Hearing that, Layla bowed her head once more and replied. Yes, it is an honor, your highness. He then gave an order. All right, introductions are done. You may stand up. They responded in unison. Yes, your highness. Ernest spoke up curiously. I am truly relieved to know you are not injured. But why did your highness come to such a remote place? Layla continued. This place is so isolated that even academy students rarely come here. That is why it is perfect for training. Edward's eyes narrowed slightly, then he hesitantly explained. Actually, I came with the Royal Investigation Team to inspect the academy, but I wandered off alone and got lost. You know about the strange incidents happening in Saul Hangston's building, right? We are investigating that case. But we have not found any clues yet. It is really frustrating. Ernest immediately replied. You are here to investigate, we have also discovered some strange things. But it is hard to be certain. He looked at the boy, thinking to himself. They discovered something, an ordinary person probably would not notice. But they do not seem very confident. After hearing the information from Edward, Ernest spoke up to speculate. So the strange phenomenon was discovered by your highness. Edward continued. You could say that. Ernest and Layla were a bit startled. He turned and whispered. Damn it, everything is connected to us. Layla replied. If we are found out, we are all done for. He stood in contemplation, observing Edward, and began to analyze. Not like the first two princes. The youngest prince is the same age as us. Rumor has it he is just an ordinary person with no special talents. It is strange. We carefully spread anti-tracking powder around here, yet he still found it. Moreover, he noticed the strange phenomenon that others could not. He can't possibly be ordinary. Could he be hiding some special ability? Observing them, a smile appeared on the corner of Edward's lips, and he explained. Actually, I just got lost and ended up here. This academy is quite complex. Ernest proposed. Then you should return soon. The investigation team must be searching for you everywhere. They seem lost too since it is their first time at the academy. The campus is vast. Edward seized the moment and asked, so while I am still here, I want to hear a bit from you. What is life like at the academy? This made Ernest and Layla exclaim in surprise. Our stories. He stood beside them, thinking. Even though he is a prince, he is still just a teenager. He has been confined in the palace for too long, so it is understandable he is curious about normal life. Edward asked. So what were you doing earlier? Training. Ernest replied. Yes, because this place is quiet, we often use it for practice. He continued thinking. But something is very strange. This prince. He gives me a suffocating feeling, as if mana is tightly constricting around me. Can mana flow like this? Maybe I should observe more closely. Inside the academy, the soldiers continued their search. They frantically looked everywhere. What about over there? Not here. Damn it, move to the next building. The students watched them and started gossiping. Oh, is that the Royal Investigation Team? What is going on? It looks like they are searching for something. Have they caught the culprit? No way. If they had, the Magic Legion would be here, not the investigation team. The atmosphere is really tense. In another place, Delphion was still actively searching for Edward. After looking everywhere without results, he grumbled to himself in frustration. Damn it, not here either. Where the hell has he gone? We do not even know who is involved in this or what power is behind it. If the prince with his still unhealed hand runs into trouble alone. If I get demoted, that is one thing, but if something happens to him. Then from behind, a soldier approached and reported. Captain, a witness has appeared. Someone in a gold-trimmed cloak was seen heading toward the forest outside the academy. So he turned back and asked. Really, bring that person here immediately. He moved hurriedly and ordered. The whole team, head to the forest outside the academy. Top priority is ensuring His Highness's safety. The soldier nodded and replied, Yes, sir. As he walked, he thought. The forest, why would he go to a place like that? Don't tell me he discovered something. Switching back to Dane's group. Edward now exclaimed in admiration. It is really enviable. If only I had not been born into the royal family. Maybe I could live as an ordinary person, not bound by a prince's responsibilities. Maybe the gods really hate me. Then Dane stepped toward him and spoke. Your Highness, if I may, I would like to ask something. Edward replied cheerfully. What is it, Dane? Go ahead. He looked at the boy's arm and asked. Is your hand in a lot of pain? His words hit Edward's sore spot, making his face twitch slightly as he thought to himself. No. How do you know? Beside them, Layla was extremely puzzled, tilting her head and asking him. His Highness's hand, why? Edward quickly hid his arm behind his back and stammered. You must be mistaken. He still spoke assertively. Really, but from what I see. Before he could finish, Layla interrupted. Dane, what nonsense are you saying? Edward was now sweating profusely, staring intently at him. He paused in contemplation for a few seconds, then let out a soft sigh and spoke. If you do not want to talk about it, that is fine. He replied. I plan to forget everything I saw and heard today. He thought to himself. This guy. Could he really have noticed the condition of my hand? Seeing the tense atmosphere, Layla stepped in to ease it and spoke. Dane, what are you saying to His Highness? This Dane sometimes acts strangely. Please forgive him, Your Highness. But Edward immediately denied. No, he is right. Hearing that, the two were extremely shocked and exclaimed inwardly. What, it is true. Edward took a few seconds, looked at his right hand and spoke. My right hand is no different from a crippled one. Then he turned to ask Dane. How did you notice that? He explained. To be precise, I did not see the condition of the hand. I saw the mana flow toward your hand being blocked. This made Edward exclaim in surprise. What, you can see mana flow with the naked eye? He explained. That is an ability I gained after an artifact fortunately fused with my body. He thought to himself. Actually, it is ancient mana. But I can't tell the truth. Edward exclaimed in amazement. That is an incredible ability. So can you discover the real cause? He shook his head and replied. No. I can't see the deeper cause, but at least now I know why you feel pain. The mana flow that should reach the hand is blocked at the wrist and flows back upward. A hand that mana cannot reach. It is gradually dying. He stepped closer, his voice somewhat serious. Your Highness, may I ask what happened? This unexpected proposal made Edward startle, directing his gaze down to his right hand. He paused in contemplation for a few seconds, then spoke up to recount. It started when I was about 1 year old. There was no problem at birth. But at some point, it became like this. I could only hold eating utensils when I turned 7. And I was only able to hold a pen and write after I was over 10. I could not learn swordsmanship or horse riding. All the things a prince should learn. Magic was even more impossible. All my efforts were meaningless, and I have lived like that until now. A shameful prince who does not dare let others know. Hearing that, he thought to himself. So from a very young age, he has had this problem. That is why he is not as famous as the other princes. Beside them, Ernest and Layla were now trembling even more violently with fear. She stammered and spoke. But Your Highness. Is it okay for us to hear that story? Ernest continued. You are telling such a big secret. Edward smiled and replied. It is fine. I think you will keep the secret. Besides, I am in a really good mood today. No matter what the royal physicians and mages did, They could not find the cause. But finally, I have found it. He immediately asked, "Do you believe me?" The boy smiled. "Of course I do. How could someone from the Sogers family lie to me? If so, he would have to be a great deceiver to dare fool a prince." This half-joking, half-serious remark made the corners of Dane's mouth twitch a few times as he thought to himself, "What kind of joke is that?" Looking at his own hand, Edward continued, "Many people have seen it. The strength is gradually leaving my hand. I know sooner or later this hand will be more than useless." Then he looked at him with extremely determined eyes. "So, can you heal me?" Faced with this somewhat sudden proposal, Dane thought for a few seconds, while his two friends did not dare utter a word. After a moment of consideration, he bowed his head and replied, "I am sorry, Your Highness. I am not a physician." This answer left Edward a bit disappointed. But he still accepted it and let out a sigh. "All right. It certainly is not an easy matter." He spoke up again with a proposal, "But if Your Highness wishes, I can try." He said this with an extremely confident expression. This greatly intrigued Edward, who replied, "Really, then do it right away. If you heal my hand, I will do anything for you." He asked back, "Really, if that is your wish, I will try to alter the mana flow. However, if I fail, you could die." The moment his words ended, the boy's entire body stiffened, and he stammered. "What?" He continued, "If this attempt goes wrong and harms Your Highness, I will surely be executed for assassinating royalty. But I still have many years to live and many things I want to do. So if I succeed in healing your hand, how will you repay me?" This firm assertion made Edward pause for a few seconds to think. His two friends could not believe what was unfolding before their eyes. Edward asked, "Are you trying to make a deal with me right now?" He nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I won't accept vague risks. However, if a substantial, attractive reward is offered, that is different." Faced with this somewhat decisive proposal, Edward froze for a few seconds, then asked back, "A deal with me? You are the first to propose that. You are very different from the others, Dane Sogers." The boy smiled and continued, "Very well. Dane Sogers, if you heal my hand, I will grant any request you make." This made him extremely excited. "Really, Your Highness?" The boy nodded in confirmation. "Yes, my hand will soon lose function anyway. At worst, failure will only make it happen a little sooner." He stepped closer, placed a hand on his shoulder, and encouraged, "So go ahead and try. Even if you fail, at least I will leave a will stating you are innocent." This somewhat light-hearted remark left all three, Dane and the others, a bit embarrassed. After contemplating for a few seconds, he nodded in confirmation. "I will try." Edward cheerfully spoke. "Excellent, thank you." Looking at the boy's excited expression, he now thought to himself, "This could be the biggest event of my life. If I succeed, it will be a huge victory. If I fail, it will be a disaster. So I must succeed at all costs." He began to outline the plan. "First, Your Highness, please sit and rest comfortably." The boy nodded and complied. He thought to himself, "I have practiced controlling mana flow since childhood, so I am very confident. Moreover, I have ancient mana within me." He started to approach, stood in front of the boy for a moment, then grasped the right arm with both hands and began examining the situation. He spoke in a low voice, "Then I will begin." The moment his words ended, a stream of mana from within his body began to enter Edward's body. He slowly sensed the flow inside the boy's body. The instant the two mana streams collided, a violent explosion erupted from within. In another place, the soldiers were still actively searching inside the forest. One asked, "How's it on your side?" The other replied, "There is a sheer cliff, and we can't proceed." Then a soldier ran up and reported, "Captain, there are many forks ahead." The force was too dispersed, making Delphion's eyes narrow slightly as he cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I do not have enough men to split up here." Then his gaze suddenly caught something inside the forest, and he thought to himself, "No way. What is this feeling?" He immediately raised his hand high and ordered everyone, "Conceal yourselves." His hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, drawing it into a combat stance. His expression became extremely serious as he ordered, "Move quietly." After that, the group began moving toward the direction where he had detected the anomaly. It only took a few minutes of movement for them to reach near the position of Dane's group. Their appearance was also within his control. Everyone turned their eyes forward. At this moment, Delphion advanced with an extremely cold gaze and spoke. "You bastards, how dare you do that to His Highness?" He charged straight forward, shouting loudly. "You bastards, what the hell are you doing?" Faced with his aggressive attitude, Dane's group was terrified. Layla exclaimed in shock. "The knights are surrounding us." Dane was startled and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, they are closing in. I need to explain." As he spoke, his hand began summoning a swirling stream of mana. Delphion did not hesitate for a moment and lunged at him, ready to strike. "How dare you touch His Highness?" He rushed forward at incredible speed, making Dane exclaim in alarm. "He is too fast, at this rate, I will be defeated." But just as the sword was about to reach Dane, Edward dashed out to block it. "Stop, Delphion." Seeing the boy still safe, Delphion jolted. "Your Highness." Noticing the boy's resolute gaze, Delphion gradually regained his composure. He turned and asked, "Your Highness, are you all right? Do you know how worried we have been?" Edward replied, "Don't worry, I am fine." He continued, "How did you end up so deep in this area, and who are they?" Edward explained, "I was just wandering around during the investigation and got lost here. As for them, I will explain on the way back." He looked down at his arm, thinking to himself, "The feeling in my arm is different. There must be some progress." Then he turned to Dane and said, "Goodbye. I am leaving now." "Thank you, Dane Sogers." Dane smiled in response. "I only did what I could, Your Highness. It was my honor." On the way back, after hearing the boy's story, Delphion spoke. "So he is the son of Count Sogers." Edward nodded in confirmation. "That is right, and he is my benefactor." This made Delphion extremely curious. "Your benefactor?" The boy explained. "He did some things that are incredibly valuable to me. So tell me, what gift should I give them?" Delphion narrowed his brows and asked back. "A gift? What do you mean, Your Highness?" He thought to himself. "They may be from noble families, but you only met them today." Edward stroked his chin and muttered, "Ordinary gifts won't satisfy me. I want to give them something truly precious." Then, as if realizing something, he let out a soft "oh" and turned to Delphion. "What about that one?" He leaned in and whispered something in his ear, making Delphion's eyes widen in surprise as he exclaimed, "Your Highness, even so." The boy scratched his head sheepishly and asked, "Would that be reasonable?" He asked back, "Isn't that a bit excessive?" He thought to himself, "It is surprising that just making friends makes you this happy." The boy cheerfully said, "Compared to what Dane did for me, this gift is not excessive at all." "Yes, send word to the palace and bring everything here immediately." Resigned to dealing with him, Delphion gritted his teeth and replied, "I understand." Watching the boy's back as he walked away, humming a tune, thoughts began to form in his mind. Thinking about it, this is not bad. That is the son of Count Sogers and Duke Thermion. This could strengthen the relationship between the royal family and the great noble houses. It will also be a strong support for His Highness. Scene shift to 1 week later. We were invited to the royal palace, to the reception room in the annex. Sitting across from us, Edward spoke. "Dane, my hand is much better, with no side effects." "Thank you, Dane." Dane bowed respectfully and replied, "I am relieved, Your Highness." The boy extended his hand, pointing under the table, and said, "Please sit. I have prepared a little something to express my gratitude. So accept it. This is everything I think is worthy of you." 3 servants entered, each holding a small box. The moment they left, the eyes of Dane's group widened in surprise as they exclaimed, "Your Highness, this is..." The boy nodded in confirmation. "That is right. These are royal tokens. Using them is simple. If you are in trouble, present the token, and everything will be resolved." Holding it in his hand, Ernest exclaimed in shock, "Can we really accept this?" The boy nodded in confirmation. "Of course." Dane happily said, "Thank you very much, Your Highness." The boy waved his hand. "Enough with the formalities. Enjoy yourselves today." The 3 of them responded in unison. "Yes, Your Highness." After that, they began dining according to royal etiquette. Meeting the prince today was truly an unexpected stroke of luck. But the identity of the intruders remains a mystery. None of us suspected anyone. And the incident gradually faded into silence. Then, sometime later, midterms arrived. Dane was in the schoolyard, letting out a sigh and saying, "Finally, the exams are over." He turned to ask Layla. How about you? She confidently replied. The major subjects were not too hard. The general ones should be fine too. Priscilla, beside them, clenched her fists and exclaimed, as for me, I wish this world would just burn. How can the exam be that hard when I memorized the entire scripture? He could only smile wryly, thinking to himself. So the Holy Studies department is not easy either. Ernest encouraged. Anyway, we are done with the exams. He continued. We are free now. Everyone, hang in there. We have a few days off. What are you all planning to do? Ernest happily said, I am thinking of joining the fitness club. The one focused on physical training. This made Layla, beside him, extremely surprised as she exclaimed. What, you are joining, Ernest? Priscilla stroked her chin and said. Looks like you have realized your weaknesses after those combat simulations. You know what you need to do. Ernest happily replied. That is right, just wait for the results. Priscilla reminded. Don't get injured, okay? Layla gently touched her cheek and said. I think I will go home for a bit. My mother has wanted to see me for a long time. Then she turned to ask Dane. What about you? He hesitated for a few seconds before replying. I will probably spend time in the library to study more. This made her extremely curious. Study, after exams. He explained. Actually, there is nothing else to do. Wait a minute. As if remembering something, he thought to himself. Number 3's words reminded me. When I was 7, the Duke gave me a gift. It was the badge of the Thermion Forge. I am planning to make a new sword, so I might visit that forge. Seeing him still like that, Layla sighed in exasperation. It has been a while since I heard you mention that. Priscilla continued, you really are diligent. Then he looked at her and said. No, Layla. I will go with you. This made her extremely delighted. To my house, sure. But why so sudden? He scratched his head sheepishly and replied. I just thought I would like to see what your family's forge looks like. Realizing his intention, she slightly smirked and said. You are the only person in the world who'd call that just checking it out. Finding this somewhat interesting, Ernest proposed. So can I come too? The Thermion Forge sounds like an amazing experience. Layla turned to ask back. You want to come too? Sure, the more, the merrier. On the way, Ernest nervously said. The Duke Thermion's family, I am so excited. She reminded. Just do not touch anything, got it? Ernest nodded and replied. Of course, I will just look. She turned back to him and continued. It would be more fun if Sister Priscilla could come too. But the top student in the Holy Studies department does not get a break. He replied. No choice. I heard she was summoned to the temple. Ernest, from behind, curiously asked. Layla, how long from here to the Thermion territory? She replied. Just 1 hour by carriage. He continued. That close, I live way out west. It takes nearly a month on horseback to get here. She said, sorry about that. It must have been tough for you to enroll. Then he looked at him and asked. What about you, Dane? He replied. It only took me 1 day to get here. My family has a teleportation gate. Layla was extremely curious and asked back. A teleportation gate, you really used it to get here in 1 day? He nodded in confirmation. Haven't I told you? She turned back, pouting, and said. This is the first time I have heard that. She stroked her chin, thinking. That makes sense. Your sisters probably use that gate too. They help you a lot with your studies at the academy, and I am really jealous. Then she let out a disheartened sigh. Oh, I wonder how my brothers are doing these days. Looking at her, he thought to himself. Come to think of it, she has never mentioned her siblings before. With that in mind, he looked at her and asked. Layla, what are your brothers like? Hearing this question, she thought for a few seconds before replying. My eldest brother is really great. Before he left for the East, he used to play with me. As for my second brother, he loves teasing me. Sometimes he makes me so annoyed. Standing behind, listening to her story, Dane smiled faintly and thought to himself. It seems she is very loved by her brothers. Ernest stepped forward and curiously asked, Does your second brother live in the mansion too? She waved her hand in denial. No. He is the overly free-spirited type. One day, he just left home, and no one knows where he is now. He said he was going out to train or something, but I do not really believe it. Dane, from behind, wondered and asked. He ran away from home. She nodded in confirmation. Yeah. Ever since he became a knight, he has always lived away from home. I really do not understand why he does that. Ernest added. So a young knight, your family is full of extraordinary people. She scratched her head sheepishly and said. My eldest brother is diligent, but my second brother is unpredictable. He, beside them, thought to himself. Sibling rivalries are common among nobles. But the Thermion family does not seem like the rigid type. Maybe there is a deeper story behind this. When they were spotted from afar, a man approached and respectfully said, Young miss, you are here. Looking at the man, she startled and exclaimed, Sir Asmar. Asmar placed his hand on his chest and cheerfully said, It has been a long time. Are you well? I rushed over as soon as I heard you were coming. Guided by Asmar, after a while of traveling, they arrived at the entrance of Duke Thermion's mansion. Seeing the kids, Bout cheerfully said, Come in, everyone. The moment she saw her father, Layla ran over and exclaimed, Dad. Seeing his little girl still healthy, Bout teased happily. You have grown taller since I last saw you. How's life at the academy? She replied. It is great. I have been studying hard too. When you see my grades, you will be surprised. Bout smiled and said, Haha, I am looking forward to it. Bout then turned to Dane and said, And look who is here, haha. Dane stepped forward, bowed, and said, Duke, it has been too long. I am very glad to see you. He praised. You look much sturdier than before. Ernest also approached and introduced himself. It is an honor to meet you, Duke. I am Ernest Dillon. He stroked his chin, thought for a few seconds, and replied. So you are the friend Layla often mentions in her letters. Our family has a few artifacts discovered by the Dillon house. He turned to his daughter and said, Layla, your friends are impressive. She happily raised 2 fingers and replied. Of course, they are my friends. Since everyone had been standing outside for too long, he proposed. Don't stand out here anymore, come inside. We have prepared a small party to welcome you all. Hearing that, Dane happily replied. Really, thank you very much. He turned and walked. Follow me. He cheerfully turned to her and proposed. Last time, I loved your family's tart. Will there be some this time? She gave an okay sign and replied. I knew it, so I had them prepare strawberry tarts already. You will love them. Inside the mansion, a party was underway with many nobles in attendance. The 3 enjoyed the party immensely. Dane said, It has been a long time since I have had food this good. Ernest scratched his head and continued. Now I understand why Layla was so excited. She, savoring a piece of cake, turned and replied. That means the senior could not come. Ernest proposed. Next time, let us all come as a group. His eyes then noticed a few young men in matching uniforms standing in a corner. He turned to ask Layla. Who are those people? She replied. They are knights of my family. Father invited them to the party. I heard many others came too when they learned you would be visiting. This surprised Dane, who exclaimed. Really? He thought to himself. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Then suddenly, from afar, a group of 3 approached him. The red-haired one said, Quantus Gerweld. Greetings, young Master Dane Sogers. He cheerfully replied. Honored to meet you. Layla has told me about you all. You are knights of the Duke's house, right? Quantus smiled and replied. Yes, that is correct. We have heard a lot about you too, young master. It is an honor to meet you in person. If you do not mind, we would like to chat for a bit. He warmly accepted. Oh, of course. Layla turned and continued. I have heard the Thermion Knight Squad is one of the strongest in the Empire. Of course, excluding the Royal Guard. Now, countless aspiring knights compete to join. Quantus showed an interested expression and said. I have also heard the Sogers Knight Squad is very famous. He nodded in confirmation. That is right. My squad mainly trains in spear techniques. It is mostly thanks to my father. Ever since he taught battlefield spear skills, it gradually developed into a proper knight order. Now it is the Empire's only spear knight legion. Quantus curiously asked. Indeed. We have always been curious about your training methods. The young master must be very skilled with the spear, right? He smiled wryly and replied. Haha, just average. He was very modest, but Layla excitedly praised. Dane is good at everything. Even if all of you attacked together, You would not stand a chance against him. This left Qantas a bit stunned as he exclaimed, "Is that true, young miss?" They began discussing among themselves. "Even if we all attacked together, that is impossible." Seeing this, he slightly frowned and thought to himself, "Layla, do not say things like that." After they finished discussing, they stood in a neat line, bowed deeply, and proposed. "Then, young Master Dane, we challenge you to a friendly match. Please guide us a little." This unexpected proposal startled Dane, who thought to himself, "Wait, a fight right here? Why are my bad feelings always right?" Layla turned to encourage. "It is fine. It will be okay. Show them what you can do, Dane." On the opposite side, they smiled at him. He contemplated for a few seconds before saying, "If that is what you want, then I accept." A while later, he and the guards were at the training ground. Without hesitation, one knight swung his sword and charged at him to attack. Dane, with his agile movements, easily blocked the attack. Then, he fought better and better. His steps became more fluid, easily countering every attack from the guards. The battle inside was extremely intense. Outside, Duke Bout and the others were utterly astonished by the scene, letting out a surprised "oh." Dane then stomped hard on the ground, spun his spear a few times, and counterattacked the guards. One by one, they were defeated by him. Their weapons were sent flying in an instant. His overwhelming speed made Qantas's eyes widen in shock, unable to believe what was happening. He then thrust his spear hard into the ground, staring straight ahead with a face full of confidence. Outside, the referee announced, "Victory belongs to young Master Dane Sogers." An extremely impressive match. Dane and Layla were strolling in the garden. She suddenly exclaimed, "What, father gave you a gift?" He nodded and replied, "Yeah. A few books written in ancient languages." Layla explained, "I once told him you are interested in ancient languages. He must have remembered." Hearing that, he excitedly said, "Really, thanks. The academy library is very limited. These books will be useful." She happily replied, "It is better for someone who truly appreciates them to read them than to let them gather dust." He suddenly remembered something and asked, "Oh, where's Ernest?" She replied, "He went with the butler to the artifact storage." He looked so excited. He was just as excited and exclaimed, "Really, I am curious too." His excitement startled Layla, who exclaimed, "Aren't you tired? Rest a bit." "It is vacation." He replied, "I will rest after visiting the blacksmith tomorrow." The two strolled, enjoying the fresh air of the garden. Layla exclaimed, "It feels so great. Finishing exams and coming home to see family. My father was beaming when he saw your spear skills. People might think you are his real son." Hearing her say that, he suddenly remembered. But his expression changed completely when your second brother was mentioned. "What is that about?" This question left her a bit flustered. She contemplated for a few seconds before saying, "That is what annoys me. My eldest brother still sends letters occasionally, but my second brother has gone completely silent. Father won't say why either. Something about this story felt off." He thought to himself, "No contact, no explanation why." Then suddenly, something moved in the bushes nearby. This caught both of their attention. Layla curiously asked, "Wait, what was that? Something just moved over there." He also noticed and replied, "Yeah, I sensed something too." Pre-charged magic orb began forming on Dane's arm. He stared coldly into the depths of the bushes and said in an icy voice, "Come out. Before I have to come in there myself." The moment his words ended, there was still no movement from inside the bushes. A few seconds later, a voice rang out from within, all right, I am coming out. No need to get all scary." Hearing that voice, Layla beside him jolted slightly and stammered, "That voice." From the bushes right in front of them, a figure shot out, sighing as he spoke, "That was intense. I was just watching my little sister walking around with some stranger, that is all." The man stepped forward, looked at the two of them, and smiled. "Long time no see, my dear little sister." This person was none other than Delward Thermion, the second son of Duke Thermion. Hearing him say that, Dane suddenly had a hunch and muttered, "Don't tell me this is." He paused for a few seconds before exclaiming, "Your brother." The instant the siblings reunited, Layla charged forward and showered her brother with a barrage of affectionate punches. She asked worriedly, "Oh my God, do you know how worried I have been? How could you do that? Not once. You never contacted me even once." Faced with his little sister's fury, Delward could only stand there and take it, frantically saying, "Sorry, sorry, that hurts." Layla did not stop, shouting, "You are awful. I have been waiting for news from you for years. Even Big Brother still writes home, but you." Feeling the strength behind each of her blows, Delward yelped, "Ow, that really hurts, you have gotten strong. Looks like you have been training hard, huh?" His words only fueled Layla's anger further. She kept swinging, "That is right, I have gotten stronger, let us see if you can handle it today." Seeing that she was starting to lose control, Dane quickly intervened, "That is enough, Layla." Just as her fist was about to land on Delward again, he somehow sidestepped, rushed forward, and pulled her into a tight hug. Calmly, he said, "I am sorry, Layla. I never forgot our family. I had my own reasons. I am sorry for leaving you alone all this time. I will tell you everything, so please calm down, okay?" Feeling the warmth of her brother after so many years brought tears to the corners of Layla's eyes. She stammered, "Really? So it was not because you did not want to see us?" He replied, "Of course not. I never forgot our family, not even for a second." Those words made Dane pay a little more attention. After they finished catching up, Layla regained her composure and asked, "Then tell me. Where have you been and what have you been doing all this time?" Delward lightly crossed his arms, glanced at Dane, and said, "First, could you give us a moment of privacy?" Dane had just turned to leave when Layla suddenly rushed over, grabbed his arm, and stopped him. "No, Dane will listen with me. He can keep a secret, so do not worry. Just tell us." This unexpected move made Dane's eyes widen. He stammered, "Layla, it is really fine." Delward looked at him, thought for a few seconds, then asked, "You are Dane Sogers, right? I have heard a lot about you. They say there is an outstanding new student at the academy. That striking silver hair. So you are the friend of my sister. Our families are quite close too. All right, I get it, you are trustworthy. Dane, this is family business, so do not tell anyone outside. Okay." Dane felt a little awkward about staying to hear all this, but answered, "Yes. I swear on my family's honor." Hearing that, Delward nodded, "Good. Then let us move somewhere quieter." They then walked to a secluded spot within the estate grounds. Delward sat down on a bench, let out a long sigh, and began explaining, "The truth is, all this time, I have been in the Drenic Empire." At that name, Dane flinched and repeated, "The Drenic Empire." Layla also exclaimed in shock, "What? Why would you go to such a dangerous place?" He explained, "I was searching for a way to cure Mother's illness. She has been bedridden for far too long. Ever since I was young, I have been chasing every clue about her condition. Eventually, those clues led me to the Drenic Empire." Hearing that he had gone to such a dangerous enemy nation made Layla furious. She scolded him, "Even so, how could you sneak into enemy territory?" Dane silently agreed with her, thinking to himself, "That really is serious." Layla continued angrily, "You could have told everyone and we could have searched together. Why did you have to go alone?" Delward had his own reasons. "At the time, I had no other choice. I had a chance to infiltrate the Empire, but I did not want to put the whole family in danger. At least I came back safely. See, I am fine." His calm tone only made Layla's anger flare up even more. She looked ready to charge at him again. "What did you just say?" But Dane, sensing the situation, immediately stepped in and held her back. "Layla, let him finish." After taking a few seconds to calm down, Layla asked again, "Fine. Then why are you only coming back now?" Delward paused for a moment before answering, "Actually, I have already found what is needed to cure her. But the required materials are not in the Drenic Empire, so I returned here." Layla grew even more confused. "If they are not there, then they are in the Altian Empire." Delward nodded, "Exactly. For now I only have a few leads, but I will follow them step by step. Also, while I was in the Drenic Empire, I discovered something. What Mother has is not an illness, it is a curse." Both Dane and Layla were stunned. "A curse?" Delward continued, "Yes. It gradually drains strength, causes trembling limbs, dizziness, coughing up blood, and purple marks appearing on the back. Everything matches the symptoms of a curse perfectly." Layla thought for a few seconds, then said, "So Mother's illness is actually a curse?" Delward nodded and explained, "At first I did not believe it either. Curses do not appear naturally. That means someone deliberately cursed her." Layla asked, "Who would do something like that?" Delward replied, "I am not sure who holds that big a grudge against us. Honestly, our family has quite a few enemies. Then he stood up, walked over, and placed a hand on Layla's shoulder, saying with determination, "But Layla, we can find the culprit later. Right now, the most important thing is breaking the curse." Tears welled up in Layla's eyes as she asked, "Is there really a way?" Delward nodded, "Yes. I have found both the materials and the ritual needed. Most of the ingredients are not too hard to obtain, just expensive, but still procurable. Only one thing is the problem, a tear of Roxina." The unfamiliar name made Layla ask, What is a tear of Roxina?" Delward explained, "It is a legendary material said to be capable of purifying almost any curse that afflicts a person. Rumor has it that it is located in the Haverox mountain range, between the two empires." Another new location made both Dane and Layla exclaim, "The Haverox Mountains." Delward nodded, "That is right. The rumors say it lies within ancient ruins guarded by an ancient creature." Dane suddenly realized something. He was about to speak, but stopped himself, thinking, ancient ruins. This feels suspicious. Delward said confidently, "Layla, I will go retrieve it. I know it is dangerous, but there is no other way." Seeing that he was planning to go alone again, she tried to stop him. "What? You are going by yourself again? What about the Thermion Knights?" He replied, "Right now my strength is roughly equivalent to someone with 5 cores, well, precisely 4. More importantly, if the Knights marched there, it could reignite war between the two empires. So the safest way is for me to go alone." Seeing how stubborn he was, she kept trying to stop him. "Even so, I can't let you go alone." Delward confidently explained, "I am not rushing in blindly. I will prepare properly." Dane had been quietly observing their conversation for a while before finally speaking up. "If we are talking about ancient ruins, there is someone who knows more about that kind of thing than anyone else." Delward looked puzzled and asked, "Who?" Dane smiled and said, "Looks like this time, you are going to need help from our club." Afterward, the three of them went together to find Ernest. Once Ernest heard the whole story from Dane, he let out an excited whoa. An ancient entity and ruins too. Dane continued, "If we are lucky, this could be a huge discovery." "You are thinking the same thing, right?" Ernest was practically bouncing. "Yes, I do. I want to go right now." Looking at how casually excited the two boys were, Delward laughed. "Haha, you little monsters really have no fear at all, do you?" Then he quickly added a warning, "I get that you are thrilled, but this is genuinely extremely dangerous. It is not a game." Dane immediately countered, "And is not going alone to the Haverox Mountains even more dangerous? Sometimes you have to go together. You can't keep doing everything solo forever." Seeing that Dane had a point, Layla chimed in, "Exactly, the Dillon family are all explorers. If you go alone and get lost, it will be a disaster." Delward fell silent for a few seconds, then muttered, "That is true, but..." Watching his hesitation, Dane thought to himself, he must be incredibly conflicted right now. I can't even imagine how much he has suffered. Wandering for years in enemy territory just to find a cure for his mother, and he still managed to obtain the information and return safely. He is definitely no ordinary warrior. After thinking it over, Delward finally nodded, "All right. We will go together. But absolute secrecy, before we leave, while we are gone, and even after we return." The three of them were overjoyed at the agreement and answered in unison, "Of course." Once the plan was settled, Delward placed a very luxurious-looking box on the table in front of them. Layla, extremely curious, asked, "What is this?" He replied, "A gift. Open it." Getting a sudden gift made Layla suspicious. "You think you can win me over with just one present? I am not forgiving you that easily." Her firm attitude made Ernest raise an eyebrow and comment, "Layla's really angry this time." Seeing that Ernest was about to fan the flames, Dane quickly stopped him, "Don't say anything else. She was way scarier just now." Layla stepped forward, slowly opened the box, and muttered, "If it is something stupid, I swear." But when she saw what was inside, she froze for a few seconds and gasped, This is Mom and me." Inside the box was a small statue depicting her mother and young Layla. Delward nodded, "That is right. The time when our family was happiest. I had a craftsman in the Drenic Empire make it. I commissioned it while remembering the days when Mother was still healthy. What do you think?" Looking at the statue brought a flood of old memories rushing back to Layla. Tears began welling up in her eyes. She choked out, It is beautiful." Her words moved Delward as well. The two friends standing behind her smiled warmly along with her. She continued, "It feels like Mom is healthy again. Thank you. Thank you so much." She rushed forward and hugged her brother tightly. He gently comforted her, "I am the one who should be thanking you." For a moment there was only silence, broken by Layla's quiet sobs. "Thank you, Layla." Back at the main party, Duke Thermion looked around for a while, then spoke up, "Wait a second. Where did all the guests of honor go? Where is everyone?" Meanwhile, outside, after finishing everything, Delward put on his cloak and prepared to leave once more. This made Layla extremely puzzled. "Can't you stay? You should at least meet father." But he gently refused. "I am sorry, Layla. I do not know what might happen next. I will greet father properly next time. Please understand. I left a communication code in the crystal, call me anytime. I will stay in the Empire a little longer. If you need anything, I will come right back." Layla looked a little sad. "Fine. But please be careful." He nodded. "Of course. I will be back soon." He rummaged through his belongings, found something, and added, "Oh, one more thing." He handed her a small pouch with a reminder, "Take this. It will help ease mother's symptoms. Make sure she takes it regularly, and do not tell father what I told you." Layla was surprised but nodded. "Okay. I will take good care of Mom." Once everything was done, he turned to the other two and said, "I am counting on you both to look after my little sister. When I return, we will head to the mountains together." Ernest answered confidently for the first time, "Of course. Travel safely." The moment the words left his mouth, Delward turned, leapt powerfully over the mansion gate, and left one final message, "I am off. Take care, Layla." Watching her brother's back disappear, Layla said sadly, "He is really gone." Ernest comforted her, "He will be fine, Layla. The guy is terrifyingly strong." At that moment, Dane suddenly realized something. He looked in the direction Delward had gone, then turned to Ernest, "Can you stay with Layla for a bit?" Ernest was confused. "Huh, where are you going?" Dane answered, "I forgot something in the room. I will be right back." Ernest nodded, "Sure, go ahead. I will stay with Layla." In the quiet night of the capital, the sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Delward was moving quickly, thinking to himself, "These guys are persistent. I did not expect them to track me all the way here. Thankfully they still do not know I am from the Thermion ducal house. They must have been lurking nearby ever since I was inside the mansion. Better leave through the secret route." Right before leaving the Drenic Empire, letting them discover he was from Altian had been a colossal mistake. "How much longer can I keep this up? I have to repay this debt to Mother. No matter what." After running for a while, his feet suddenly stopped. He stared at the scene ahead. It was a dead end. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it." Immediately afterward, countless figures appeared behind him, staring straight at him. One of them spoke, "You have left a very long trail." They emerged from every direction, completely surrounding him. He gritted his teeth and swore, "So this is the end.